Yo, 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 how's it going? Who all is here? Fellow Jitser.
¿Quieres sonar conmigo? ¿Quieres estar juntito?
We already live?
¿Quieres sonar conmigo? ¿Quieres estar juntito? ¿Quieres sonar conmigo? ¿Quieres estar juntito? ¿Quieres sonar conmigo? ¿Quieres estar juntito?
Testing. Can you hear me?
I can hear, yes.
All right, great. How you doing, Diego?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Not too bad.
I think we are somewhat live. It says the video download was canceled when I go to the Monero Twitch. Welcome to Defcon28. It's not in Las Vegas, which is great. And okay. So now do we have sound? It said that there was no sound. Now there's sound because I hear myself on the stream. Okay. So let me just restart. Welcome to Defcon 28. It's not in Las Vegas anymore. It is online. It's digital. It's free for everybody to take a look at all the content that we're going to have. So that's fantastic. I, for one, am okay with having a break from Las Vegas for a year. But there is a absolute ton of things to do at DEF CON, not just at the Monero Village, but kind of just in general. So go to defcon.org and go through their schedule. Like, there's so much stuff, guys. Like, a lot of people have worked really hard to make I wouldn't say a similar experience, but a good experience for everybody in the digital way. So in case you didn't know, DEF CON has a Discord that you can join, and a whole bunch of the villages are there, like the Packet Hacking Village, AI Village, Red Team Village, Blue Team Village. There's a ton of villages on there. Please go check all that stuff out. We've got our own place. We've got our own village. So hop onto the DEF CON Discord. If you go to monerovillage.org, you will see our schedule, right? We have things over the next 3 days that are going to be taking place, from workshops to talks and all sorts of different things. The schedule will be updated because we got some last minute speakers. So that schedule is going to be updated. So be keeping an eye on it every, in fact, just refresh it every 5 seconds of your life this next weekend. Just go ahead and refresh and see what happens. Okay, I'm getting the word that the Twitch is now up also, so absolutely fantastic. We're just thrilled to have Twitch with us. So monerovillage.org is where you're going to find all of our things. So I'm actually just going to very briefly take a quick look at what we got scheduled for today. Right after me is going to be Dr. Daniel Kim. He's going to be giving our keynote, going to be talking about Monero, and I'm not gonna spoil anything. I'm just gonna let that sit there. You're gonna want to see him. He does some fantastic work. He's a great speaker, and he really, really drives the point home of what Monero is and what it does and why it's important. Coming up after that, we've got ArticMine, who's going to be talking with us about. The title is Proposed Mitigation Measures to Address a Disruption Such as the Economic Impact of COVID-19 on Transaction Capacity and Fees in Monero. Michael, after that, is going to be talking about the Intervillage badge, which, if you didn't know, there is a badge page on monerovillage.org as well, with some websites that you can go to purchase the badge if you were interested in that. And then I will be running a workshop about the Monero wallet basics. So this is definitely one to get your friends into if they're like, oh yeah, I like Monero, but I don't really know how to use it or how all of it, works. I'm going to be running through the wallet software. How do I send something? How do I receive something? How do I prove that I made a transaction? So just kind of the wallet basics. That's something you're going to want to take a look at and get your friends and family on board. And then to finish off this day, we've got a meme competition led by Justin SGP. So if you are a memer, if you are internet savvy, if you got any sort of design skills, or even if you have no design skills, then by all means, come join us for that. So monerovillage.org is where we're going to find all of these things. We've got the schedule going on there. We are streaming both on Twitch and YouTube, so find something that is comfortable for you, something that you like. And once again, DEF CON itself has a ton of extra other content, so please be sure to check those things out because there's going to be a lot of good stuff. I'm actually trying to, because I'm not running a physical village this year, I can kind of sneak off and maybe watch a few things at the same time and abandon you Monero nerds. But yeah, that's basically it. If you recall, in previous years, they gave me like an hour and 30 minutes to do this kind of thing, and that was way too much. And I see that even now 10 minutes is kind of a lot because I still got 4 minutes to go. But I'm not going to bore you guys with more of me. We're going to want to get to the real deal. We're going to want to get to Dr. Daniel Kim. So I'm going to pass it off to him a bit prematurely, and maybe he can use this a little bit extra time to kind of talk about his credentials, because they're pretty big, they're pretty cool. He's kind of the big shot on campus everywhere he goes. So welcome one more time. Defcon28, online, digital, free for everybody to take a look at. I love you guys. Glad that you're all here. Thanks for joining us.
All right. Thank you, Diego, for that introduction, and for to the whole team at Monero for putting on another Monero Village at Defcon. Just before I go on too long here, can people hear me? Can I get a thumb from chat or otherwise? Okay, great. Thanks for the feedback. All right. So I'm here to give the keynote at Monero Village again. It's a privilege and honor to do that. I'm Dr. Daniel Kim, founder and CEO of Sweetwater Digital Asset Consulting. A little bit about myself. So academically, I'm trained as a particle physicist. I did my undergraduate and graduate work in experimental particle physics at Harvard. Later, I wanted to show interest in the way the real world worked. Because a PhD shows you can go deep, I wanted to also go wide and learn about different things and how the world works. So I picked up an MBA later. Most of my career was spent in the nonprofit sector. I spent 10 years as a symphony orchestra musician. I ended up doing about 700 concerts professionally. And concurrently with that, I was a medical school professor as well. It was as a med school professor that I did my perhaps most DEFCON, which was to invent a device that did packet sniffing on a medical network to reconstruct treatment data being delivered to cancer patients just before the time of treatment. So I got that patented and kind of learned about how the intellectual property system works. After that, I decided that I wanted to try something new. So I went into the for-profit world. I ended up becoming director of research at an equity hedge fund. And it was there that I started to look into cryptocurrency kind of as a hobby, just as this interesting thing. And it was there that I decided that, there are only a few times in one's life that a truly fundamental discovery is going to happen. And I came to the conclusion that Nakamoto consensus was one of those. And so I decided to go off on my own. And so I'm an independent consultant now. Sweetwater Digital Asset Consulting is my firm, and I seek to connect two very separate worlds that often see each other with a rather distorted lens. So on one side is the non-commercial, open source, cypherpunk, grassroots cryptocurrency side, which is well represented at DEFCON. But then there's a parallel world that happens, and it really is a world, like it goes on independently, and there's very little kind of real dialogue between these two groups. And so that would be the traditional investment and estate planning, trusts, family offices, asset protection. These are taking full use of the legal system to protect wealth and create value for clients. And so I help people on both sides of this divide. So I talk with OG crypto guys who want some guidance in putting together a plan to shield their crypto from future creditors, whether they be random people who might sue them or a potentially vindictive future ex-spouse. And then from the other direction, I talk with traditional portfolio managers in the trust and estate world who are well acquainted with traditional assets, but have heard about this cryptocurrency stuff, want to know if it's for real, and want to get in touch with a Sherpa who can help them sort through all the noise. So that's my for-profit work right now. But for my nonprofit work, I'm also a community volunteer for the Monero project. And so, for example, my doing this talk is without any compensation from Monero. I'm doing this because I personally feel that this is an important project for humanity. And I think it's important for people to speak out and make their voices heard on matters like this. So I'm not a dev. I'm not related to a dev. Let's see what else. Yeah, I really am independent from the Monero project. My duty is to my clients of my consulting firm, to whom I offer my best advice on what I think is legitimate in terms of cryptocurrency. And specifically in that, I specialize in the non-security store of value type tokens like Bitcoin and Monero. Okay, so this talk I'm calling Sound Money Safe Mode, and there are 4 sections to it. There's the pandemic economy to set the framework of everything. Second part is independent scarcity, that is sources of scarcity that run independently of governmental control. Third is fungibility versus mass surveillance. And so this is, in the crypto world, this is, I think, insufficiently discussed because the current market leader, cryptocurrency, does not have fungibility as a defining feature. So I'll talk about the consequences of a fungible versus a non-fungible value token in the third part. And then the fourth part is about getting involved. So there's a shallow way to get involved and there's a deeper way to get involved. The shallow way would be because it's a cryptocurrency, it behaves like an asset. And so I put on my hedge fund hat and I kind of look at Monero and Bitcoin and also gold as parts of one's portfolio. That's one way to get involved with this project, is to purchase. But the deeper, more significant way is getting involved personally, like with your time and energy and expertise. So I talked about that at the end. So before I start, thanks to Howard HYC Chu, Dr. Sarang Nither of the Monero Research Lab, and Dr. Francisco ArticMine Cabañas, who is on the Monero core team, for helpful discussions and technical assistance in preparation for this presentation. All right, so everyone's seen a ton of stuff about the pandemic. I won't rehash anything that I think that you've already seen before, but oh, gee, this I'm just realizing that this display is not showing the slide completely. So yeah, let me close some stuff. Yeah, there's a weird thing where like what I see here on my local screen is not what is getting sent by Jitsi. So I apologize. This is the problem being the first speaker of the day. Okay, it's not super pretty, but at least I can see that the whole slide is showing. Close a couple other work things. Okay. So yeah, apologies for all the clutter on the display here, but I think it's probably more important that you see the entire slide than to see it framed in a pretty way. Okay, so back to the pandemic. Yeah. So one way to see the pandemic is that there is a microbe that succeeded in social engineering all of us. So the left here shows basically a flowchart of our social protocol pre-pandemic, and kind of going this is going to seem like a quaint exercise in a long ago era. So you're sitting at home. Do you feel like going out? No, you don't feel like going out. Well, you stay home. But if you feel like going out, well, then you must be healthy, because the fact that you feel like going out means that you must be healthy. So based on that self-diagnosis, you go out. Now you're in public. Okay, so while you're out and about in public, do you see anyone coughing, looking like they're sick? Well, if the answer is yes, then you diagnose that there's a sick person over there and maybe you should avoid them. But then you carry on doing what you were doing. You feel like going home, yes or no, and then you kind of repeat this out in public, where you just kind of generally avoid people who are visibly, obviously looking sick, and don't worry about things otherwise. And the thing is that this worked. This which has been kind of arguably evolved into us. It's led to the survival of a lot of people, basically going by this simple heuristic. And of course, one thing about the pandemic is that we're told that this heuristic is ineffective now, right? Because we're told that the self-diagnosis of being healthy, if you just feel like it, is no longer true. The diagnosis that you are able to diagnose other people by seeing if they're coughing or not, and it turns out that that now is insufficiently accurate diagnosis. So of course, nobody likes being told that their instincts are off. And so that's been one of the social difficulties in getting like a public health message out. But that's one way of looking at this, is that the pandemic has taken advantage of a social engineering weakness in humans that has to do with self-diagnosis and spot checking others' diagnosis of disease. All right, on the right side of the slide, I'm showing what I'm calling dirty money. And so this is a research paper that was published in Lancet, which is the UK's premier medical journal. And what they did was they took samples of COVID, SARS-CoV-2, and deliberately put it on various surfaces to test how long the virus would live on various surfaces. And kind of interestingly, one of the surfaces that they tested was money. So they took money, they put virus on it, and then they measured that money to see how much virus was remaining on the money as time went on. And as you can see, there's basically a dual regime half-life here. So initially, the half-life is rather quick, with a half-life about 1 hour, but yet that's not so fast that the virus is not measurable. So basically, the amount of virus remaining on money remains highly measurable even after 24 hours here, 48 hours here. And so I think at the third day, they came up with a no measurement for that. All right, so what did this trigger in an economic sense? So there's a lot going on in this chart, which is all US data from the Federal Reserve. So I'll go through it step by step. So first, if you look at this blue line here, that is the U6 unemployment rate. Now, U6 is the more broad measure of unemployment. It counts not only those people who are attempting to find work, but also those people who are underemployed, and also those people who are so discouraged about their prospects of finding work that they give up and they stop even looking for work. So those people who are not counted in the usual measure of unemployment, which is U3, do get counted in U6. And the blue line here is showing on the left scale. The other thing to note on this plot is that this is a very long time scale. So we're going back to 1980 here. And you can see that the unemployment rate, which kind of peaked at about 18% in the last financial crisis in 2009, if you look at that for 2020, you can see that it peaked at about 23% unemployment. So what was the response to this? The response was to, for the current response by the Federal Reserve, is to be primarily concerned that this is going to cause deflation. That is, that people are going to just stop spending money and that the economy is going to grind to a halt because of that. So the remedy to that particular short-term problem is to print money, because by printing money, that reduces interest rates. And when interest rates go down, it becomes less attractive to save your money and more attractive to just spend your money. So it's part of the stimulus. And so you can see that the MZM money supply here, which is shown in green, MZM money supply is the broadest measure of liquid money in the US. It includes cash, currencies, checking accounts, savings accounts, and also money market accounts, which many people nowadays use as a kind of form of a checking account. So the green line shows the total of the MZM money supply, and I divide that, because it's an enormous number. It's in the trillions of dollars, which is hard to get your head around what that means. So I normalize that number by the gross domestic product. And you can see that that is the green line. And you can see that in 2020, the money supply took this very steep upward jump as a result of the pandemic. Now on the bottom here, you see this very wiggly line. So what this is showing is how much money the US government takes in on a monthly basis, minus how much the US government spends on a monthly basis. And you can see this half-century history is shown here, and there's never been this occurrence ever in which the government is taking in much, much less than it's spending. Now, part of this might be temporary because at least in the US, there was a tax moratorium. The usual tax due date of April 15 was moved back to July 15. So in those intervening months between April and July, there was basically likely to be no money into the treasury. So it could be that this line will spike back up because taxes were due July 15th this year. But it remains to be seen. How much will received taxes go up, back up? It's hard to know. The time integrated result of this gray line here gives you the black line on top, which is the overall federal debt, which I'm normalizing to, again, to the GDP on the right scale. So you can see that during the 2009 financial crisis, our federal debt to GDP went from about 60% to about 100%. Now at the beginning of the year, we were looking at about 110%. And this federal debt to GDP number is lagging now by 4 months. So what you're seeing here is actually only going up till March of this year. It's not showing the worst so far, time of the crisis. So yeah, it's to say that this pandemic on an economic basis is unprecedented, at least within the lifetime of all the people who are likely to be looking at this stream. It's not an understatement. Nor is this limited to the US. So if we look at the G20 fiat currencies that have reported data to the OECD, it turns out that there's 8 countries who have been reporting data consistently through this time. And here I'm plotting the money supplies of each of these 8 countries. And I'm looking at a more limited time scale now. I'm looking at 2018 to the present. And I'm normalizing each of these money supplies to the money supply as it was on January of this year. So all of these different monies are normalized to 1.0 at the beginning of this year. You can basically see that there's like a hockey stick shape to this curve, right? So up until January 1st, the money supplies of these nations was growing at a concerning rate. But now in retrospect, now that we can see how the rate of money printing has been going post-pandemic, the 2019 and 2018 periods look like rather restrained periods in retrospect. The size of the USD money printing is really, it's hard to get one's head around. The size of this gap here amounts to $1.3 trillion, which means that in that time period, in the first 6 months of this year, the rate of money creation has been $300 million per hour. Now, given that the market cap of Monero is about 4 or 5 times that, so we're talking about the money supply growing by the market cap of Monero about 6 to 7 times a day for 6 months. All right, if we look now at a larger set of countries, so now all of the G20 fiat currencies, including those that stopped reporting data for whatever reason to the OECD in late 2018. So now you're seeing 17 different countries' fiat currencies here. It's 17 and not 20 because France, Germany, and let's see, I'm blanking out on one other. There are 3 countries that don't have their own money yet sit on the G20, and the Euro, like all of the Eurozone, has a seat on the G20. So that's why the number of currencies is not exactly 20 for the G20, but nevertheless, you can see that this is all of them. And since 2009, which is the date of the Nakamoto white paper, the world's fiat currencies have basically doubled or tripled in the about 11 years since. So as a former med school professor who worked in oncology, I was a physicist helping with the technical details of delivering high dose radiation to cancer patients. This whole concept of exponential growth is pretty familiar. Like this exponential growth curve, it's basically like a tumor growth curve. You have basically a doubling time for this this malignancy that's growing. And so here if you apply that math to this, we're looking at a doubling time of about 8 years. So if you apply a doubling time of 8 years through your lifetime, so if you imagine an average lifetime is 80 years, let's just say, which would amount to 10 doubling times. So you're looking at an expected growth of 2 to the 10th power for the money supply in your lifetime if you extrapolate the results in this. So that's a 1000x growth, given the compounding rates that we're seeing in this chart. There's an interesting book called Monetary Regimes and Inflation. It's in its second edition, and it's written by an academic in Switzerland who studied 29 different historical cases of hyperinflation, and found that in 25 of them, the root cause of this was that governments were funding their deficits with money creation. So this chart is showing that the money creation is happening, and especially now in 2020, it's happening even more than ever. What this chart is not showing is the government deficit part, but well, it's hard to be too optimistic about that, frankly. So what does all this mean? It means that it's probably a good idea to entertain the possibility that the probability of increased inflation in the future has gone up as a result of the pandemic. So in a time of high inflation in fiat currency, what does it make sense to consider looking at for those who have assets? Independent sources of scarcity are what traditionally get looked at. So we're talking about physical commodities like gold and silver. And since 2009, now there's been a digital option in terms of digital commodities. Bitcoin was the first, and in my opinion, Monero is probably the only other one that checks the necessary boxes to be taken seriously as a second digital commodity in the space of kind of store of value cryptocurrencies. Now, physical commodities are interesting. So gold and silver, if you follow the gold prices, you've probably seen that the gold prices have also spiked recently. There's a generational divide here as far as how people react to this divide between physical commodities and digital commodities. And as a Gen Xer, for whom the kind of one way you can define Gen X is that these are people who had a considerable chunk of their childhood spent in a time that didn't have the internet. So as a result, I can kind of see things from both perspectives. I can remember a time when there was no internet, and so I can see how people would kind of gravitate towards gold and silver in a time like this. But also, having seen the transformative effect of the internet, I can also see things from like a Gen Z or millennial type view, in which one can sort of assume that the internet's always going to be there, just like running water is always going to be there. It's funny though, because for gold and silver, there are lots of ways to buy gold and silver, and not all of them involve actually getting your hands on metal. So some of them involve hiring somebody to buy your metal and store it for you. And then you think you have your metal because you have a piece of paper or you have an email saying you own this much gold in this vault that's somewhere. And it's probably true. I mean, or it's going to be true until it ceases to be true. And there have been like a lot of scams, basically, in the precious metals market of people being taken advantage of in ways like this. And it's funny because it's like history repeats itself, but rhymes. So they're like now in the crypto space, there's like the analog of all these things. Basically, people offering to to take your crypto as they offer to store your crypto for you, so you don't have to worry about all that trouble of learning what's going on behind the crypto. We'll take care of all those details. You pay us just a little bit, and we promise crypto's all going to be there. That's happened in the precious metals market. It happens now, and people get in both cases. Trading on margin with leverage is another way for kind of the less sophisticated investors who want to try and make a quick buck get taken advantage of. It turns out that the mathematics of margin borrowing, which is necessary to take on highly leveraged positions in any asset, including precious metals or in cryptocurrency, highly disfavor the person placing the bet. So basically, if you go 10x on something and it goes up, you're not going to get the 10x, because part of the gains from that 10x are going to be used to repay the loan that you took in order to go 10x. So you're not going to see 10x going up. But if the asset that you 10x'd on goes down, then yeah, you're going to lose all your money in a strictly linear fashion like you would expect. So, and then, now in the crypto era, you have people getting kind of attracted to the casino of trading on leverage and using that to basically lose to more sophisticated, more knowledgeable counterparties. But let's talk about digital scarcity networks. So taking aside gold and silver for now and focusing on digital commodities. So let's look at centralized security versus a decentralized security model. In centralized security, you have banks and fiat. So you have a database which is protected. It's got firewalls around it. And the idea is that once you have access, once you're a trusted insider, you're a bank employee or something like that, then you have access to the database. Otherwise, you have no access to the database. There's one authoritative version of the ledger, which exists inside the bank walls. It's all closed source. Of course, it's closed source. Why would you open up the source? Because that would be showing potential vulnerabilities to people. And there are downsides to this, of course. There's mismanagement. There's like all these charts showing the runaway growth of fiat currency are arguably categorizable under mismanagement of a centralized scarcity model. There can be insider abuse. So there are numerous accounts of bad behavior on the part of regulated banks who basically do egregious violations of their customers' trust and end up getting just a slap on the wrist for it. The other thing, if you are in charge, if you are the designated approved gatekeeper of a centralized security network, then as the gatekeeper, you don't really have that much incentive to improve your service, because you're the gatekeeper. People have to come to you to get to get access to the central database. They have to come to you. So that means you're a middleman, you're in a position of power, and that means there's less incentive for you to improve your hours or your services, which is why we still see banks having 9 to 5 Monday through Friday hours in a time where for years and years now, people have been able to go onto Amazon and go shopping at 2:30 in the morning, from their bed if they want. But for banking, like to get a wire sent out, you still have to do business hours. So these are the pros and cons of a centralized security model for digital scarcity. If we turn now to a decentralized security model, now everything is turned on its head relative to the centralized security model. Anyone can join the peer-to-peer network whose job it is to maintain a ledger of who owns what. Each of these nodes maintains its own version of the ledger. The code is open source. Under the more eyeballs is fewer bugs kind of principle that's espoused in open source software development. The downsides are that this source of scarcity are new, and so people have to get their heads around it, and there's going to be a lot of noise, and there's going to be a lot of excitement, a lot of not very smart ideas being given a decentralized security sheen around them in order to sound new and glamorous. So there's a lot of noise to sort through because it's new. It's also inefficient because the efficiency of centralized security models, you just have one database that's in the middle. So as long as you just have to, maintain one computer's worth of computing power. Whereas in a decentralized model, you have different ideas of what the state of the ledger is among all of the computers in the network, and the methods to obtain consensus on what is the true state of the network are going to necessarily be less efficient than that of a centralized network. So for this talk, I'm assuming that you viewing this are not necessarily immersed in Bitcoin and blockchain topics. Since DEFCON is a pretty broad tent, there are a lot of people with a lot of diverse interests in DEFCON. And so I'm going to assume that you have not taken a lot of time to think about how Bitcoin works. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to try and do it very briefly. So I would invite you, if you're new to cryptocurrency, and even if you're not new to cryptocurrency, I think it's a good thing to do to put yourself in the mindset of pretending like things were back when they were in 2009. Before there was a way to check the price of every cryptocurrency every second, before there were limit orders and exchanges and all this, that unfortunately tend to put a profit and loss, like a profit and loss framework around Bitcoin that gets away from the kind of true spirit of the thing, which is really a technological and computing like miracle. So it's good to kind of disregard all of that price stuff. I think most of the time when you're thinking about cryptocurrency. So let's go back to Bitcoin's early history. So on Halloween of 2008, that's when the Nakamoto white paper came out. January 9th, 2009 was the Bitcoin Genesis block. That was the very first block. In other words, the very first list of transactions of who sent what to who in Bitcoin. And since January 2009, this network has been going strong ever since, 24/7. In the year 2009, Bitcoin was operational, but it had zero value, right? So it was just this this thing that was like a geek plaything. There's no money involved. There's no profit involved. There's no trying to sell anything involved. It was just this interesting innovation of a digital thing that claimed to act like money without needing a central authority to limit its scarcity like money. So the Bitcoin white paper describes a way to synthesize this digital scarcity without needing a central authority. So there are three parts to the analogy between Bitcoin and a bank network. So first part of the analogy to describe is like what is the analogy of a bank account? And that is a Bitcoin address. Second, what's the analogy of writing a check or sending funds out? That would be in the Bitcoin world. In the cryptocurrency world, it's a message signing. And then third, who is the party that is going to clear the check and process the check once it's been written? Who is doing that function in this new digital commodity realm? And so there's an accounting network of peer-to-peer computers that gets used to do that in Bitcoin. So going through these three analogies in a bit more detail. So the SEC-P256K1 elliptic curve is what defines the cryptography in Bitcoin. So that I'm showing what it is. It's y squared is congruent to x cubed plus 7 mod this very large prime number. And the mod and the three lines on the equal sign means that we're talking about clock arithmetic. So in clock arithmetic, 1 o'clock and 13 o'clock and 25 o'clock are all the same thing because when the hour hand goes around, it repeats. So here we're talking about a clock that has like a gigantic prime number of numbers on its dial. So y and x, sometimes you'll see drawn in diagrams explaining what elliptic curves are. You'll see like a curvy shape to that. That's true if x and y are real numbers, but in this case, x and y are integers. And so it's not very helpful to have that image of a classic curve in your mind as you're doing this. Really what this is more like is you have a giant grid of X and Y points, and the X's are both integers. So you have points on the intersections of this giant, graph paper. And certain intersections on this graph paper are lit up. So when you have an XY combination that satisfies this equation, it's lit up. And to have an XY combination that satisfies this equation is a rare thing. It's if you try to brute force and guess pairs of XY numbers that satisfy this equation, because this prime number, this modulus number, is so huge, it would take a unimaginably long time, like 10 to the 40, 50, something like that, years, to basically brute force and try to figure out an XY combination on your own that satisfies this equation. But yet there's more. So as part of the elliptic curve definition, there's a base point that is defined. So I'm saying p sub b, that's the coordinate, x sub b, y sub b. So there's a certain point in this vast grid paper of very sparse points on it. There's a certain point that's called the base point, and that one's special. That one is told to you by the elliptic curve kind of standard, right? So basically, the formula for the curve is given, and the solution, a solution to this curve, is also given to you. Furthermore, there's a third step that you can use. So that is, given that you know a solution, there's a way to calculate n times that base point solution, which is another solution, p sub n. So in other words, if somebody tells you n, a number n, you can figure out the nth point on this graph paper by doing some simple manipulations on the base point, which you have knowledge of, which you know because it's part of the standard of the elliptic curve. So if you want to go from n to p sub n, you can compute that, but the inverse is not calculable. So p sub n to n doesn't. You have to brute force that. And so that's the asymmetry behind the encryption process. So what that means is that the number n is a private key. That's the secret. And that knowing that number n is the authorized signature to spend the money that is associated with the public key p sub n. What this really means is getting a Bitcoin account really means you're picking a number. You're picking a number in this vast numeric field. You're calling that number yours, and you're keeping that number secret, just like you would keep, just like Coca-Cola keeps the formula to its soft drink secret. It's this piece of information that you can write on an index card, but you need to keep secret because it's the keys to the kingdom. So that's what's going on in Bitcoin, is that you and you alone are the person who knows the existence of this one certain point on the elliptic curve, which is yours. And that elliptic curve point is described by two numbers, the x coordinate and the y coordinate, right? One of those you make public, and the other one you keep secret, and they're linked to each other. So that's why it's not like a password where you can just change the XY numbers that you're assigned. It doesn't work like that. There's a math equation behind it. So that XY pairing is unchangeable. It's not modifiable, so that if somebody forgets their secret, there's no recourse to get their money. All right, so moving on to how does writing a check work in a network like this? So there's secure message signing, which is facilitated by the elliptic curve math that I showed on the last slide. So what a sender does is take a message and combine that with their private key. Once you take a message and combine that with a private key, you get a signature, which is just a sequence of bytes, which is derived from the combination of the message and the private key. So the signature can only have been made by somebody who had the message and the private key. So once the sender does this, basically generates a signature based on their message and their private key, they would send out the message and the signature. They would definitely not send out the message and their private key, because then that would leak basically their signature for signing. They would send out the message and the signature. So the recipient now gets this purported message from the sender, plus the signature from the sender. And the recipient also knows the sender's public key. So because that is supposed to be a data point that is associated per person. So with those three pieces of information, you can get a binary verification result. You get a result that says, yes, that was a legitimate message by this person, or no, it was not. And so sending Bitcoin means that you're sending this signed message to the Bitcoin network. This kind of message signing happens in a variety of computing contexts. For example, HTTPS uses this. And here we're just using it in a financial kind of like a self-contained accounting system point of view. So interestingly, knowledge of the private key, which is a form of speech, is now tantamount to money. Knowledge is tantamount to money. And so that makes that it's kind of an attractive thing for the era that we're living in. The idea that just knowledge of something can in itself be cash. All right, third, so once you have a person who has a Bitcoin account and they sign a message saying, I want to spend this Bitcoin, who's going to do the processing, who's going to make sure it's legit, and so on. So that is done by a network of miners in Bitcoin. So miners are just a word for peer-to-peer Bitcoin accountants. So peer-to-peer, meaning that there is no boss computer, there is no super user in this network. They are all equal. So how do they settle disputes? It's basically they gossip a lot and they do majority rules. So that's basically how they figure out who's right if there's a disagreement between them. Now, each of these Bitcoin accountants have pre-programmed into them like the elliptic curve. They have pre-programmed into them the code that determines whether an incoming message is legit or not. And so each of these accountants, when they receive a spend message, they will check it. And if it's legit, then they will pass that message on to their compatriots. So this is what I meant by gossipy accountants. So each of these miners is taking in incoming messages for spend instructions around the world, checking them for themselves, and then if they're correct, they'll spread those messages around. So every 10 minutes on average, you have a list of transactions then that has been kind of building up in that time. And so that's called a block. A block is simply a list of valid signed spend messages. Now, how do we make sure that this global network of computers, of which there is no one boss, is going to properly process these messages? Well, in addition to having the rules of allowance kind of programmed into them, there's what's called proof of work. And so what proof of work is that in each block, there is a small data field within each block called the nonce. The nonce is something that it's a blank data field that each miner is free to fill with whatever random bits they want. Now, in the system, a block is not accepted by the network until the hash of the block is lower than a certain number called the difficulty. So this is something that's hard to get your head around if this is the first time you're hearing it, because usually when you think about hash functions, you don't care about the value of what the hash function is. You just care that the hash function matches something else. For example, if you're checking the download of a file, you want to take a hash of what it is you downloaded and check that against the hash of what you think you downloaded and make sure that they match. Here in this case, we actually care if the hash starts with a 0 or a 1 or a 2 or what the hash starts with. In fact, we care about what the first several digits of the hash starts with, and we will require them typically to all be zeros. So what that ends up meaning is that each of these miners is going to try repeatedly and most often fail to find a nonce that causes a block of spend messages to be considered valid. So basically you have this worldwide network of computers. Each of them is churning away, brute force guessing different values of the nonce that will eventually, one of them will eventually succeed and come up with a block that satisfies the difficulty. In other words, one miner in the world will take their page of transactions, which is the list of valid transactions from their point of view, combine that with a nonce, which was randomly generated, and then the hash of that entire block, that is the messages plus their nonce, the hash of that is going to be a bunch of zeros and then some gibberish, right? So because it started with a bunch of zeros, that satisfies the difficulty. Therefore, that block is accepted by the network. The kind of announcement of this new block is, again, because the accountants here are very gossipy, the news of this is sent around the Bitcoin network, right? And so once all of the computers in the world get news of this new block, then they clear out the pending transactions in their own personal queues with the transactions that have been officially kind of ratified in this new block, and then they continue working on the next block. So the computer that succeeds in getting this done gets what's called the block reward. And so that's a Bitcoin payout to the noncer. So in Bitcoin, every Bitcoin in existence came into being as a payout to a miner helping to secure the network. So this is important to realize that sometimes you'll see, people who have very little technical knowledge about cryptocurrency make a claim that, Bitcoin is just some, scam. It's some company that's out there to get, money from people. Bitcoin is just a decentralized group of computers. Anyone can download the Bitcoin software, run it on their computer, and join this network. Anyone who that has a probability of getting, of finding a nonce that satisfies difficulty and therefore getting the block reward. So contrary to the assertion that money in Bitcoin has gone to some third party, some centralized organization, that's not true. All of the block rewards in Bitcoin have gone out to miners who are helping to secure the network. Now, again, we're in 2009 here. We're in a time, we're imagining that we're in a time in which Bitcoins did not have monetary fiat value. So we're thinking in terms of this self-contained system in which this kind of imaginary unit of account, Bitcoin, gets created, and we're going to try and see if it actually acts like money, like it claims it might be able to. All right, so there's conflict resolution. So what happens if two computers on opposite sides of the world come up with a block at the same time? So this could happen, for example, with the latency that's introduced by the Great Firewall of China, that you could have computers within China coming up with a different idea of what the next legit block is relative to the outside of China world. So what happens then? Well, again, the miners are all gossipy, right? So the miner within China is going to likely to hear about that Chinese found block first. And so they will proceed with the network as if that is the legit block. So the same thing's going to happen in the non-Chinese world. There's going to be a different block that gets satisfies difficulty that will be deemed the next block in the chain. And then that news to propagate among the miners in the non-Chinese world, right? So now you have this schism. You have a disagreement in the network as to the state of the network. What happens then? So basically, both halves of the network then proceed as normal, trying to work on the next block. And then one of them is going to come up with a block first. I suppose I could come up with it simultaneously, but that's highly unlikely, since the probability distribution of the time distribution between blocks is Poisson distributed, because it's basically a fixed probability per unit time that a block is going to be found. So that means that on average, blocks come out every 10 minutes, but there's a it's a highly peaked distribution in the short end, actually, of the 10 minutes. Most blocks are going to be found, the median block is going to be found like shorter than 10 minutes. So what happens is one of the blocks, either in the Chinese world or the non-Chinese world, find the next block. And because conflict resolution works in that the chain with the more hash power wins, whichever of those chains comes up with the longer chain first will be the winner. So for example, if the second block is found in the Western world first, then that block will be propagated around the world. It'll get past the Chinese firewall. Eventually, the Chinese mining computers will see that, and they'll see that, oh, this chain that came from elsewhere is longer than our chain, so we're going to adopt the chain that has more proof of work behind it. So that's basically how the network self-heals itself against disagreements in the state of the network. So then finally, blockchain is a distributed append-only linked list of blocks with low value hash verified pointers. So to summarize, Nakamoto consensus synthesizes digital scarcity. There's account level scarcity, which is basically property rights. So what defines property rights in Bitcoin? It's enforced by the user's selection and their subsequent protection of an elliptic curve private key. Next is aggregate level scarcity. That is, how do we know that there's not going to be an infinite number of Bitcoin created? It's because each of these miners have programmed into them a recognition that there's going to be a limit of 21 million Bitcoin produced. And if any rogue node is added to the network that has a different idea of coin issuance, because it's going to be vastly outnumbered by the rest of the network, its idea on what coin issuance should be is going to be ignored by the rest of the network. So that's how that gets enforced, is that the aggregate level scarcity, that is the macroeconomic money supply, gets enforced by an open network of peer-to-peer accountants who are rewarded for behaving consistently with the consensus rule set. They're rewarded by getting the block reward. So basically, if a computer works under mistaken rules, and mistaken meaning minority, if a computer is working under minority rules, comes up with its own idea of a block, gives itself a block reward, then when it propagates that supposed good block to the rest of the network, it's not going to be recognized by the rest of the network. And so it might have succeeded in getting block reward for itself, but it's not going to be in the currency that the rest of the network is using. Okay, finally, database modification scarcity. How do we establish record permanence in Bitcoin? Well, that is enforced by requiring that each page in the transaction block have a hash that is smaller than the dynamically adjusted difficulty threshold. So the fact that the difficulty threshold is dynamically adjusted according to how many computers are currently active on the network, that is how a 10-minute block time gets established on average, even if computers leave or join the network. Okay, so let's contrast that with the scarcity features of Monero. So first, code is a scarce asset. Unfortunately, in much of the cryptocurrency world, new currencies get made by basically copy pasting Bitcoin's code, changing a few lines of it, and then declaring that you've created a new cryptocurrency. So in that sense, they're not really using any scarcity of their own intellectual property. They're basically copying off the Bitcoin intellectual property, which is open source. That's a kind of a unfortunate drawback of that, is that it's open for everyone to look at and to copy, but that's the downside. It's open for everyone to copy. So unlike the situation, for example, in precious metals, where authentication is a difficult thing, right? So if you have a gold bar, the chief worry is that the gold bar that you bought is actually gold-plated tungsten, right? And so there's, like, for example, there's a case in China where there's a very significant storage of gold bars that was being used used as collateral for loans, and it turns out that this like tons and tons of gold was actually tungsten with gold plating on it. So, but so that this is a problem in precious metals that happens to the big boys too, not just the retail little guys. But even little guys, you have to worry about that too. You have to worry about, is this shiny piece of metal? Well, it looks legit, but is it legit? And so you have a challenge in precious metals to do authentication. That is, you have to buy devices to check and make sure that the conductivity and the resistivity and the density and all the properties of the metal that you think were going to be true are actually true. And even then, you don't know, because like the only real test is to do destructive testing, stick the thing in a furnace, and melt it down and see what you've really got. In contrast to that, in cryptocurrency, authentication is not that big of a problem. So basically in Bitcoin, it's easy to see if a Bitcoin is legit. The problem in cryptocurrency is that the falsehood happens in the myriad of cryptocurrencies that exist that offer nothing of value. So basically, that is the challenge for investor or anyone new getting into cryptocurrency, is wading through all of this, all of these low quality projects, and figuring out where the good ones are. All right, so Monero's code base is not a copy of Bitcoin's. It started from the ground up as its own thing. So this is, I'd say it's a pretty strong acid test of legitimacy. Can something start from its own with a code base that is totally not derived from Bitcoins and survive and do something useful for humanity? All right, the elliptic curve used in Monero is different too. So Monero uses ED25519. So this is yet another source of technical hedging. So to the extent that one of Bitcoin's weaknesses could be its reliance on this particular elliptic curve, one can hedge one's reliance on that by looking at a alternate elliptic curve as a basis for a cryptocurrency like Monero does. In Monero, there are dual private keys. So there's a spend key and there's a view key. The spend key is needed to spend money, just like knowledge of the key is in Bitcoin. But in Monero, there's a second key. There's a view key, which is basically like a cryptographic subset of the spend key. If you know the view key, then you can look at details of transactions that you were involved in. So it basically offers an opt-in transparency. So one of the misconceptions about Monero, it's just this completely secret box, so you can tell nothing about what's going on in it. You can, and you can actually share details of what's going on in your particular Monero account if you share your view key. The address space is different. It's larger in Monero. It's 10 to the 76 versus 10 to the 60 in BTC. But there's a cost to that expanded address space, which has a pro in that it reduces the birthday problem, which is the birthday problem being the probability that the account number that you personally choose for your crypto account is going to, by random, be the same as the number that somebody else somewhere else in the world chooses for their crypto account. And you have a conflict because now you have two people who actually have the knowledge of the spend key for a account, not just the one that it's supposed to be. So that probably goes down in Monero, but there's a cost to that. That is of complexity. So for example, the addresses in Monero are quite a bit longer than they are in Bitcoin, which has an effect on user friendliness. The emission schedule is different. So in Monero, there's kind of a theme in that this project looks at how things are done in Bitcoin, gives it due and proper respect as the granddaddy of the space, but then thinks, well, what could we do that's maybe even better than that? And the emission schedule, in my opinion, is one of those. So it's continually decreasing. There is not a 4-year halving cycle. So in Bitcoin, every 210,000 blocks, the size of the miner's reward gets cut in half. So that means if you're a miner in Bitcoin, there's a date every 4 years, approximately, circled on your calendar in red, in which your income is going to get cut in half. So that introduces a lot of drama in the mining world. So like it's hard for any business to make plans if your income and your expenses are unpredictable or change drastically over time. So that's exactly what happens in Bitcoin with the mining reward happening as it does. In Monero, we have a continuously decreasing schedule. In Monero, we have what we think is a solution to a form of unwanted scarcity. A form of unwanted scarcity is the future miner rewards. So in Bitcoin, the mining reward is projected to get cut in half every 4 years approximately until it's basically zero. And so at that point, who is going to reward the network miners for doing the accounting work of the network? In Bitcoin, it's hypothesized that a fee network, basically user fees, are going to step in and make up the difference. But there are papers that question the viability of such a system. And so what we do in Monero is called the tail emission. So basically in Monero, the block reward is never going to be smaller than 0.3 Monero per minute. And we call this the tail emission. We call it the tail emission because you have a distribution with a tail, and the tail extends out far into time. So often this gets described as being infinite emission, which I suppose is technically true. As time goes to infinity, yes, the emission will go to infinity, but in practice, no human is going to live to the limit as t goes to infinity. That's basically a theoretical construct that's useful in calculus, but as far as mortal humans are concerned, it is quite sufficient to know that the coin supply is going to be such and such a level in 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 50 years from now, 100 years from now. It is not necessarily relevant to a mortal human what the emission is as time goes to infinity. Secondly, the absolute value of coin emission is not that relevant. It's actually annualized inflation. That is, what is the percentage of inflation that takes place in a supply, like say over a year's time? That is more relevant. And so if you have a situation like you have in Monero, in which the coin emission is growing linearly over time, it means with linear growth, you have a growth rate, a growth percentage rate, which is asymptotically going to zero over time. And in any macroeconomic theory, it's the inflation rate that is relevant to a theory. So basically, the difference between equal zero inflation, which is what you have in Bitcoin, versus asymptotically zero, which is what you have in Monero, it's irrelevant. It gets swallowed up in the noise of whatever macroeconomic theory you're looking at. So what do we get in exchange for this very small kind of, I guess, giving up of a continual block reward into perpetuity? Well, at least in Monero, we know that miner incentives are guaranteed forever. We don't worry about who is going to be forced to pay for this, which is, it actually was one of the causes of the Civil War and the divorce a few years ago within Bitcoin, was that there was a disagreement as to how much of a load should the transactors of the coin be paying. Is it okay that people actually transacting in the coin are paying $100 fees to make one transaction? Is that okay or not? There's a disagreement over that in Bitcoin. And the argument for yes, it is okay for them to be paying that is that, well, eventually miner rewards are going to go to zero. And so we're going to rely on user fees to pay the miners. So they better get used to it, because this is going to be the future, is that the fees are going to pay the miners. So, they better just get used to ponying up the money. So anyway, without getting too much into that, civil war, that's something that we avoid in Monero by having this tail emission. All right, so I mentioned that as a physicist, I like to look at data. So I'm going to show some of it here. This is looking at supply emission. So this is over time, how many Bitcoin have there been in existence? And again, each one of these Bitcoin was given in the past to a computer as a reward for doing the computing power of maintaining the network of who owns what within Bitcoin. So you can see the solid part of this Bitcoin line is what actually happened. Right? And that is taken from block explorers. In this case, I'm using blockchain.com. And what's shown in the light shaded gray, like the not solid black, but the gray, that is projecting into the future what the supply emission of Bitcoin is going to be. And that is basing that off the Bitcoin white paper. So the Bitcoin white paper basically is what programmed all the computers that generated this line for the last 11 years. And so you can kind of, have some confidence that the future coin emission of Bitcoin is going to be what was predicted as well. And so let's not kind of dismiss or downplay the, how crazy this is in terms of monetary policy. This is a monetary system in which the emission is declared in advance. And not only is it declared in advance, like there's a 11-year track record of it actually happening as predicted. So you can't have a situation like for example, a pandemic causing a committee of, men in a boardroom deciding that it's time to print a bunch of money. That doesn't happen in Bitcoin. All right, we can look at Monero's supply emission as well. So again, in Monero, we do not have 4-year halvenings. So in contrast to this Bitcoin line, which you see has these kinks in it every 4 years or so, it's like basically it's a piecewise linear emission line. Monero's curve is actually smooth. And so again, to the left of the present, between 2014, which is when Monero came into existence, and now you can see this very smooth curve. It looks like that's a theoretical curve, but that's actually not a theoretical curve. That is empirical data that I'm showing on the left on Monero. And then on the right, there's a formula that declares, just like in Bitcoin, it declares what the coin emission is going to be. And in Monero, just like in Bitcoin, all of the coin reward that is now in existence was once given in the past to a miner that helped do the accounting work in the Monero network. There was no centralized company. There's no kind of person behind the scenes getting a cut of the action. No, all of the money that was rewarded in Monero was given to a random computer out there in the Monero network that just happened to come up with a difficulty satisfying nonce, therefore coming up with a rare set of data that could be added to the Monero blockchain. All right, and so the tail emission in Monero, you can see it as this very gradual slope that continues upward. The tail emission is going to get hit not too long from now, and then it'll continue in perpetuity. All right, here's year-over-year supply inflation. And in case you've seen Monero Means Money, which is the lecture I was a part of, which featured my last keynote lecture that I gave at 36C3 in Leipzig, Germany. I also showed a version of this plot. What I had to do this year to make this plot actually fit was to change the scale of the y-axis. So it was 20% before, it's 30% now, and that is because I had to fit the supply inflation of the US dollar that's shown in green. And so you can see that spike there is post-pandemic, and the MZM money supply line inflation, that is the amount of USD in circulation now versus 1 year ago, is up 30%. So you have this kind of interesting turn of events in which just a few years ago, it was cryptocurrencies that had the drastic supply inflation as the cryptocurrencies were trying to get coin put out there. But now we're coming on a new era of scarcity in cryptocurrencies in which the inflation rates of both Bitcoin and Monero are now on the sub 3% level. They're continuing to drop. And interestingly, you can also see there's going to be an 8-year period basically between now and about 2028 in which the inflation rate of Monero is actually going to be smaller than that of Bitcoin. So if you want to, if scarcity, if extreme scarcity is something that interests you, Monero should be a contender on your list. Here I'm showing also the inflation curve for gold. So the World Gold Council keeps track of an estimate every year of how much gold it thinks exists, and it calls it its estimate above ground gold. So basically, it's not counting the gold in the ground that hasn't been mined yet. It's not counting estimates of that. It's only counting estimates of ore that's been mined and processed and turned into bullion. So if you look at that, the inflation rate of gold has been roughly 1.81% if you average that out over all of the data that it's provided. So we tend to think of gold as not being inflationary, but the money supply of gold actually does inflate as it gets dug out of the ground every year at this pretty steady rate of about 1.8% per year. So if you think of gold as being sound money, that basically introduces this figure, like basically this 1.8% per year figure. Like if you have some source of scarcity that is, I'd say, around or below that 1.8% per year figure, then it's a candidate for being called sound money. And so I would posit that both Bitcoin and Monero if they don't technically meet that definition right now, they certainly will be literally below the year-over-year supply inflation rate of gold by the end of 2020, and it'll just drop after that. All right, there's another form of unwanted scarcity that I want to talk about. That is mining hardware. And so miner reward should scale with miner expense. So in the Bitcoin white paper, there's this phrase, one CPU, one vote. And what that means is that, you basically want to be fair to the miners. You want to have every miner's probability of hitting a block reward be proportional to the investment that they put in to securing the network. Now, unfortunately, silicon economies of scale destroy this linearity. So if you have an algorithm that is simple enough that you can design a piece of silicon to do nothing but that algorithm super efficiently, then you'll have an advantage over general purpose computing devices like CPUs and to a lesser extent GPUs that are meant to be general purpose. They're not optimized for this certain problem. So in Bitcoin, you have exactly the situation. So the proof of work algorithm in Bitcoin is simple enough that ASICs got custom designed to do nothing but the Bitcoin proof of work algorithm over and over. And so at this point, ASICs are what are practically dominating the Bitcoin mining network. It is simply a silly exercise for any little guy, any one of us, to put our our little gaming rig on the Bitcoin network and think that we have any infinitesimal chance of getting a Bitcoin reward. I mean, basically, it's like lotto sorts of chances. It's like you might as well just go buy lottery tickets. It's that bad of a return on investment for someone who does not have the requisite hardware. And unfortunately, all of the requisite hardware happens to be all made in China. So Bitcoin mining currently is a Chinese-dominated oligopoly. Now, this is not necessarily a problem that it's China. The problem is that it's just one part of the world that effectively has a monopoly on the production of the necessary equipment to maintain the accounting system. So in Monero, we have taken steps to try to keep the proof of work algorithm viable for small independent miners who don't necessarily have, for example, $50 million to spend on their own silicon fabrication facility, or have social inroads with the CEOs of the companies who do have these silicon fabs. So if you look at the proof of work in Monero, since 2018, it has changed 4 times. This is remarkable for any cryptocurrency. We've done it 4 times. It started out as Kryptonite, then Kryptonite v2 came, Kryptonite v3, then Kryptonite R, and now RandomX. So this is looking at, again, data from the Monero blockchain, and this is looking at Monero network difficulty. So in other words, this is the number that is required for miners to successfully submit a new block to the Monero blockchain. So the higher the number, the higher the difficulty, that means the more competing computers there are doing the accounting work on the Monero network. So you can see, and so on this time scale, we're starting at 2014, which is when, April 2014 is when Monero started. So through version 0.11, the proof of work was Kryptonite. But then you see here, there's this spike up in the difficulty, and that was basically due to ASICs having figured out how to do Kryptonite efficiently on ASICs, making an ASIC to do that, putting it on the network, and then basically running away with the vast majority of the miner rewards. So that caused a fair bit of alarm within the Monero community, and steps were taken to basically render these ASICs useless. So that's Kryptonite v2 came out with v0.12 in early 2018. That worked for a while, but then there's basically just a lag time before the development of an ASICs to do Kryptonite v2. So once there was another alarming spike up in the difficulty rate, well, Kryptonite v3 went out, and these were all hard forks. So these all were changes that had to be adopted by everyone on the Monero network, otherwise they would be mining an obsolete coin. And this process continued again. So then in 2019, there was another spike in the hash rate. So we went with Kryptonite R. And then finally, around Thanksgiving of last year is when RandomX got put into the network in v0.15. And all signs so far are that things are looking good as far as keeping the network open and available for little guys with just a CPU, just a gaming computer, for example, that they set to mine, overnight or whatever. People like that have a shot at mining a block in Monero. All right, there's another form of unwanted scarcity, and that's access to layer one. And that is, can you actually get a transaction onto the network during, say, busy times, during peak times? So this is another cause of a civil war in Bitcoin. There's a 1 megabyte limit in the Bitcoin code. So basically, Satoshi in a kludgy, hacky way to prevent the network from getting spammed, Satoshi coded in a 1 megabyte hard-coded limit on the size of every new block, and saying that it was a temporary thing. But is this actually temporary? Should it have been removed? Like basically a few years ago when interest was picking up in Bitcoin and the block sizes were running up against this 1 megabyte limit, you had two camps. Again, if you're new to crypto, I guess I don't want to go too much into the details of like this messy civil war and divorce. And even though they've divorced, they're still at war. They still, basically the first thing you have to do if you want to be in the social circles of Bitcoin is you have to like declare your allegiance. Whether you have allegiance to Bitcoin Core or Bitcoin Cash or Bitcoin SV, and then you have to like declare your unending scorn and hatred for everyone else in the other, forks who don't do things right. They just don't get it for this and that reason, and that this bickering has been going on for years, and it really hasn't dissipated much since then. But anyway, it's an example of what I guess can go wrong within a crypto community is that you have like a civil war blow up over a seemingly technical parameter. So again, in the Monero community, we've looked at what Bitcoin's done, and we've, I think, taken steps to try to avoid at least the direct brunt of the drama that results from making some of these decisions. So in Monero, instead of having a hard-coded limit on how big blocks can be, we have an adapted block weight algorithm. It used to be called adaptive block size, but then some improvements got made to it. Now it's called adaptive block weight. I will spare you the details in this talk, but ArticMine actually is going to be talking right after me, so I expect his talk will have a lot of good details on this matter. But the basic idea is that there's a disincentive to the miner reward that kicks in when the blocks are above a certain size, like 300 kilobytes. So basically, the miner is disincentivized from just putting all sorts of spam into a block and then saying, hey, here you go, world, here's your new block. So basically, their miner reward is going to go down the bigger the block they make. And to make up for that, though, user fees are going to increase if recent blocks are bigger than that. So basically, if there's congestion on the network, then users are going to be asked to pay a little bit more. The block reward to the miner goes down a bit. But all of this is handled dynamically in a system that's not hard-coded, so that if you have a case in which there is actual organic, slowly growing, legitimate, non-spam use of the Monero network, it's going to accommodate that. It's going to allow for that. And you can see this in the transactions per day plot that I'm showing in the bottom here. Here I'm showing transactions per day on a logarithmic scale. So we're going from 10 up to 1 million transactions per day on Bitcoin versus Monero. And in Bitcoin, you can see that there's like this, basically this asymptotic limit that is being hit because there's this 1 megabyte block limit. Whereas in Monero, we're liberated from that with this adaptive algorithm. And you can see basically the general trend line in Monero is that the transactions per day are going up. There we are seeing usage of the network. All right, so I want to move on to fungibility and its consequences in a surveillance society. Bitcoin is transparent. So if you're new to crypto, you might be under the mistaken assumption based on, and it's an understandably mistaken assumption based on how wrong the popular press is so often when it comes to any sort of reporting on Bitcoin or blockchain related topics, they routinely, mangle the details in ways that you would expect and ways you wouldn't expect. But this narrative that Bitcoin is this, super secret currency that nobody knows what's going on in it once you're in it is totally categorically false. Bitcoin is 100% transparent. It's all there in the Bitcoin white paper. The Bitcoin blockchain etches forever for everyone to see. For every transaction, it shows the sender, the receiver, how much got transferred. For every Bitcoin address, it's trivial for anyone to go to a Bitcoin block explorer and type in anyone's address. It doesn't have to be your own address. It can be any person's address. It can be the donation address of somebody you see online. You can type that address in. You can see how much money they have. You can see a complete balance history in live real time. What this does is it puts innocent people and businesses at risk. So, for example, let's say you pay for a pizza with Bitcoin, but just as it happens, let's say that this innocent person happens to have a significant amount of wealth in Bitcoin. So when they pay for this $10 pizza with Bitcoin, then the delivery guy now knows that okay, here's the Bitcoin address that I just got my payment from. Delivery guy goes home, types in the address, and can instantly see that the guy that he just delivered a pizza to has enough Bitcoin in it to be worth maybe considering sharing with some of his unsavory friends who might be interested in making a visit to this guy and seeing if he might be persuaded to share his Bitcoin with them. So this transparency puts innocent people and businesses at risk. For businesses, trade secrets are routinely considered part of business, and nobody questions that. So no business wants to divulge how many customers it has, how much those customers pay, who its suppliers are, when they pay their suppliers. But all this sort of proprietary information that is necessary to make the special sauce of any legitimate business that is adding value for its customers. These operational details are an important part of that success. And so businesses don't want to give that away. On a transparent blockchain like Bitcoin, they are forced to give that information away. They have no choice. They have to give it away because it's by design transparent. It's as if you have a situation in which you have $10 bills, but on the back of every $10 bill, you see a nice list of everyone before you who's owned that $10 bill going all the way back to the US Mint. It shows you, like every dollar bill shows you the mint that it came from. But imagine it showed the date of the printing, the employee at the mint who was the last person to touch it before it left the mint, the first bank that it got, and then basically every single person on that dollar bill, a list of that is shown. That's Bitcoin. Every single coin is traceable back to the miner. That invites voyeurism. It invites people to just basically be snoopy, be creepy because they can, because it's easy to type in your buddy's Bitcoin account into your own browser and look up how much cash they have. It's easy to do it. The system invites you to do it. So people do it. It also invites guilt by association, because let's say you have a situation in which a squeaky clean guy, I'm going to use this squeaky clean guy example a lot. So I guess maybe in a Monero talk, you're not going to expect a whole bunch of talk about the interests of squeaky clean people, but maybe that's a refreshing thing. Like, I would like to talk about squeaky clean people if that's okay, and not criminals. I identify more with the squeaky clean group quite a bit more. So I would like to talk about the interests of the squeaky clean people and what they would like to see in a cryptocurrency. So let's say you have a situation in which a squeaky clean guy is buying a car from somebody, right? So when you buy a car from somebody and you go on Craigslist or whatever, you see a bunch of cars posted, you don't really think to do a background check on the person selling the car. Is that really relevant? Like, you're just buying a car. Is it necessary to pull a credit report and go on a detailed investigation on the person selling the car to find out if they had a happy childhood, got enough hugs when they were a kid, like find out all that kind of stuff. Is that really something that we think as a society should be a necessary part of buying a car on Craigslist? Currently, the answer is no. So basically, it's okay to just go buy a car from a stranger, and you don't know what that stranger's history is. As long as they have clear title to the car and you have the cash, you can make a deal, right? And it's not going to be. And if it turns out that the person selling you the car was an unshady character in some way, you would expect in a cash system, in our current fiat system, that is not going to come back to haunt you, that is not going to be used to falsely accuse you. But yet in Bitcoin, we have this situation where you have complete transparency in the blockchain, yet ignorance on the social circumstances surrounding each transaction. So, but you also have this perfect voyeurism that's part of the currency, which means like you're thinking, well, gee, I have this blockchain that shows every single detail of who sent what to who. If only I could associate each of these Bitcoin addresses to actual names and faces, then I would have a graph. I would have a graph showing different people giving money to different people. And let's say I could further identify certain members of this system as being bad actors, right? So now I have this graph of bad actors, and I have that bad actor's complete financial history on this transaction, on this transparent blockchain. Well, let's say this bad actor sold his car to Squeaky Clean Guy. So um, Squeaky Clean Guy now gave his Bitcoin in this scenario, his or her Bitcoin, to this unbeknownst to them bad actor who is selling them a car. Now this bad actor goes out and does something bad with that Bitcoin. Let's say drugs or organized crime or whatever, whatever the bad thing is, right? So this criminal goes out and does that with the Bitcoin that they got from this innocent squeaky clean guy. Well, because the Bitcoin blockchain is transparent and you have multiple companies whose job it is to do precisely what I just said, that is put names and faces on accounts in the Bitcoin system and basically come up with what amounts to a social credit score for everyone in the Bitcoin network. Your social credit score will be good if your dot in their graph is only connected to other dots in their graph that are known to be quote unquote good. And as soon as you have a link from your dot to another dot that's quote unquote bad, that's going to ding your social credit score. This is currently live and in place in Bitcoin. And by participating in Bitcoin, it's like you are signing an implicit terms and conditions saying that I agree for my data that is being put on the Bitcoin blockchain to be poured over by analysts somewhere in the world who have no idea who I am, but based on basically who is sending money to who, could well have the power to make false assumptions, false positive results against my character. And I have no recourse over that. That is part of the implicit terms and conditions that squeaky clean people sign, in effect, when they participate in Bitcoin. Technical censorship resistance, which is proudly featured within Bitcoin. Our network is censorship resistant. We have the most hash power behind this. Unfortunately, when this comes up against the topmost OSI layer, right? We're talking like the human meat space layer. Unfortunately, technical censorship resistant turns out to be insufficient, because if you have a Bitcoin address that is associated with let's say a really bad guy, like a undisputed, international terrorist who everybody agrees is like a really bad person, and they have a Bitcoin address, in effect, anyone who does a transaction with that Bitcoin address is going to get a lot of unwanted attention. It's going to be instant. And because the Bitcoin blockchain is so public, and there are companies that are looking at this sort of data. So even though you have technical censorship resistance, well, yeah, I guess. I mean, but so what if you have like every 3-letter agency has this certain list of Bitcoin addresses on its bad list, how many Bitcoin people are there who are actually checking against all of these addresses on their list? I would say they're probably very few, like individuals. But every company is paying tens of thousands of dollars per month to one of these blockchain analysis companies that is doing. All right, in contrast with Bitcoin, Monero is fungible. And Monero does this by integrating 3 separate technologies, all of which combine to promote indistinguishability between the tokens in the Monero network. One is ring signatures. So ring signatures keep the identities of the senders private. So in Monero, what happens is that, let's say I want to send Monero. What happens is that when I put together my transaction and I sign it, at the time of signing, I take my my transaction input. Basically, you can think of my little chunk of Monero, which is associated with my address. And then the protocol will pick 10 other chunks of Monero that exist on the network. And when I construct the signature to spend that Monero, the only thing that cryptographically is one of these 11 chunks of Monero are the ones that actually are being sent. You don't know which one it is. So that's how ring signatures keep the transacting senders private. Stealth addresses keep the transacting receivers private. So in Bitcoin, the receiver's Bitcoin address shows up in plain text on the blockchain for everybody to see. So in Monero, that doesn't happen. In Monero, the receiving blockchain address gets encrypted in a one-time sort of thing. So it doesn't get encrypted the same way every time. It gets encrypted in a different way for every transaction. So a one-time stealth address gets put on the blockchain. That's what everyone can see. It's an encrypted version of the receiver's address. And so that keeps the transacting receivers private. Then finally, ring CT is a technology that keeps transaction amounts sent private. So the original white paper for Monero is the CryptoNote white paper. The CryptoNote white paper included ring signatures and stealth addresses in it, but it did not include ring CT. Ring CT came later. It's a fungibility innovation, and I think it's an interesting example of the kind of stubbornness and dedication and kind of alignment of all the elements of the Monero community in improving fungibility in this project. So to put ring CT live into action, it required 3 things. It required original cryptographic research. So we're talking, post-PhD level mathematics. It required development and an external audit of new code. So you need some code ninjas to make this stuff happen. So you have some higher level math being created, new knowledge being created on the mathematical cryptography front. Then that has to be applied into code that people are confident enough can be entrusted with keeping safe custody of people's money. So you need development and an external audit of new code. So the external audit is actually optional. There might be projects out there who don't do an external audit because it costs money. So in Monero, all of the big code upgrades that I can think of, certainly in the last several years, have all had a separate external audit phase in which community members are asked to contribute to pay for other, basically extra eyeballs to look at code before it gets put into production. And then third, you needed community commitment to hard fork ring CT into existence. So here's some data from the blockchains that kind of explain the story here. So the top chart I'm showing is the daily average of the average number of bytes per transaction. So you can see I'm showing in black is Bitcoin. It's been very, pretty constant in Bitcoin. The ethos coming from Bitcoin is that, we want the protocol to be safe, and we don't want to make too many changes because, there's a lot of money riding on this network. Set aside the fact that Bitcoin is still like a baby in terms of global finance. Like the Bitcoin in global terms is not keeping track of a whole lot of money. But that's the attitude that they take, is that, we're the custodians and you want to be very conservative. And so we don't want to make changes. It's going to be what it is. So you can see that there's been very little change over 11 years on this front in how big a Bitcoin transaction is. It's quite different for Monero. So if you look here now at 2014, the Monero network was born. Initially, nobody was using the Monero network. And so you would see only miner rewards being sent out. And in Monero, miner reward blocks they don't take that many bytes. So that's why in like the birth days of Monero, you see that the transaction size in bytes was very small because those were mostly Coinbase transactions going out to basically empty blocks. But then people started using it. And then in the early days of Monero, the way it worked was that the system used denominated outputs. So for example, you can think of there being like one Monero like gold chunk that is encased in plastic, right? And it's engraved with the kind of owner's, private key information on it. And it can only be used by that person. And once a person spends that one Monero output, then it transmits and it becomes the property of somebody else on the Monero network. But you basically have this discrete kind of chunk of value that gets passed around. And so in the early days of Monero, you had, 1 Monero chunks, 2 Monero chunks, 10 Monero chunks, 100 Monero chunks. You had basically every round number. So you had 1 through 9, 10 through 90, 100 through 900, 1,000 through 9,000. So you had, and then going the other way, 0.1 through 0.9, 0.01 through 0.09. all the way going there. So basically to put a transaction together, if you wanted to spend 341 Monero, you'd have to get a 300 block, a 40 block, and a 1 block, or some combination. You had to scrounge around your outputs and come up with 341. And then when you spent it, you'd have to either spend the actual chunks that you had, or you'd have to break them up, right? So that's what was going on in the early days of Monero up until 2017. Then it was recognized that this was not so good for privacy because, if you spend 341 Monero, just to make up a number, I sent 341 Monero to my buddy. Now my buddy has the 341 Monero and they send it to somebody else. You can see the 300 and the 40 and the 1. You can see they're kind of traveling around. That's what you could see in Monero pre-Ring CT. And so it was decided in the community that this was not acceptable. And so when the research for Ring CT was increasingly tested and vetted, and it was seen to be good, and also externally audited, there was a decision in the community to do it. Now, this was despite the fact that when Ring CT was enabled, you can see there's this big jump in 2017 of the transaction size. So it went to about 10 kilobytes per transaction, and it peaked almost to 20 kilobytes per transaction. We're looking at very large transactions compared to the size of the Bitcoin transactions. But that was a price that was kind of unanimously decided in the Monero community was worth it to improve fungibility of the coin, which would protect the innocent. All right, and you can see that in the bottom chart here, I'm showing the daily average transaction fee. So this is how much the person signing the check, this is how much that person who signs a check to spend money in Monero, how much money they are kicking in to chip into the miner whose job it is to add their transaction to the next block. And so you can see that for quite a while, the Monero and the Bitcoin block fees kind of went in parallel together. At the last big bull run at the end of 2017, Bitcoin's transaction fees were in the $50, $100 range. It's basically because there's all this new interest of new people into cryptocurrency and Bitcoin in particular. The new interest was driven by the spectacular rise of price, and so you had all these noobs wanting to try their new Bitcoin, going to the network. Basically all these people were flooding the network with their transaction requests because Bitcoin has this 1 megabyte block size limit. There's a ceiling to how many transactions it can process, and so as a result, the fees went way up. And so they went up in Monero as well. And that was largely, and Ring CT had a role in that because Ring CT was making the transaction sizes that much bigger. Then later, bulletproofs came. So bulletproofs were a method to use more clever mathematics to ensure that the balance of inputs and outputs that is guaranteed using higher math in ring CT can be done with far less byte space than it previously did. So you see when bulletproofs went in, and again, there's a research process, an audit process, a coding process, and a vetting process for all this for bulletproofs as well. But when that went live on the network, that was in late 2018, you can see that the transaction size dropped by basically an order of magnitude. And then you can see here on the transaction fee side, the fees also drop by an order of magnitude. So you can see that all of this innovation happened relatively recently. So we're talking since 2017, 2018. I know it's a long time in terms of crypto terms because things move so fast in crypto, but if you look on human terms, like all this improvement happened in a short time frame, which means that oftentimes you'll see kind of criticisms of Monero being like the transaction sizes are way too big, it's never going to scale, or the transaction fees are way too big, people are never going to want to pay that. Well, that is all obsolete as of basically 2 years ago. As of late 2018, these things are no longer really true. You could argue that the Monero transaction sizes are still quite a bit larger than Bitcoin's, but there's a new news item in the Monero research pipeline. CL SAGs are a way to compress the byte size requirement of transactions even further on top of what bulletproofs have done. That just went through an audit process, and it's being coded up for inclusion in the next hard fork, the next planned hard fork. And again, in Monero, hard fork is not like a term of war. It's like a kind of something we look forward to because it means that new good stuff is gonna come on live. So CL SAGs are set to go live on the network this October. And once that happens, I'm showing in a dotted line here, like basically the order of magnitude of improvement that we're expecting to see on the average transaction size post CL SAG. So you can see that there's a gap here between the transaction sizes between Monero and Bitcoin, but it's shrinking. And the reason it's shrinking is that there's a lot of dedicated, smart effort being put into that by members of the Monero community. Meanwhile, on the fee side, fees in Monero have been like in the penny range for like over a year now. So, if you're thinking of contrasting that with Bitcoin, in which, if you want to try to achieve some measure of fungibility within Bitcoin, you have to do all sorts of, ninja stuff, which is, questionable in effect, because in the end, everything you do in Bitcoin is totally transparent. So, I mean, it's like a cat and mouse game. Anyway, to try and get some semblance of privacy in Bitcoin, there's like a bunch of different steps you got to do of varying practicality. Some of it might, and most of it just doesn't get done by most people in Bitcoin. So if you compare for the use case of transacting privately, especially for squeaky clean people who want to be insulated from the unrelated actions of other people on the network, Monero is the way to go. Monero benefits people with nothing to hide. It eliminates the risk of receiving coins that are tainted due to no fault of the receiver. So this is the example of selling the used car. So one interesting is that these chain analysis companies, basically one thing that they do is that they flatten the time dimension. And what I mean by that is that it doesn't matter if person A sent a Bitcoin to person B 10 minutes ago or 6 years ago. Once that link happens between person A and person B, now there's a link. Now there's a certain probability of suspicion that people A and B are actually, business partners and not just random people doing a arm's length transaction, like with selling a car to a stranger. Like the people analyzing the blockchain have no idea of that social context. All they can do is, assign some sort of probability of social involvement with that, right? What that ends up meaning is that for people who actually are squeaky clean, any involvement in the Bitcoin blockchain means you have a probability of interacting with somebody else on the Bitcoin blockchain who is not as squeaky clean as you are. And if that happens, that's going to be flagged in these companies doing blockchain analysis as a potentially meaningful link, when the fact is it's a false positive. It's an actually meaningless link. But you as the user have no power over that. You have no recourse. You have no way of communicating to these companies and saying, hey, yo, I'm actually squeaky clean. They don't know. They don't know. They don't care. They have no liability. If they do a false positive, well, it's just, they can't help it if they thought that, well, this person looks suspicious. So, I guess, it's not my fault that they sent the SWAT team to this innocent guy's place. Right? I was just doing my job, right? I mean, that's the kind of issue that is going to increasingly be happening on a totally transparent blockchain. All right. There's a Nobel Prize winning paper that I want to talk a bit about. It was by George Akerlof, who won the Nobel in economics, and he got the Nobel by talking about the used car market. So there's a linkage here between used cars, the pandemic, and surveillance coins, which is what I like to call transparent coins. All right, there are two used cars types. They're lemons and they're peaches. So the lemons are the ones, those are the bad cars, right? Those are the cars that are junk. And they were, they went through a hurricane or a flood or something. There's some big problem with the car. Whoever buys that lemon is going to have nothing but problems because the thing's going to break and they're going to have repair bills. On the other hand, you have peaches. Peaches are the kind of slang name within the used car industry for cars that are good. They were taken care of. Usually it's like the person who actually bought the car and didn't lease the car. They bought the car new. They took good care of it. They did all the maintenance. They changed the oil. They did all, they took the car to the dealer and paid higher prices for maintenance rather than just take it to their cousin who did oil changes for cheap in their garage or whatever, right? So peaches are the cars that got like the first class treatment in terms of maintenance. Lemons are the opposite, right? And when it's time to sell these cars, you can't tell them apart though, because both the lemons and the peaches go through a very thorough paint job process in which the finish is, polished down to a mirror finish so that both the lemons and the peaches look superficially to be fantastic. So the buyers can't tell them apart. But the buyers know that they are ignorant in this situation. They know that even though all of the cars on this used car lot look great, there's some of them that are actually lemons and some of them are peaches, right? So the Akerlof insight goes as follows. There is a negative feedback loop in this marketplace, which has asymmetric information between buyers and sellers. The buyers are relatively ignorant relative to the sellers. The sellers know which of the cars are the lemons and which of the cars are the peaches. The buyers don't know that, but they know that they're ignorant. So in that situation, here's what happens. The buyers come up with an offer price for their used car. That offer price is going to be the lemon price because that's the minimum possible price it could be worth is the lemon price. But then based on the buyer's perceived probability of getting a peach versus getting a lemon, they're going to adjust their offer price to account for the probability that they're going to get a lemon. So for example, if the used car buyer thinks that there's only a 1% chance that they're going to get a lemon, then their offer price is going to be almost equal to that of a peach price. It's going to be basically 99% of the difference between the lemon and the peach. That's the rational offer price if you think there's a 1% chance you're going to get a lemon. So let's say the buyer thinks there's a 5% chance of getting a lemon. So they come up with this offer price that's in between a lemon price and a peach price, but it's pretty close to the peach price, but it's not quite. So what happens when the seller makes this offer? Well, the lemon seller is delighted. The lemon seller is delighted because they're selling a thing that's worth the lemon price. Here comes this sucker offering almost a peach price for this car. So the lemon seller says, great, deal, great. I will accept your offer. And they shake hands, they sell that lemon. How about the peach sellers? The peach sellers are the people who took good care of their cars. They know that their car is worth the peach price, but because of this ignorance, they are unable to transmit this goodness, the knowledge of that goodness to the buyer. The buyer is unwilling to pay for full goodness. They are willing to only pay for partial goodness because they think there's some probabilistic chance that they're going to get burned on the deal. So the peach sellers are being offered less than what they know their car is worth. So they will tend to say no thanks. When the peach sellers say no thanks, they end up leaving this used car market. In other words, the peach sellers who had put their car up for sale now they delete their Craigslist ad, right? As a result, the fraction of Craigslist ads that are selling lemons goes up because some of these peach sellers left. Therefore, the chances of getting a lemon have gone up. Now, the buyers are eventually going to get wise to this. They're going to observe that, oh, gee, I thought the chance of getting a lemon was 5%, but my buddy just bought a used car. He got a lemon. This other buddy, he got a lemon too. So, maybe I think it's like, 10 or 15%. So basically the offer price goes down. When the offer price goes down, the lemon sellers continue to accept that, because basically everything in the second probabilistic term for the offer price is gravy. That's their profit. So there's no way for a lemon seller to lose in this situation. No matter what the offer price coming in is, they're going to accept it. But the lower the price is, the stronger the reaction from the peach sellers is going to be to leave the market. So you basically have this negative feedback loop and this race to the bottom, in which all of the sellers of the good stuff leave the market, and you're left with only a market of junk. You have 100% lemons in the used car market. And even despite like the real used car market, which has been assisted by things like Carfax, which gives you some semblance of a history of a car to help you assess that probability, it's still it's still an unknown. Right. So even though there's Carfax now, the used car market continues to have a bit of a shady reputation, right? It continues to be the case that people who take really good care of their cars tend to be the ones who will keep the cars and not sell them. They exit that market. All right, so the Akerlof paper has direct applications to Defcon safe mode, what we're doing now, and also transparent coins. So let's look at the pandemic example. So people with good health, right? People who are healthy and actually are healthy, those are peaches in this situation. So, and the used car marketplace is the marketplace that consists of going to a conference like on and meeting cool other people and making new friends and all that. So when a peach seller, in other words, a healthy person, is faced with the prospect of engaging in such a marketplace, that buyer is ignorant of whether the product that they're going to buy when they go to that marketplace is continued good health from making new friends and staying healthy, or if they're going to get a lemon. Getting a lemon would be, making buddies with someone who is asymptomatic and had the virus and didn't know it. They come home sick, right? So that's the situation where you have ignorance of the particular details of who is a lemon and who is a peach, but a probabilistic assessment that if you engage in the marketplace, there's a percentage of probability that you're going to end up with a lemon. And so the rational action in that is for the healthy people to bypass that market. They say, no thanks, I am not going to engage in the market for real in-person networking at this point in time. And it's going to be a good idea to do Defcon in safe mode, right? That is an example of the peaches leaving the market. Let's look at transparent coins, of which Bitcoin is one. So when you have a surveillance coin in which all of the details are put up on a ledger, and you have squeaky clean people, right, who genuinely have nothing to hide. They live their lives well. They haven't done anything to anybody, which is actually the majority of people, I think. You have squeaky clean coin owners. They are the owners of transparent coins that have their reputation attached to them. Is it worth it for these people to go out into the Bitcoin marketplace and transact goods and services in Bitcoin when they have full knowledge of the fact that some of the people in the Bitcoin ecosystem are not as squeaky clean as they are? And if they transact with these people, they have some risk of being falsely flagged in a false positive as being a comrade of some bad guy. They don't know who it's going to happen with. It's exactly the same as the used car market. They don't know which of these people that they're transacting with is the lemon who's going to cause them all sorts of problems because some chain analysis company makes a false association between them. They don't know who it is, but they know that they're out there somewhere and that there's some probability of that happening. So if you are truly squeaky clean, what is the rational response to such an ecosystem? What is the rational response? Would you like to opt in to this social system where you might be falsely accused of someone who you have nothing to do with, but you just happen to exchange coins in some one-off transaction? Are you okay with that? So that's the question that's being asked to the squeaky clean people when they are being asked to participate in a system like Bitcoin. So there's a cryptocurrency safe mode idea I want to get across. So just like it was, we look back and we say, wow, it was a little bit naive of people to automatically assume that they're healthy just because they feel healthy. And it was naive of people to think that the only people out there who are sick are the ones who are actively sneezing and coughing, right? So we can look back at, several months ago, way back to prehistoric times of several months ago, and kind of wonder how we could have possibly lived our lives like that. There's a similar kind of thing I think that's going to happen with transparent coins. You have people who are squeaky clean. Somebody wants to send them Bitcoin. Yes. Well, I guess they have Bitcoin, so they must be legit. They're cool enough to get with it with understanding Nakamoto consensus. They must be a good guy, right? Okay, I'll take your money. So funds received. Later, any unpleasant effects? And this could be immediate and it could not be immediate. Like that's the thing about flattening the transaction graph between people. It takes away the time dimension. So let's say you settle a dinner bill with your buddy, right? 5 years later, you and your buddy, diverge paths, and it turns out that your former buddy is now involved in organized crime, right? And then they use their Bitcoin to do something unsavory with their Bitcoin. But part of that spending came back from 5 years ago when you had dinner together and you settled the bill and you gave him, whatever, $50 to like pay for your share of a dinner, right? But now your address has been associated with this bad guy. So it could strike and you don't know when. So like the naive way of thinking about this is that, well, okay, you're going to interact with other people, strangers on the Bitcoin network. Is anything unpleasant going to happen as a result of that? Well, no, that's not going to happen. That's just something that these, delusional Monero people talk about as being something, right? Like nobody in my friend group thinks that anything like that ever happens. That I don't think that this bad thing that this guy's talking about even exists. I'm going to call it fake news, right? So like maybe your entire circle of crypto buddies like dismisses this entire possibility out of hand, never talks about it, or maybe they talk about it and they say, oh, it's going to get fixed 18 months from now with this new technical change that's in the pipeline in Bitcoin, as long as at least 40% of the nodes indicate through a BIP that they approve it, and then maybe if the 40% happens, then 6 months after that, there's like a count, like all this contingency stuff, and you listen to that and you say, okay, yeah, that's good enough. That should fix the problem, right? But just like in the pandemic, we are at a time in which one's well-being depends on the ability to separate one's what one is hearing from a variety of sources and kind of listen to that quiet voice inside that is saying something that might well be true. And that quiet voice might be saying, well, maybe fungibility is important. Maybe this stuff is actually true, what the Monero guys are saying, that, maybe this will help usher in a integrated surveillance state in which the fact that Bitcoin's transparency is so radically transparent gets used against us and not for us. Like we thought that it was going to be used for us as a force to kind of open up the inner workings of large institutions like banks and make sure that they couldn't take advantage of the little guy anymore. Well, gee, maybe it's possible that could be turned on us, turned against the little guy. And the results used to deepen the surveillance that gets used against all of us. There was a recent decision that came from the top regulator of US banks saying that banks are now allowed to custody crypto for their customers. So now you have a lot of, like, this opens up the possibility for Goldman Sachs and all these traditional guys in finance to offer, Bitcoin products for their customers. So great. So you're combining all of the surveillance capabilities of legacy fiat, and you're augmenting that with the additional power of surveillance that the transparency of Bitcoin gives you. What could go wrong with that? Monero is what Bitcoin noobs think they bought, which is sound money in safe mode. All right. I'm going to skip to the Monero community. It has no formal organizational structure. It's idealistic, scientific, and yet welcoming. It's a cypherpunk community. I think of all the cryptocurrencies, it is the one that's most aligned with organizations such as the Electronic Frontier Foundation and Defcon itself. I think it's appropriate and fitting that this is the only crypto that gets its own village at Defcon. Again, I think it's an important project for humanity, and I think it's important for people for squeaky clean people in particular, who want to unapologetically claim this right of privacy themselves, which is legal. Monero is legal in the United States and a lot of other places too, and it's actually better at compliance with a lot of laws that regard privacy. For example, the GDPR in Europe, which mandates privacy protections for its citizens. That is a law that Bitcoin totally fails, because part of that law includes a right to be forgotten. So in Europe, you're supposed to be able to send an email to a company and say, delete me from all your databases. I don't want to be on there anymore. Destroy your records, any record you have of me. And European companies have to comply with that. Is that possible in Bitcoin? It's absolutely impossible in Bitcoin, because you have a mountain of proof of work that is basically etched in stone every past transaction. You can't erase any of that. You also can't undo the metadata associations of actual people to addresses. So there are significant ways in which Monero is more compliant with existing law than a project like Bitcoin. Nobody talks about that though. It's always, oh gee, what are the criminals going to do? Well, again, why don't we talk some more about what the innocent guys are going to do? All right. All right. With that, I think I might have already been kicked off, but all right. Thanks. All right. Francisco, take it away. It's all yours.
Okay. So I should be sharing the screen now correctly?
Okay, everybody. So we should now be unmuted. Sorry, we had to do a couple of quick stream quality of life fixes. And there was a little bit of an oopsie there. Daniel probably had another couple of minutes to keep going, but just because of the platform that we're working on, there were some funky things. But he will be presenting this again tomorrow for anybody who missed it. So if you only caught the last half or the last portion or the first portion, this will be repeated tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be able to solve that little oopsie that happened there, so we'll be able to hear the rest of the speech. But very super informative stuff. Thank you so much, Daniel. Sorry that you got cut off there at the end. But it is time to move on to our next speaker. So I would like to introduce Francisco Cabañas, otherwise known as ArticMine. He is on the Monero core team. He's going to be speaking with us about kind of the economic impact of COVID-19 and transaction capacity and fees in Monero. So I'm going to go ahead and pass that on over to him. ArticMine, go ahead and take it away, man.
Thank you. Thank you for the great introduction. So the topic that I'm going to be speaking today is about drastic external impacts on the Monero network, high response, and what kind of impacts they would have. Now, the initial scenario that I'm looking at, we're going to have a scenario, and then we're looking at the aftermath, what happens. So you throw a disruption, aftermath, what happens if you don't change the protocol, have a proposal, implications of the proposal, and then some questions of discussion. So what actually started the scenario was an issue raised by user Ukoi HB, an actually very important issue. And I'm going to quote what he said, and this is quoting straight from the GitHub issue. Imagine adoption humming along and the long-term median gets really high, say 100 times the current default penalty-free zone. Suddenly catastrophe hits, and several major sources of transaction volume are taken offline. Short-term transaction volume collapses to 5 times the default penalty-free zone, and our minimum fees are practically 20 times higher. Now, the scenario we're talking about is about 1,000 times of the transaction activity in Monero. This came up in February, just before the awareness of COVID-19. And then within a few days after the issue came, the start of the awareness of COVID-19, which is actually a perfect example for the issue. Pandemics was not referred in the particular issue. And I have a link below to GitHub for the research project issue. And I would suggest that there we could do a lot of also discussion on some of the technical solutions. Now, Monero has a long-term median, and it changes every, it's 100,000 blocks. So it changes after 50,000 blocks, and that's around 69 days. It's about a couple of months and a week. And this is an important time frame to consider, because what's happening here is that at that point in time, it changes, and it's a scenario, and it has very significant impacts. And we're going to look at possible causes of an external disruption. Now, for example, one of the measures is a disruption of various Monero markets. I believe in the issue, one of the issues that was mentioned was, for example, a closure of a very big DNN market, and what impact that would have on transactions. And then this category, I would say, is an impact that doesn't impact the traditional finance system. The second group that I'm including, which impacts on the traditional finance system, will be things like COVID-19 and the awareness after the issue. The issue actually discussed the possibility of a limited nuclear war and the kind of consequences of that, natural disaster, major economic disruption. What we're talking about here is events, external events that cause major economic disruption, and how that will impact the Monero network. And also, in particular, how will it impact the fee structure and how we can respond to it, and some changes that are needed to do that. Now, the next slide is really interesting because we are considering a very sizable a series of scenarios. One thing I should mention in the previous slide, the numbers we're talking about will have a very high a very high price of Monero. So there's no recovery or very long, slow recovery. So this is where you see the collapse in transaction rates, and it just sort of dies there and nothing happens, and maybe a few years down the road starts to recover again. And the DNM market is a good example of that. And so in that case, you basically have, in that scenario, relatively little impact on the network. You do have the fee impact. The next one is a recovery within the long-term median. And that means that you drop and then you come back up again within the 69-day time frame. And that means that the recovery level for transactions within the Monero network is really only 5 times. Could be as high as 5 times. And then the third example is we start a long-term median and it collapses completely, and then we are going back. We have to recover the full 20 times in the example, plus, say, an additional 5 times. The key to understand is this: an impact of the event on traditional finance. So if it impacts the banking system, if it impacts financial, can also have a significant impact on transaction demand, and this is going to show up in the recovery phase. So when we're trying to come out of this, all of a sudden, everybody wants to use Monero because there's problems in the banking system. So not only do we have to deal how we get the medium back up again to where we were, but now we have all this additional demand because the other guys are having problems. So let's look at the examples. Let's say that there's no impact on traditional finance. So in this example, there's a disruption of the Monero markets. The likely result is no recovery. So it's a long process. So basically, you have replacement markets come up, even a possible negative impact. You basically have a long recovery, and nothing particularly happens in this scenario. That really requires a lot of impact on the protocol, except for the fee question. Let's look at the COVID-19 example. This is a great example of the external scenario. So what are we looking at here? Well, either it's going to recover right within the 2 months to 69 time frame, in which case, and then you get the demand, or you get, it maybe it's a bit delayed, and then you have the full collapse in the long-term medium, and this is critical. And then you have to make up not just 20 times the transaction, but maybe 100 times. So you really have a big upswing on the afterwards. You suddenly have to ramp up the whole network, not just because of the impact, but now because everybody else wants to use Monero because there's problems somewhere else. And that's the key distinction when you're impacting traditional finance. So I'm good. The other two examples, the limited nuclear war or the do parallel this in a similar way, or can parallel, as it would be, say, a very disruptible kind of corruption, these kind of things, can actually have a similar impact economically, and the parameters are comparable. I will focus primarily on COVID-19 simply because we're living right through it. This is a perfect example of the type of scenario. So we step back for a moment and ask the question, what exactly did COVID-19 do to the Monero network? Well, did the sudden Monero stop functioning? Well, no. Did the blocks stop being mined? No. The miners shut down? No. Did the developers shut down? Did the functionality of the community shut down? To most extent, no. The only thing basically we're seeing a significant impact is the fact that we're delivering these talks virtually. We did have to cancel Conferenco in Berlin. So we had some impacts, but relatively minor. The core components of the community, of the network, the clearance of transactions, all of this happened, no problems. Now compare that with the banking system. Bank hours were changed. Bank branches were closed. Lineups outside, people wearing masks, plexiglass screens on the tellers. We look at the impacts that are way more significant. We take a look at payments. Well, the biggest one actually is that we've been in card payments, an increase from in card tab and a drastic fall in chip and pin. So there's been this movement in the type of credit card transaction. There's been some drop in cash. Part of the idea being is that certain types of payments are perceived to be propagating the COVID-19. And obviously, if you're sitting on a pin pad and inserting a card and fiddling with the terminal and touching all the tips of your fingers, your chances of spreading the virus are much higher than if you just bring the card to the terminal and don't touch anything. And this is a so-called contactless card tap. The reality, however, is in a lot of card taps, there's still a lot of fiddling. And merchants expect you to touch buttons. And I have actually refused to do that. It was quite interesting. And so that's one element. Then there's cash, which is kind of in between, obviously better, worse than a totally contactless card tap, but far better than chip and pin. And in this picture, you consider a cryptocurrency payment. Now, cryptocurrency payment, in order to use it, you have to be contactless, because basically what you're doing is you're aligning QR codes. So you got your phone, you're going to align the QR code, you're going to do it at a distance. It does not work if you touch it. So this is really interesting. If you want to pay with Monero, you can't propagate the virus. You have to go out of your way to do it. With the other payments, you can. What are the other long-term impacts? Well, major unemployment, business failures. You walk around the city, all these businesses are closing. Massive increase in government debts. Governments have responded to the problem by going into debt and trying to mitigate the impacts. And a massive interventions by the central banks of increasing the fiat money supply. This is mitigated, it's fine, it's mitigated to some degree, but it also has long-term implications. One major impact, obviously, is if you increase the number of unemployed people, you're going to disrupt card payments. And the reason you're going to do that is because people are going to suddenly lose their credit scores, and they're not going to be able to have credit cards, or they're going to be afraid that their debit account in the bank is going to be seized. So there's going to be a push towards cryptocurrencies just from this element. I don't even want to consider what could possibly happen if there's a major disruption in the banking system, and we still haven't got to that stage. Everything is kind of okay, maybe. The Federal Reserve and the European Central Bank, and the Bank of England, the Bank of Canada, and all that, they're trying a very delicate job between hyperinflation on one side and collapse of financial institutions on the other. And it's a delicate position. I honestly would not want to be in their shoes for what they're doing. It's a lot easier dealing with the Monero side of this. So one possible impact is a significant shift towards the use of cryptocurrency in payments. And this would be way greater in the original scenario, but could even occur in the current situation. So what you can see is that there's a demand on the Monero network, even as it is right now. And in many ways, this is a bit of a warning. And if something were to happen with the Federal Reserve and in the banking system, something were to happen, even in a smaller country, we could suddenly face ourselves with significant demand on transaction demand. And the story's not being ended on this. So we still have the possibility of the risk of having to deal. And that means at every level. Everything from helping newbies on how to set up their wallets, to making sure your nodes are up to snuff, to upgrading your internet connection. I mean, the reality is we could find ourselves having to roll up our sleeves at every level in the community. Just as the result is, just because of these disruptions, if there's suddenly a big demand on the network. So now let's take a look at what happens. No changes to the protocol. So if we look at the protocol right now, first of all, in this scenario, and this is very important, we're talking 1,000 times increase in the Monero transaction volume, because basically we're running right now about 1/10 of the penalty-free zone. So we're talking about basically 30 megabytes versus 30 kilobytes that we have today in transaction volume. What are the implications of this? Is if you look at the equation of exchange and you make some reasonable assumptions, and no change in velocity, and a constant, then we're talking about a potential price for Monero of around $100,000. This sounds significant, but if you're going to increase the transaction capacity demand of the Monero network by a factor of 1,000, and it's fair to realize that assuming the velocity doesn't change, that it has to come from somewhere, and the distribution doesn't change, so obviously the only thing you can move is the price. So now if you increase Q by a factor of 1,000, you've got to decrease P by a factor of 1,000, which is the inverse. So effectively what we say is instead of $100, $100,000. Now there's variability. It could be 10,000, it could be 1 million. but there is definitely a factor here. And quite honestly, I mean, if a whole bunch of people are transacting in the Monero network to that level, then there's also be a lot of investors are suddenly going to be interested in this cryptocurrency that's actually working and that you can actually use. To put it in another way, you have a practical use scenario in place. The thing to understand is the fee in current terms will not change significantly. So our fees would be roughly a bit higher. And this is mainly due to the fact that we still have the 10-fold increase until we get to the penalty-free zone, which doesn't impact on fees. And it's counterbalanced by things such as a drop in the emission come-to-tail emission. And we're going down to also some of the improvements such as CL-SAG and so on. So that's kind of what. So we're looking at about 4 cents USD into our transaction, even though the price has gone up by a factor of 1,000. That's one of the beauties of the Monero protocol. That as you increase the block size, the fee for transaction goes down. So if you have this assumption, you have essentially a constant fee, close to a constant fee in terms of a sort of fixed USD. And by the way, I'm talking about a USD as of today, so you sort of factor in any changes in the inflation rate. So what happens if you don't change the protocol? Well, okay, so the 20 increase in fee, that's where it goes from say 4 cents to 80 cents USD. And the main concern there is, was raising the issue, it can be really disruptive if you have multi-signature transactions that are created ahead of broadcast. So for example, you create a transaction, you have multiple signatures, you engage in some business arrangements, and then like 3 weeks later or 5 weeks later or something, you want to broadcast that transaction, and now the fees have changed on you. And that was one of the main factors in the protocol question. I mean, how do we deal with these situations? And that's the fee impact question. So there's a real need for minimum fee predictability for a given period of time. And as I said, the free impact applies to all 3 recovery scenarios. Okay. So in the one economy, where you have the first number one, no recovery, very slow recovery, you have the recovery fine. I mean, there's no real stress on the protocol, but the fee issue remains. You're just dropping it, and we're not really suddenly putting more demands on the network. Now, in the second case, it starts to get a bit more interesting, because what happens there is you suddenly have a 5 times increase in demand scenario. So you're pushing your protocol. So you can kind of manage it, but it's far from ideal. You're pushing the limits of the growth rate of the long-term median, depending on the rate. So that's a bit tight, and you still have the fee issue. It's kind of possible, not ideal, but manageable. But the serious problem is this one. What happens with the third example? Now you drop the long-term median by a factor of 20. So you drop down, and now to recover back again, you have to go into this 2 to 3 year period just to get back to where you were, and then also to then allow for the additional. It's just too slow to recover, so you don't have a recovery protocol. You drop, you can think of it as a big bang attack in reverse, where you actually suddenly drop the transaction, and it has real consequences. And this is actually a real serious problem that was identified in this issue indirectly, but definitely very critical. So what are we going to do in the proposal? Well, number one, we increase the growth of long-term median from 1.2x to 2x. That alone will address these kind of recovery issues to a significant degree. It's about 30 times versus 5 times in a year. So there's a real increase in the rate of growth, and that's important. It gives you that flexibility, that ability. Now, there is a 50+ factor in there for searching, but that's a great. B, and this is the critical part, you limit the decay of the long-term median to half. So what we say is at the end of that 20-time drop, we don't drop the whole thing all down to 20-fold, we just drop it 2-fold. And then we wait another 69 days and drop it 2-fold again, and so on. And then the third proposal was to set the penalty-free zone to the minimum to the maximum of the current 300,000 bytes and a quarter of the long-term median. Now, I have seen discussions and proposals where we could go higher than that, and they're quite interesting. In fact, from the proponent of one of the proposals, I think has a similar implication to that. this should be discussed and looked at because they're quite interesting. But this proposal basically involves a quarter of the long-term median. The next thing we do is we change the minimum fee for node relay. This is more of an anti-spam measure. The thing to bear in mind here is that if you have a series of transactions that are not mineable, you can literally launch a DDoS attack against the network. So basically what you do is you flood the network with a mass of transactions which are under they're not going to get mined. And this is one of the reasons why you have a minimum fee. So that's the danger there. There is a potential attack in that. And that's the reason why you do that. You basically want to set that relay fee for the node so that there's a really good chance that transaction gets mined. Now, obviously, if you're sitting at 1/10 of the penalty-free zone, which we are right now, well, a fee at about 20% of the reference transaction is fine. It's going to get mined. So the attacker has a big risk. Once you go above it, it starts to get dicey, and you could get scenarios where this could actually happen. I should point out these attacks have actually occurred on Bitcoin. And if you run a full Bitcoin node, which I do, with the port open, and you suddenly see this massive surge in bandwidth, well, wait a minute, the Bitcoin protocol is running at capacity, so why is this happening? Well, this massive transactions that are being transmitted and distributed by the nodes, which are not being mined because the fees are too small. And this type of attack can be done in Bitcoin to actually push up the fees, but it's exactly a similar kind of problem. So you do have, and it really has an impact on the node. Suddenly your bandwidth could, increase by a factor of 10 or something, just as a result of these type of attacks. And I have seen that, I've experienced it myself. I watch my bandwidth. I have unlimited bandwidth and I can get away. But still, I mean, this is not true. So that's one of the reasons for this type of protection. A few technical changes with respect to the wallet fees. One of the things that's not well known about the wallet fees in Monero is that there is an adjustment where we try to shift the median by 10 blocks. And the idea is to assume the worst possible scenario so that if you create a transaction, it doesn't change fast enough that you can't send it because the short-term median has changed and the fees have gone up. And so this is one of the ideas. And basically, we have a series of fee schedules in there where we would have each level of fee protects against change in the median. So the principle here is you keep paying a higher fee, you get more blocks. If you go all the way, you get like 200,000 blocks of protection, essentially by paying a higher fee. And the concept is that, for example, you simply say, okay, if I want just to send my transaction right away within 10 minutes, okay, fine, I go with the normal fee, the lowest possible fee. And if, on the other hand, I wanted to be good for at least the balance of the long-term median, then I would pay the next one. And then if I want more, another 100,000 blocks, then I keep going up the line. So the implications are fees are highly predictable. For example, a fee of 4 times will ensure the minimum fee is met until the drop in long-term median. And then you can examine the long-term median and actually predict the worst-case scenario. Or you can choose a fee all the way. But in reality, there's no free lunch. I mean, the longer you want to protect this, the more fee you pay. And I should point out, even increasing this penalty-free zone state to something as high as the long-term median, which I suspect is one of the ideas we have in the proposals, will mitigate this even further. But you still have this principle that the longer you want to go, the higher the fee. So if you want your fee to be mineable, like, say, 3 months down the road, you're going to pay, or 4 months on the road, you're going to pay a much higher fee than if you just want to create the transaction and just send it right to the network. This is the critical impact of the project. You remove this risk of the sudden collapse of the long-term median. And this is the biggest issue that I identified. And that is, what happens is, if you let it collapse, then bingo. You have this massive recovery, because if you drop all the way down, it could take like 2 to 3 years to get up there, and all of a sudden, in a couple of months, it collapses. And this is why having this graduated decline in the long-term median is very critical. And it does allow this. This is probably the most critical approach. You do not want that long-term median to suddenly drop all the way from the top to the bottom. You want it to go down in steps, the same way it grew up in steps. there's minimal action in the absence of a sudden drop in transaction, and of course the reason for this is that the dynamic penalty-free zone essentially doesn't even come into play. And another interesting thing, is that you can actually increase the rate to look at transaction growth. And I have a link here, and this should work. I'm going to link it here, and I'm going to show you the site. And you should see. There we go. Okay, so if I go on the link here, and I'll see the site, and you should see the site here on the screen. And basically, if you look at transactions, you're going to see that there is a very significant trend on the screen here. And again, we will see what we're seeing in this scenario. So I will close this out right now. This is to come up. Yes, it comes up here, and we will then go out again. Okay. And we will close these out. There, and we should see the proposal again. So again, if you click on the link, you will see the transaction rates. This is actually a way to see what happens if you actually, you can actually look at the transactions and you can see basically what the trends are. And what you'll find is that some of the recent trends are very close to the maximum rate of the long-term median. Okay, so now we are going to look at some implications again. If we increase the minimum low relay fee, this mitigates against flood XMR types of attacks. Now, I'll stand in a second here, and I will say that flood XMR is potentially the bigger threat than Big Bang, simply because it's a motivation. Now, also flood XMR is easiest to mitigate, because what you do is you simply increase the ring size, then you turn around and you increase the cost to the attacker, and essentially relative to the defense. And that's a factor of the attack. But we've got to bear in mind that this minimum reload fees also mitigates against these types of attacks. I've included a link to the proposal specification here. And again, you can go to the and take a look at it there. And I'll be looking for some questions and discussion. So I will turn it back to the moderator if there's any questions that I need to answer or any discussion. Since I'm pretty much at my end of time. Okay. Do I get any questions or discussion? If not,
Well, if there are no questions for ArticMine, looking at the YouTube and Twitch streams, it does not seem like we do have any. Then let's just all give a virtual round of applause. Thank you so much, ArticMine.
you're very welcome.
We're going to now get ready to move on to our next talk, which let me go ahead and pull that up.
Okay, I will log off and stop the shares here.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. So up next, we have in half an hour's time, so we're going to take a little bit of a break. We have Michael, who has made the Intervillage badge, which is a hardware badge that is a collaborative effort from multiple villages. He's going to be presenting that starting in half an hour. And then even after that, he's going to be presenting more about that. There's two of him back to back. One is called This Year's Village Badge. The other one is called Getting Started with the Intervillage Badge. So it's going to be the Michael show probably for the next couple hours. If you are interested in the hardware badge, how it works, how it functions, what you can do with it, then you're going to want to come back in about half an hour's time. We also have places, if you go to monerovillage.org, we've got a dedicated page for the Village Badge. If you are interested in getting one for yourself, then we have some places where you can go ahead and purchase those and get them shipped to you as soon as possible. Obviously, probably shipping is not good enough for you to have them within half an hour's time, so you can mess with them alongside Michael. But you know what? That's okay. That's all right. And then after Michael's stuff, starting at 15:30, so that is 3:30 Vegas time, Pacific time. I will be coming back on, and I will be walking everybody through the Monero wallet basics, sending a transaction, receiving a transaction, and proving a transaction, like proving that you sent something. So if that kind of a workshop is interesting to you guys, then come on by for that. So we'll be back about half an hour. Feel free to check out the rest of DEF CON. There's a lot of stuff going on. So we'll be back. Bye-bye.
andar conmigo? ¿Quieres estar juntito? ¿Quieres andar conmigo? ¿Quieres estar juntito? ¿Quieres andar conmigo? ¿Quieres estar juntito? ¿Quieres andar conmigo? ¿Quieres estar juntito?
Test 1, 2, 3. Okay, guys. So, but we will start the next presentation, which is called This Year's Village Badge. My name is Michael Schloh von Bennewitz, and I believe that our AV is working very well. Thanks so much to SGP and to AGS. And let me just get started with this. We have some interesting devices to take a look at. To begin with, I should turn off my stream so there's no echo. Okay, that's better. So this is the high-tech slide deck that you may have heard of with the paper and the pencil. That's how we're doing it this year. This year's Village Badge. And what we have here, we've got basically 3 days. We've got Friday, we've got Saturday. Let me do this. We've got Friday, we've got Saturday, and we've got Sunday. So this is where we are. And I'm just explaining this because there's a little bit of organization. Some people are interested in beginner style, novice topics. Others are into the more advanced stuff. So we've got this presentation now. Later, we've got another one. It's called Getting Started. Okay. And in this one, we're going to talk about the construction, how it's made. A lot of people have been asking about, can they make it on their own? Is it open source? Are there design archives? This type of thing. So that's what we're going to do now on Friday in this first hour. Okay, so we're going to talk about the SCM, the source code management, the open source, all of the things that you can store on disk, like the design archives. And after this hour is over, we'll take a short break and we'll have another presentation with me as well. Just like rehrar said before, this is the Michael evening. And we will talk about getting started with the badge. So this second hour, this will be things like, what is the first thing that I can do once I have it in my hands? This is the way it looks. So let me just put that on the side. And then we have on Saturday, I don't have the schedule. Let me make sure I get this right. And Saturday, there we have it. We have on Saturday the badge clinic. And this is 1 full hour. During the badge clinic, we're going to get into some advanced use. We're going to do things like impersonation of other devices. We will do examination of other NDEF formats. So do you get the point? We're going to do some more advanced stuff here, but this is like office hours too. So you can ask easy questions if you like. I hope you can read my writing. Can you read my writing? Can everybody raise your hand that can read? Oh, you can't? No, you can't? Okay, then I'll just have to write a bit better. Okay, on Sunday, let me just check. We've got more things happening then. And Sunday we have another badge clinic. So let's make a plan for that. And then this will be a free mic style. We can do anything we want on Sunday. Does that sound okay with you? Hands, please. So we're going to do on Friday today a construction, a making of, and then we'll have a getting started, kind of a novice approach. Tomorrow, Saturday, is going to be a badge clinic. Sunday will be a badge clinic, and tomorrow is where we get kind of more advanced with interesting things, backup and things like that. All right, so this kind of fell off to the side. Let's take a look at that. So this is the badge. Let's do this. It's basically a passive device. You can tell that there are no connectors on here. There are no batteries. There are no lights. Obviously, if there are no batteries and no connectors to put energy into this, right, like voltage, like current and amps, then you're not going to have much possibility to run, for example, actuators, things that act on the environment, like little fans that move air or lights that illuminate and emit photons, turn energy into photons. So it doesn't have any cable connectors, any batteries. There's no batteries inside. If you want to know how thick this is, let me just put a pen up to here. So this is kind of, you can see approximately the thickness. There would be possibly space for a very small battery, but it doesn't have one, trust me. We're going to take it apart soon. This is Friday, so we're going to talk about the construction, and we'll take one completely apart. We will destruct one. No, how do you call that? We will disassemble. That's the word. We will disassemble one and then reassemble it again. Okay, so I don't know if the design is so artistic. The pyramid symbolizes with all of the various bricks. So the bricks are different topics or different things. At first, they were different NDEF pieces of information, and then there were different villages. Because after all, this is shared, the work to produce this Intervillage badge is shared among a variety of villages. We're kind of in the middle of it, the Monero village, but we have a biohacking village, a red team village, IoT village. There is, and I don't want to miss anybody, but I'm saving the best for last because there is the Rogues village as well. And I'm particularly happy that they've produced a game for this. Maybe we'll get to that, I think, tomorrow, because I haven't figured out the game yet on my own. It really would be better if Rogues Village presented that. But let me just write those down. Because after all, this slide system really is fantastically elegant. So let me just write that down. So these are the inter-villages. We have Monero. We have biohacking. We have IoT. We have red team. And we have the Rogues Village. Okay. All right, so that's kind of what this crazy little pyramid symbolizes. I'm sure everyone in the world could do better. I'm really no artist there. And the Rogues Village folks from the Rogues chose these very nice symbols, which are kind of a magical, it's a magical enrichment to what we're doing here. Because before they were just numbers. I'm not sure if I have an old badge somewhere. You do have to be careful. There are a few photographs of old badges floating around. You look at one, you realize you like it because it has the numbers 1, 2, 3. Well, be careful with that. The new ones, they don't have numbers. They have these symbols. All right. This is important for the game as well. These symbols have meaning during the Rogues game adventure, which we'll get to that a bit later. Okay, so let's move to, where's all my paper? Let's move to components. Oops, that's a G. Let's do components. Let's do that next. This is a bit unorganized. We could talk about software. We could talk about a lot of things. But we're going to talk about the hardware components first, not the parts. You'll see that in a minute. This is more or less the most important piece. Let's see if I can go downward. That zooms in a bit. So what we saw before was this thing here. And this is indeed the interior. This is the PCB. So for all those who think, okay, this thing doesn't look like an electronic device. This is like a piece of plastic, looks like a hockey puck. I think, the Monero hardware team probably just cut it into a triangle. It's a piece of plastic. So that's not true. It does have electronic circuits. You can even see the chips if I just get the lighting right. There are some integrated circuits, some switches, some traces, copper, If I turn it over, you really see that this is an electronic device because, ta-da, because then we have a trace antenna for the radio transceiver inside, and then there's some hacking things that you can do with that as well. So that's the PCB. Okay, this is how it looks in the end. This is the finished piece. And this is the PCB. And what else is there? So we can go back even one more step. We can, let's see if I can remove this carefully. We can see what the PCB looks like before it's assembled. All right, so I'm not sure if this works so well, but so this is, oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. That's what I need to do. There we go. So this is the panel. You can see that there are 4 PCBs in here, but they don't have any parts on them. If they did, they would look like this. See the difference? The parts are so small, in fact, that it's a bit difficult to see them. But there are some parts here, 1, 2, 3, and then there's 1, 2, 3 switches. These are kind of very slim devices, and this is the PCB as it starts. So let's go back to there. So that's what we're doing. We're starting with a PCB. We're starting with a PCB. We put the parts on the PCB, and then we end up with the assembled PCB. And from there, we're going to do a few other things, like make it look like this. See how that's missing the plastic side? This is really just a PCB sandwiched in a front overlay and a back piece of leather. As you can see, one of them is orange and one is black. So now you're probably guessing there may be other colors as well, and which is true. So from the ground up, we have the raw PCB, the assembled PCB. We place the membrane overlay is the proper name for it. And membrane overlays look like this. They come in a big sheet. You can see that they are very thin. It's basically an adhesive. So I peel this off and place it on there. And that's what you get after that. The back is this piece of leather. You can see that I've cut these out with a laser. So the reason that we're putting leather on the back is because these badges often rub against other things. You place this back to back on, for example, a phone. So this is the classic. Use case. You take a badge, you put it on the phone, and then when it smacks on the phone there, it's going to scratch your lens unless it has, you guessed it, unless it has leather on the back. So this is the Harley Davidson year for Monero Village badges, right? Because we're using leather, we're using exotic stuff like front overlays. And so every year is a bit different. And this year we have some unique materials, right? The only thing that's missing is the plastic piece. This is the frame. This is made from liquid plastic, which is ultraviolet hardened. So it's hard enough. It's somewhat brittle. If I really pull hard, I can break it. But you get the idea. After you have sandwiched the PCB with a front overlay and the rear leather, then this is what you put on here to complete the device. It's not really so important to show how this is done properly because the do-it-yourself models do not come with a plastic frame because it would be very difficult to put on. It's actually, they usually break but I got it. Okay, I think I got it. Yeah, you see that? You see, so this one broke. So that's the reason we're not sending these frames out in an unassembled manner. I mean, that's an excellent, I don't know. I don't know if that's good or bad, but this really proves the point. We have a need for helping people learn and sending do-it-yourself models, which cost us less time, and so they're less expensive. And the reason we didn't do it with a plastic frame is because they're brittle enough that it's very difficult to put them on. And so when we do this in the factory, we're breaking one, we take another one, that one doesn't break, we get an orange one, a red one, the green one breaks. And so we're kind of allowed to get sloppy or to make these mistakes in the factory. But if we send one frame out, which with each of these sets, and the poor person, wherever they get it, maybe they're on a ship in the middle of the Atlantic, can't receive post for another 3 months. They break their frame, then they don't have, it's just not nice. So we are sending do-it-yourself models without these plastic frames. And part of the do-it-yourself system, the approach, it's called you make your own frame. So you can probably order one. I mean, the open source archive shows how to construct the frame. But we prefer that you walk down the street or across the city where you live, go to a hackerspace, a maker lab, where they have machines that can produce plastic parts. And you take the model, you download it off of the internet where we've stored all of the open source design, and you produce your own plastic frame. I mean, it's not that difficult. It just, you have to be determined and motivated. And that's how you get a plastic frame if you don't want to receive one purchased in a kit with a badge like this. Right, so I kind of went all the way from the start of the unassembled board to the assembled device now. The intermediate steps like peeling off the adhesive paper and peeling of the leather, it's not that easy, but you get the picture. If you do receive a do-it-yourself or DIY badge, it's going to be quite obvious where the parts go, right? There is a user manual, and but I'm hoping people aren't too confused about that. So this is where we're at now. What we can do next is take a look at, oh, I kind of missed a couple things. So we're going to backtrack just a bit, shall we? So this is kind of what the pieces of plastic look like. This one I got it wrong, so it's broken up here. It stopped working correctly. This is the green, and you can kind of see that it's translucent. So if you do a DIY attempt and you make your own plastic enclosure frame, you have a wide variety of choices. You can do clear plastic. This is why the ultraviolet cured method is so nice. Anyway, so I thought that might be worth demonstrating. This is approximately 20 frames, but the job stopped too early, so you can see that it's a bit messed up. And that's where the ICs come out of, tapes like this. All right, so this is for those of you who are maybe a bit curious. I can't even get close enough probably to show you these parts. They are so small. And these are integrated circuits. So in an advanced badge clinic, I won't promise anything, but I do have a microscope. And I'm going to try to get a bit more wild and crazy with the OBS, open source, open broadcasting system. I'm a big dummy with video, so if I get it right, then we can look at these integrated circuits under a microscope. But this is actually what is placed in these positions: 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's the construction. And here are the switches. If you can see that there are some switches on there. These are dome switches. This is not very typical. These dome switches are nearly never used, and you need a front overlay if you're going to. You see how that's embossed there? and it makes a clicking sound when you click on there. That's because it's tactile. So it's a tactile switch, and it's embossed, and that's what the switches look like. They're called dome switches. Right, so, oh God, I'm never gonna get those out of the, keep this place clean is what they always say at the lab. Here's a sample of the liquid plastic. So I'm not even gonna open this up because it stinks quite bad, and it's photosensitive, it's the photo emulsion. So that's kind of how these badges are made. There's the frame. Okay, so once in a while, I'm just going to take a look on Discord, because if you have questions in between, I'm not sure if I can do this, Discord and OBS at the same time. Does that work? Justin, does that work? Answer me. Yeah, okay, so let's see. I'm starting Discord now, and I will try to respond to questions, because as we go, some of these things are extra interesting or extra confusing, or you made one just like that, but you have this question. So I'm going to try to maybe field a few questions as we go. When we leave it towards the end and we're talking a whole hour, then you may forget the question. That would not be good. Here, check this one out. This is another frame. This is a kind of a, it's not white, but it's not clear either. What do you call that? Milk color or ice? I have no idea. Anyway, so that's kind of nice. And the advantage, if for all of you who maybe are experienced with fused deposition modeling style 3D printing, that's where you have hard plastic and you melt it into a new shape. The big advantage, in my opinion, to this liquid photo emulsion is that you can actually mix them. You know, you take a bottle like this, and you mix it with a blue, and you mix the blue with a red. You end up with purple, right? So I mean, that's pretty nice. And then you pour in some transparent, and so it makes the purple that was solid, it's translucent now. So yeah, those are some tips if you're going to make your own frame. You can do that, and you can maybe, it depends on the printers. The SLA, the stereolithographic printers are a lot more expensive than the FDM, the fused deposition modeling printers. You can use either one. You may have to adjust the model just a bit if you use FDM, because the technique is a bit different. So the overhangs, well, it's not important. We'll maybe get to that if there is a question, and I'll make a drawing here on the paper. All right, so what we were going to do was move to the package contents, shall we? Shall we do that? Can I find a package? Probably not. Yes, I found one. All right. So there's a package. They're going to always be black like this. So don't send back black packages. It's not the mafia. It's Monero Devices. Sends you a black package in the mail just for extra hackiness. All right, so that's the only thing that's in there. So you get a pretty spiffy box this time. We had some problems last year with the, do you remember those? We had some problems with those. On the side there, these connectors were getting bent because we didn't have proper packaging. How can I focus on that? I don't want my fingerprint in there. No, it's not focusing, guys, but you get the idea. There is a metal piece on the side, and those were getting bent. I think some of us had to bend them back in shape. So we didn't have very good boxes last year, and we learned our lesson. That's kind of what this is about. We're always doing experiments, trying new things, and then about half of them work, and the other half, well, they don't. All right, so this is the box. has a label on the side so we know what it is, because there's black, there's orange, red for the red team, blue team, you know, green for matrix green and biohacking, and orange for Monero. So that's the back of the box. We have a great UPC code from our friends at Hack5, who is one of the premier shops as well as Cypher Market that are carrying this. We decided to test and experiment a bit with holographic seals on the side. I'm not sure who's doing this. I think there are a few other manufacturers of secure hardware that do this. I don't think, I mean, we're going to keep putting holograms on there, but not for security. Okay. I mean, think about it. If you have a hairdryer, you probably can get these holograms off quite easily. And what do you do then? You open the package, you manipulate the thing, right? You program new identifiers on there or some other sloppy thing, anything you like, real dirty stuff. Then you put the device back in the package. You're very careful with the seals that you removed. I mean, I haven't tested this too much. I was hoping that the intrusion detection team, there's an actual village. I'm sorry, not team, it's a village. I was hoping that intrusion detection would be on board with the Intervillage, that they would be one of the whatever 5 or 10 villages. But the intrusion detection village is not active or participating this year. This is like a few others. SkyTalks is not participating. There are a few villages like that. So we got unlucky with that. And we just have to wait until we get a report from them if this is good for any reason at all. The one thing that is very, very good about this, if we can get a focus, is that it is quite attractive. Do any of you see the symbol which is inside the holographic 3D? You probably do. You're just all raising your hands, and I can't see you. All right, so that's kind of a very, very, very cool appearance, right? That's one of the reasons we will keep using these. And maybe if we get lucky, we kind of learn how to use them, how to apply them in a manner. I memean, the truth is, if you remove this, it will leave this, what do they call it? Self-destructive message behind. It says void. You can't choose too many. Void is one of them. So if you peel that off, I won't demonstrate now, but if you peel it off, it is pretty easy to see that there was a seal there and now there's not anymore. And if you put a new seal on, then it covers up the void marking. But if you look at it closely, there's something wrong with it. You can tell. So that's kind of, if we get far enough into examining this intrusion detection holographic seal system, we may get lucky enough to make it useful for us. It probably will at least solve the very low-hanging fruit problem where a person would just go into the box, replace the badge with one that they have in their pocket because theirs is broken and yours is not. So this is kind of a low-hanging fruit intrusion protection / detection. We've got the shrink wrap to make it, put another 5 minutes of time for an attacker. We've got the holographic seals, and there's not a good reason for this. I mean, we do pre-program these 3 EPROMs with data out of the factory, and they're random data, so we don't store them, which means it's impossible to track or obtain, any organization, institute, agency. It would be impossible to capture the database of all of these factory programmed identifiers because we don't store them, right? It makes no sense. We're just writing random data to each one. But if there were a meaning, if we had some reason to ensure that they're unique or something like that, to use them for signing documents, like a public address or something like that, then these holographic seals may help a bit. They would at least protect and defend against the low-hanging fruit attacks where without the shrink wrap, without the holographic seal. It would just be another 15 minutes faster to make that replacement and intrusion. All right, so that's just what I wanted to show. It's kind of a generic thing that we can reuse maybe for the next couple of months or couple of years, hopefully. It's really laborious, time-consuming, and boring to design, make, and communicate with gift box manufacturers, so I don't want to ever do that again. And so we're going to have quite a few runs at this generic packaging, and this will be the first one. All right, so let's open one of these boxes up. That's how it is when we have the shrink wrap off. I'm always using this to open it up. It's a poor man's wrench, I guess. Come on, open. All right, so there we have a do-it-yourself model. I can tell because the do-it-yourself model has the black and white, cheap printed on a laser printer manual, whereas the more elegant model, that's the one that comes with the colorful frame, that comes with a color manual. And so the reason I want to show this is because I personally think this manual is the nicest part of the entire package. All right. If you're excited about holographic seals and photo emulsion, stereolithography, and all that stuff, no, you got it wrong. This is definitely the nicest manual I've ever seen in my life. So the printers got it right. They put it on just the right gloss. They got the colors very good. But the main reason this thing looks beautiful is that we got lucky, and a very talented illustrator and graphic designer contributed the design. I don't know if I'm allowed to say who it is. Can anybody guess? Rehrar, what do you think? Who is this? Really? No, that's not. Yeah, that's him. All right, Rehrar. Rehrar got it right. Okay. So anyway, so this is the manual. We've got a quick start there. It's rather clear. Has a couple models. Their hands are on there. Lots of big writing. There's a bill of materials. There are a few people that participated, and then it's double-sided. Yeah, I really like this. There is some code there. There's just enough. You know, this is not like a 50, 60 page manual. It's not stapled in the middle to make it read like a book. But you get the idea. I mean, this manual is just very, very nice. I don't know why I'm just saying that my opinion is that it's very nice, and that I wish that the illustrator and graphic designer would talk to us about it, and to come on and explain his methods, his techniques. Everything she or he does is open source, and so, I mean, the person is just wonderful. Anyway, so there's reasons which are not so interesting why we have a color manual and a black and white one. We had to do a second one because we got the idea to do a do-it-yourself model a bit late, and then we didn't want to have the frame on here, which was confusing. The do-it-yourself model doesn't come with a frame. That's what it comes with, but we'll get to that in a bit. And so we needed kind of a different, basically a different manual. So this tells you how to put it together, which really only makes sense if you have a parts kit, like a do-it-yourself parts kit. Right, so this is kind of similar, but it's just not as beautiful, not the printing, glossy paper, not as large. But you do get a manual either way, which I think is kind of important. Anyway, so that's how we got to the inside of this do-it-yourself kit, right? So this is the do-it-yourself, the less expensive one, the one that I actually recommend to all the hardware hackers, because let me tell you, after you remove all of this foam and stuff, what you end up with is the raw PCB like this. I mean, it does have assembled switches and ICs. But what I'm saying is that instead of an already placed piece of leather here, which blocks the circuits, what you end up with if you receive a do-it-yourself model is the surfaces which you can solder on. You can inspect them, you can attach probes, you can put a multimeter, an oscilloscope on there, and you don't have to rip the leather off. It was a bit, it's a bit, unfortunate, let me say, not really disingenuous, but unfortunate that when you put the leather on, that's this stuff over here. When you put the leather on the back, the adhesive is so strong that it's kind of difficult to get it off. So then you have the problem, if you want a lanyard on there, are you going to drill through the leather? There's all this stuff that is easier to do before you assemble it. So that's the reason that you may like a do-it-yourself model instead of the fully assembled, fully luxurious, the most elegant one with the made-for-you color translucent SLA photo emulsion frame, all that stuff, right? And the color manual. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to give people a choice. I think choices are good, so you can do what you want. Anyway, this is what comes in the do-it-yourself model. You take this out, and then you receive. Then you receive 3 components. It's quite obvious that the assembled PCB is there. We didn't want to send these out unassembled to the do-it-yourselfers because, and it's not gonna, I don't think it will focus, but because the integrated circuits are so small that really difficult. Let me just show you in comparison. I do have somewhere, here they are. So I do have somewhere some standard size parts, right? And so we can, for a quick comparison, we can show, great, I lost it. All right, here it is. So we can show the size of a normal part, the SMT surface mounted technology part. And if you look beneath them, that's where the ICs are for the Intervillage badge. That's how big they are. And what that tells you is that if these PCBs, printed circuit boards, really did arrive in your mailbox as a do-it-yourself parts kit, and you had to solder these integrated circuits onto the board, you just might go crazy. I mean, you definitely would abandon the project, give up, and you would not have a working badge. That's why we have shipped even the do-it-yourself models in a partially assembled state. These switches are a bit difficult to get on there as well, and the manual pages, which would be required to explain how to do this and get it centered just right and how to understand that the circuit is not shorted or anything, would be another 10 pages. It just makes everything sloppy, difficult, unappealing, and yeah, we don't need that. Right, so now you know what components you receive in the bag when you receive a kit of parts. That's these here. This is the deconstruction, or the before you build and construct your DIY model. And I think it's clear enough already, because we've talked about it, that the membrane overlay, or the front cover, this goes on here, right? You have to peel off the back. It's kind of like a sticker. So you peel that off, put that on there. It's going to be all crooked. Right? I mean, I may give some tips later on. It's, you know, if you get it crooked, you can readjust it. It's quite easy to do that. So, and then you turn it over, and that's the leather. You take the peel off of the leather, the adhesive peel, and then you put it on there. And after you do that, you end up with almost the same thing. God, this place is a mess. Would one of the village people please come over here and clean this up? Because it's really difficult to give a presentation at the same time as. So I do need an assistant to come over to this table and clean up my just load of crap here. All right, so that was a joke. In case you don't know, there's nobody else in this room, right? I keep saying, please raise your hands. All right, nice jokes. Okay, so this is the pre-assembled, no, not pre-assembled, what do you call that? The unassembled, the not yet pre-assembled kit of parts for the do-it-yourself. And after you put the front overlay on and the back leather, then it ends up like this. You cannot choose a color for the DIY. We were just considering, okay, people can choose 5 colors for the pre-assembled, 5 for the do-it-yourself, then they can choose what, if they get a frame as well, you know, no, we don't want more than like a half dozen choices. It just starts to get too difficult to service. Right, so if you do choose a DIY, it seems that they are quite popular. Most people want these because I don't know why, but it's more fun to put it together yourself, right? There's a few disadvantages, like, well, whatever, but you get that, then it turns into this after you're finished building it yourself. You'll have to print your own 3D frame at the hackerspace, and then you put that on, and that completes your device. All right. If you like the idea of receiving a color manual, I mean, anybody can do that as the beauty of open source. You can even have a color manual for free because you can download it, right? It's just a matter of if you print it, it's not going to be this size, pre-folded by folding machines, perfectly 90-degree angles with no bleed to the edge printing and glossy ink, right? It's just, but you don't need that anyway. What do you need? You need a file download, which you can find on our shop. That's where you purchase, you receive a device, but you can download the free of charge user manuals as well. The black and white one, the color one, you get all that stuff. I mean, there's not a whole bunch of files to download there. What it's really meant for, the shop.monerodevices.com, it's really meant for distribution, for helping us replace this physical model where people without masks are walking next to each other and saying, hi, I want a badge. And then we say, okay, there you go, put it in your hands, right? We have to replace that pre-pandemic model with a virtual, distributed, nobody in the same room model. And that's why we created the shop, the factory shop called shop.monerodevices.com. That's where you can download manuals, but it's not made, it is made to replace the personal meeting in a room, pick up your hardware device system. What it's not made for is to replace the public repository where all of the design files, the archives, and other things are found. Like, for example, the source code for the manual is there. The PDF itself, the finished proof and copy, is on the shop, as you might expect, and the source code for this is in the repository. Yeah, I'm not very well equipped, organized to start opening scraped websites. Let's do that tomorrow, shall we? And we'll continue on just inspecting the components right now. But there is the it's called SCM. I'll write that down. So a couple URLs to remember. We've already covered the shop. That's for distribution. Like we always do in the village physically, we are now doing online. There. And then we have SCM. Then we have the SCM, which stands for Source Code Management. Do you like the way I did that sideways? Does that help you if you're side to side, can't deal with it? All right, so you get the idea. This is Monero Devices All right, and the SCM, the source code management system, that's where you get the raw sources. What else should I call it? So I don't think you can receive the PDF version of the manual there, but you can receive the SVGs there, the scaled vector graphics, right? And then it's a bit difficult to construct a PDF from the scaled vector graphics because of fonts and things like that and lines. But if you want the PDF, you get it there. All right, so where are we and how much time do we have? I'm going to just take a look, see if we're doing okay. Now, what I'm doing right now is going to our Discord Defcon channel. It's the village. Just like we have SCM and shop.monerodevices.com, we have this year no room at Bally's and no room at Paris or anywhere else, Flamingo. Instead, we have a chat room, a series of chat rooms on the Discord server. So if you're just watching this online in video, you're not sure how to get involved in DEF-CON in general or walk in our village if you want to do that, then the way to do it is with the Discord server. All right, so just let me get to our room so I can try to see. God, there's a lot of channels. There's a lot of content, even though it's virtual this year. And probably the next thing we will do is take questions and answers, because we've covered all of the components that go into building a badge. And that's what we wanted to focus on in this hour. I'm just scrolling. There's the Crypto Village, the Ethics Village, and we're coming up soon. Ham and Radio Village. What's wrong with these people? Why aren't they part of the Intervillage? Oh, here it is, a hardware hacking. ICS. My goodness, IoT, lock bypass, lock picking. Here we are. Okay, Monero Village. All right, so I don't see any questions yet. I'm sure that you're thoroughly bored, but I also don't have much more to say about the components that make up these badges. So it's time to either close early or ask for questions. And if anybody would please, right, if you have a question, I actually don't know how this works. I assume that a moderator will, how does this work? If you're not on Discord and you're on IRC or something, somebody translate, put it on Discord. Otherwise, we're going to finish a few minutes early. So let me see what we're doing here. Yeah, the general channel is no questions. So off-topic channel, no questions. And the office channel for office hours, I see no questions at all. Okay, so we're going to finish early. It's the last chance to ask your question. And nothing there. So please come back for the next presentation, which, if I can just find it. By the way, you cannot download these slides, okay? You can't download them. Sorry about that. Because they're paper. Do you get it? All right, these slides are paper. Don't download them. All right, so the next presentation is by some jerk. Oh no, wait a minute. No, that's me. So I'm giving the next presentation. It's called Getting Started with the Intervillage Badge. So what we will do there is learn how to actually use one, how to do something, something useful with them, okay? And that's going to be the other 2 days after today.
¿Quieres andar conmigo? ¿Quieres estar juntito? ¿Quieres andar conmigo? ¿Quieres estar juntito? ¿Quieres andar conmigo? ¿Quieres estar juntito? ¿Quieres andar conmigo? ¿Quieres estar juntito?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 y media. Otro día, misma feria, no he dormido nada para variar. Puro taxi ocupado, miro al cielo, está nublado. Yo con prisa y sin bocado y Murphy me ha burlado una vez más. Oh, no. Aquí voy, de malas pero voy, haciendo malabares para pagar la renta de hoy. Que venga más, yo aguanto mucho más. Cansada, con hambre, de buenas o malas, yo llego hasta el final.
So there we are again. And as you can see on the screen, we're at Defcon, and this is the Monero Village. And today we're talking about the Intervillage badge. We're talking about that thing, right? Oh, what happened to, did you see that strange pixelation? Oh, okay, sorry. Anyway, so my name is Michael, and I'll be your speaking guide through getting started with the badge today. We have 1 hour, and I'm missing some information, some content that I can't find, so we may have to postpone part of this until tomorrow. Let me show you what we're doing tomorrow and the next day. This is Friday, the first day of DEF CON, and tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, we have excellent speeches. I think Daniel Kim is coming back for another speech. I really recommend that. He's a really good speaker. And so let's check out what we have done so far. These are our very elegant modern slide deck system. This year, DEF CON is on a retro trip, if you've looked at the fonts, colors, and theme. So we're going to do some slides on paper. Is that okay with you? Yeah? Okay. So we just finished this presentation, which was this year's badge, where we talked most about construction, do-it-yourself, deconstruction, putting it together, assembly. This one is called Getting Started with the Intervillage badge, obviously. So that's what we're focusing on. There's lots of other devices. We'll get to that tomorrow in the office hours, but things like the Monero Rising is available as well. And this is maybe useful just for the size comparison. In any case, I wanted to keep everything quite clear. Today is Friday. We covered the construction. I think you can review that if it's recorded. We're going to talk about getting started now. This is the first steps towards using the Intervillage badge in a useful, maybe even productive, hacky, fun way. Getting some value out of it by using it. That's what we're talking about today, the getting started. Tomorrow, Saturday, you can find in our schedule, which is online, monerovillage.org. You can find that we have a badge clinic among a number of other very good presentations. Mine might not be too bad either, right? It's called the Badge Clinic. We're going to combine this with a new concept in Discord. We have a channel that's intended for use with office hours. So if we get lucky and people understand, then we'll have a bit more interaction. Hopefully we'll do some chatting at the same time as visual explanations with a document camera, close range circuit of photos. And that will be tomorrow, Saturday, for the Badge Clinic, which is 1 hour long. During that Badge Clinic, we're going to do some impersonation, some kind of man-in-the-middle style attacks on our own devices, which is really similar to backing up our own data, right? If another person who doesn't have permission does these type of impersonation things to your devices and data, then it's called theft. But if you do it because you're backing up what? Your library card or doing things like that, well, that's just the utility of an NFC device, whatever it is, right? Your credit cards are NFC devices. Okay, we're not going to do financial. We're not going to copy credit cards. We probably will get to examine some NDEF records, which is it's not a file system, but it's something similar. How the data is organized piece by piece in the radio, the RFID EEPROM, or erasable programmable read-only memory. So that's what we're going to do tomorrow. That's going to be a bit complex, a bit more advanced, but I do welcome you because a office hour badge clinic style presentation is for everybody. So if you're a beginner, if you're just getting started, if you have no intention of ever using, owning, having, constructing, holding a device, then maybe you're curious. Come by and talk about what you're interested in. On Sunday, we have a repeat, and maybe we'll try something like a free mic. I don't know if we can do that. On Discord, you can, but it doesn't scale proportionately towards the tens of thousands that DEFCON is expecting. So that may work, may not. So this is our lineup for the different days. And right now we're doing a getting started presentation where we will take one of these badges and we'll get familiar with it. We'll learn how to use it and see what its limits are. And we'll just start using it. So I have some extra stuff over here as well. These are all NFC powered devices. They look like cards, but they're really electronics. I mean, I don't have to tell you that. Everyone knows that when there's this type of golden connector on a plastic card, that there's really an integrated circuit of some kind, some sort inside. What else do I have? So this is, I maybe want to put my thumb over the phone number. Right, it's probably too late. I don't really care, but so I'm going to keep it turned over. That was a faux pas. Anyway, so this is a YubiKey, and because this YubiKey has this little symbol, which if you can see, it looks like a radio transmission symbol, right? They don't all have radio transmitters inside them. In fact, lots of people prefer two-factor authentication devices which are unable to transmit radio just for security purposes. This is the same reason some prefer password wallets without Bluetooth connections. But if you want to experiment, or if you're trusting of this technology of radio, then you can get a two-factor authentication which uses radio for its transmission. All of these different things are either using the same radio systems but not impersonatable, or they are. And we'll get to those advanced attacks or use cases and scenarios tomorrow. Just wanted to kind of introduce what type of devices we can work with. So let's go back to the badges. They're about the same size as last year's Monero Rising. There's a simple reason for that, is that our robots, machines, and automated tools use up to 14 centimeters of width. So the two together are 14 centimeters. Small anecdote there. So we have black badges, we have green ones, we have orange ones. We have about 5 colors. In case you're wondering what these colors are, it's kind of difficult to see in the light. That's a green one, that's an orange one. And the first thing that we can talk about when we're getting started with these badges, let me see if what my slide deck is showing me here. Here's some old stuff. We're not going to need that. All right, so because I failed very badly at figuring out screencasting, I'm not going to be able to use the computer which is capturing the video and multiplexing it with audio and everything else. I'm not going to be able to use that for the web browser and for the NFC programmer. So we're going to do this here. Use a phone. How about that? Okay, so I'll give you a very fast demonstration since we're already 10 minutes in of a typical use. So because we go to the manual, we always read the manual first. What is that, RTFM? Then people who receive a fully loaded badge, they get a color manual, and the others, you get a black and white one, but they look the same. And I think they have this section right here where it says participate in the DC28 Defcon, that stands for Defcon, DC28 Village Network Stories. So we have two URLs there. I think 2 is a good number to start with. And they're under development, so it will be difficult to use, but it's your and my responsibility to make this stuff work well. It's open source, it's a distributed use case and development model. So what's not right is to expect, well, I'm sure that those other hackers are more competent, they'll do the job for me. No, you need to get involved, make these things better than they already are. But what can help is to simply recognize these two URLs, and we will go there right now. Because I'm not an expert with the Rogues Village game, which is this thing here, 4 Suits game, we may try it if we get time, but I can't explain much. I'm going to have to research that more. And on Sunday, I may as well mention that in between, when is it? Before the Sunday Badge Clinic, we have a Rogues Village game / Intervillage badge question answer session. I can't remember what the name is, but it's at noontime on Sunday, noontime UTC -7. That's Las Vegas time. So if you're interested in this, the game that they're developing, that's what you want to watch, is the Sunday presentation. And I even get permission to be a guest speaker. So if you want to see me again, then you've got to come back on Sunday. Let's see. So because I'm kind of helping to develop this here, I'm just going to go right to the Bob right now. BOB, Bush of Being, is the code name for that. You might want to remember that. We may have a pop quiz. So the BOB. Do you remember what BOB stands for? Or are you going to push rewind? All right, so let's open this up. Instead of www, we'll go to BOB. Can you see that okay? Okay. There we have that. I'm not so familiar with this because we're just developing it at this moment. So if you go to the BOB, which is in the manual, you get this page, and that's a good way to get started, right? That's the name of this presentation, Getting Started. What eventually we will be able to do with this, we have this working, but it's on a staging site, which doesn't have eye candy or CSS or styles. So what this does, let me see if I can find it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. So what this does is it helps you onboard your badge device. Okay, so you've got these 3 buttons on here. You have different IDs and different data on them, and depending on your personal preferences, you may not like Red Team, you may not like Monero. You may like the biohacking village though, and IoT is the best, right? So you like those 2 villages, and you'll be able to select them. I'm hoping this is working later in the evening, so you can see this site. You can see. Let me see if I point in the right direction. No, you can see right. So you can see this site right now. If you go to that URL, it's live. But you will only be able to onboard your own device as intended a little bit later after we get it working. So I'm not going to demonstrate that until tomorrow, until we get into the advanced things tomorrow. That's one of the content parts that I will need to postpone. But in any case, doesn't matter, because if you read this, the part that we did get right so far is in green. You know, green is kind of the getting started, all okay color. And it basically says, you can read that, can't you? It says that one of the best ways to get started, to know that your badge is working, to be able to use it in a productive manner, is to use NFC tools, right? So I'm not sure what happens if I push on that. Okay, so it goes to the developer's website. This is WakeDev or something like that. And this is just documentation. I believe it tells you how to install and where to find the applications. So you can see that one of the places is the typical Google Store. I don't know about Amazon and these other things. It's also on the Apple iOS catalog. What is it called? Shop, store, whatever. And so that's, how do I get back? Right. So that's NFC tools over there. NFC tools, right? So I have already installed that. I'm just going to run that. I have the pro version. It makes me feel like really pro. So that's why I got the pro version. And but you can get the regular version. To be honest, and so jokes aside, it was kind of an experiment. I thought, okay, I'm using this thing all the time, and maybe there's some advanced methods and techniques in the pro version. And I really haven't found a big difference between the one that's not labeled as pro and this one. Decide for yourself. So the quick test, I'm going to do that now. Do you see this screen, that it's empty? Try to memorize what's on there. It's almost empty. There's just 2 lines. Approach and NFC tag. Welcome to the, you see what's on there. The trouble is that every time I show the badge device, you can't see the front of the screen. So that's why this is going to be a bit difficult. Let me get something to drink here. Okay, so it's a bit challenging. You can't see the front of the screen and the front of the badge at the same time because they must be back to back. That's why the back of the badge is protective leather. Okay, if this was metal, like copper traces and jagged parts, you put that on your lens, then the lens would get damaged. Instead, it's a nice synthetic leather finished back. It's called leatherette, I think. So feel free to just slide that on there. It won't do any damage, I think, unless you have a crystal diamond phone or something. But that's the purpose of the leather. So the back of the badge must be placed on the back of your phone. For any of this to work at all, you have to have, there's probably all kinds of personal secret data coming to me. on the phone. Oh no. So anyway, you may see something there. You may see, for example, that there is a setting called NFC. Oh, let me do that again. There is a setting, and it's called NFC. Hello, camera, please focus. There. It's not too well focused, but in any case, you get the point. You can see that Bluetooth is there, that NFC is there, that airplane mode. So the NFC, that symbol, that's very, very, very important. In some cases, I'm not going to go through all the screens, but in some cases, you can turn on Android Beam and things like that. They're related to NFC. What you won't find on here is the word RFID, although these are RFID standards. Okay, so if you're curious about that, let me just remove that while all the private information is scrolling. Okay, so this badge must be placed on the back of this after your NFC circuit is turned on, as I showed. A normal device, as soon as you do that, would activate the circuit. It would turn it on. Let me show you how that works with my fabrication laboratory key. Okay, this is my fabrication laboratory key, and I'm just holding my thumb over the private data. And I will just put this on the back. See that? You maybe even heard that because it does make a sound. So that's what the data on my key is. Maybe you'd like to have that data. Doesn't help much because this is just one of the two factors, and it's kind of a low value identifier. So that's what we get with a classic NFC data transmission. The non-classic one, like this badge, has a method of defending against opportunistic data theft. So what does that mean? So I don't have my things here. If I put this card on a table, which I do not control, it's not me that bought, owned, created, built the table, then it can be that somebody else manipulated the table. Any table in the world, you can attach a transmitter and receiver to it, or transceiver, and it can be used to harvest data in a very bad manner. So what we're going to do is protect the data on here by simply requiring that a human pushes on one of the three buttons before there is any possibility of data exchange. This isn't a perfect security feature because nothing's perfect, and simply because what's happening is that unless you push on one of these three buttons, the antenna, which maybe I can show, here it is, the antenna on the back is not connected to the EEPROM data storage on the front. Okay, do you kind of understand that? That without pushing on this button, you hear that click? Without pushing on this button, if I release and do not push, then this antenna is not connected to any of the data storage ICs. And in this moment, the storage ICs, although they do have transceivers with absolutely no 13 megahertz antenna connected to them, it's not impossible, but it's likely close to impossible to easily harvest data off of there. Okay, so that's what I call defense of opportunistic data theft. You put this badge on most tables in the world in which there is an embedded attack surface and they're somewhat protected against them. Okay, it still doesn't mean you want to put your birth certificate and images and all of these very valuable private data on there. I do not recommend that. In some cases, these badges can replace or substitute for paper wallets. So if you're ever walking around with a paper wallet, you know very well any camera in the room can harvest your secret key. Consider almost everything in the world that doesn't have a secure element to be less than perfect security. All right, so we got a bit off topic there. What I was trying to do is push on this and connect it to the phone. That's what I'm going to do right now. We saw an example with a plastic card, and now I will do it with a badge. So I'm going to push right now. All right, so we got some data off of the badge. This data belongs to me, so this does not qualify as theft. So what do we see here? There's just quite a lot of stuff. In fact, sometimes you can scroll. The first thing that you see, I pushed the star. That's what I did. I pushed this one. And the star is connected to an EEPROM, which is an ISO 15693 standard. This is an RFID that provides an NDEF, or what does NDEF stand for? It's an NFC data format. Okay. The manufacturer of the EEPROMs you can see because it's very clearly ST Microelectronics in France. And then we have technologies available. One of them is NDEF. We have a serial number. Each of the EEPROMs, each of these EEPROMs on each individual badge, so we have very, very many of them, has an individual serial number. This is not something we decide. This is you can't buy a telephone or a computer or a badge or any electronic device where there are no serial numbers inside. It's simply common practice in industry that all of the devices expensive enough, the parts like integrated circuits or with the need to be unique, like memory, EEPROMs and things, they have serial numbers, okay? This can be useful as well. You can use this as a unique identifier if you like. All right, so some of the things here we can use to understand, like this size. That's how much data you can store on there. That's a very small one. There's just 50 bytes for this star, just 50 bytes. This one is 50 bytes as well. And they're both ISO 15693. The last one, the sun, this is a different IC. So why don't we try the sun now? Instead of me telling you about it, let's put practice into, wait a minute. Okay, so now I'm going to push on the sun. Ready for this? I have to line it up on the antenna. Guys, it's not working. There it is. So now it's no longer showing an ISO 15693 standard. It's showing an ISO 14443. Okay, so it's not telling us what other manufacturers and service providers call their products. But if we go back now, another thing to notice, please take a look here. The size is much larger. It's 8 kilobytes now. So that's a really big one, okay? That's really big. I think that's the largest size I know of. If we go back here to this fabrication laboratory key, let's take a look and see if this is a 144443 as well, okay? And here they even labeled it MyFair, which some of you may have heard of. It's a technology brand style word, like I think the clam cards, which are used on the London Metro subway. I mean, they all have their names, clam card and so on. I'm not sure if MyFair is always 14443. In any case, what this is really just delivering is the serial number. And this is what I use to operate the laser cutter. Okay, so if you were to, I mean, I'll tell you the truth, you can clone this serial number onto your own card and then travel all the way to wherever this machine is that has this reader, whether it's Japan, Greenland, Brazil, or wherever they decide to ship this device. And then you will be able to use this device and impersonate me if you're willing to break the law. Okay, so don't do that. This is my card, but I'm not so worried because it's a very low value identifier. All right, so what have we learned so far? These devices, these badges work very well with, everybody say it at once, NFC tools. You can't see it because it's not focused, but so once you start NFC tools, you can start using your badge. That's kind of what we're trying to get at. Flip the phone over, put the badge on top. The first two buttons are much easier to get a read on. So I'm going to do it this way now and try to listen. Did you hear that? And then I turn the phone over to show you, and it's got the data on there. All right, let me do it again with the middle one. So you probably heard that, and then we have a different standard. I'm sorry, no, it's still the 15693. Turn it over again for the sun. This one I recommend that you twist it around. It's much more difficult. This is a short range tag. These are both long range. This one's short range. So let's see. Okay, I got it, just simply because I'm doing this all the time. But it's going to be really difficult. And if your antenna, if the antenna in the phone, in your phone is not very high up here, but it's lower down there, then you're going to need to put the badge in a different part of the phone. Do you understand that? I mean, there is tablets, there are different devices that have NFC inside. So getting started with any of these computing devices, I've even seen laptops with NFC circuits and antennas. You can try them. It's kind of more common to use a phone. Almost every phone that's been manufactured in the last 2 or 3 years has an NFC circuit inside. I can kind of imagine that there's phones that are made for children or something, or the absolute cheapest ones that don't have them. But you're gonna have a phone probably that has NFC on there. All right, so let's think about what to do next. We haven't talked about the technology, but it's not. I need a microscope for that. So it's not going to be possible. One of the things we could talk about, yeah, I have a couple, okay, that could be a question now. The stream is very choppy, I hear. Why is it choppy, rehrar? Strange. Okay, thanks for telling me. Okay, so let's go back to the website. All right, let's figure out what we have covered here. So we got started on the, there you can read that better. We got started on the website, which is what is easy to find. It's on all of the packaging. It's the QR codes. It's hopefully the go-to place, right? You find that, you have some short information. The green tells you how to get to NFC tools. You need to install that. It's an application. And eventually we will have things here guiding you to adjust your phone's browser in order to make it capable and compatible with the badge using NFC. You can kind of read, the text is finished, so it's clear enough. It says there, platform features. You need to enable the NFC platform features. I'll actually do that now because it may not be so clear. But in order to use a web browser like this one, when we're going to type URLs in here and try to interact with one of these badges from a web browser, that's when we're going to need to do this thing in the blue. All right, we're going to need to copy this text, and then we're going to put that up here. All right. Let's paste that, shall we? I'm doing this slowly because rehrar said everything's choppy here. So I'm going to paste. Yeah, that didn't work. Paste. So that worked this time. All right, so what do we see here? This is where everything turns red. You get warnings. Experimental web features is what I have enabled there. And that's why it's the very first one. It's at the top. You will probably have to scroll down. Okay? There's all kinds of things here you can enable, disable. There's WebRTC multi-channel. You get the idea. But if you do not have this experimental web platform features enabled, that just means that you will be limited to using an application like NFC tools. You can use NFC tools whenever your NFC circuit is turned on. That's when you can use NFC tools. All right, but if you want to use a web browser to access your badge, that's when you need to go to the Chrome :flags. And that's when you need, I apologize for this, actually, it's very uncomfortable, right? This is what most people don't like to do, is adjust and configure their phones. There is a long story to this. I will tell you the short version. Some manufacturers like Google lock down certain features. They force you to enable them. We were able to until the 29th of July. We had a special key from the, what was it, the Google Chrome department that issued us a key as developers. And on the 29th, that key expired, so this is what we have to do since the 29th. Is this still very choppy, rehrar? You want to tell me if it's improved or not? In any case, this is documented in many places, like we saw before. It's documented here. And we even put a URL here. I believe if you click on that, that it goes to a kind of a explanation about what this is all about, experimental APIs, if you want to read this. This is kind of for hackers. So if you're not comfortable adjusting and configuring your phone, then you can still use your badge by either waiting for the Chrome Origin program for developers to kick in again, because I assume after the 29th it finished, then we will get another key someday. You can either wait for that, or you can use NFC tools, which works out of the box immediately, right? So those are the options. And I'll just emphasize once again that our website up here, the Bob website, this will be a method for you to onboard your device according to your personal preferences, whether you like the biohacking village more than the red team, or the red team more than Monero, or maybe you want a combination, which will be possible as well, to combine the different village profiles. All right, so let's see what rehrar says. It will be choppy unless you turn down the quality. All right. Do I really want to do that? Readjust and configure OBS mid-speech? Oh, God. I don't think so. But we've got 10 more minutes. Okay. Okay, okay, Justin, I'm going to try this, but I will definitely blame you if this goes badly. Okay, so let me see if I can do this quickly. I've got the video already there. Okay, Justin, new problem. I mean, I can't adjust anything while I'm streaming, right? So I'm not going to do it because turning streaming off and then to get it back on again is going to be 3 minutes of dead air. I think you agree that would be a bad idea. So you can't change any settings on OBS while you're streaming. I will have to change it for tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow will be less choppy. All right. So in a sense, that was the getting started speech. We covered the first of the two URLs, and the second you can here just read that. I mean, you can go to the second on your own. It would make no sense to try that now because I'm not an expert. It's actually kind of hard to read. Four Suits game. So yeah, if you're feeling creative and you're interested in knowing what else the badge can do and how the Rogues Village is using it, then either wait until Sunday when they explain it in a presentation, or just go to the URL right now. Download the manual free of charge. Go there. You know, pretend like you have a badge in your hand if you don't have one, and that's how you can research and hack around a bit. Because after all, this is DEF CON. Isn't that a nice manual? One of the best illustrators and graphic artists in the world made that for us. And she even wrote, "Thanks for hacking." Right, okay, so this was meant to be a very slow and gentle introduction, and it was the getting started with the Village badge. Tomorrow we will do some impersonation, some attacks on our own devices, things like identity cards and two-factor authentication devices. Yeah, there is 10 more minutes, so if the video was not too choppy that you couldn't understand anything, then it's now time to ask your question. You can ask questions on the official DEF CON channels. Those are all on Discord, just like you cannot participate in a normal DEF CON year by going to Canada. You also can't fully participate on a virtual DEF CON year without going to Discord, all right? You can kind of watch these videos on Twitch and YouTube, but really participating, you want to check out those channels on Discord, okay? So maybe there's questions there now. Let me just take a look. I don't see any. Am I in the right channel? Don't see any questions. Started. So I'm going to assume that we are done. But before I check out for the day, I'm going to explain something in case you do have questions later. So if you have questions later about these nifty devices, then we have a help desk. It has nothing to do with DEF CON. We have a help desk. It's a Monero Devices help desk. So it's not manned by staffed employees, right? We're all just volunteers, and it's kind of a community. Anyone can join, and everyone is encouraged to provide as many questions, with many answers as questions, right? Here's a help desk location. I'm not even going to write the HTTP. It's .com, it's not .org, okay? Just try to remember that. So you can launch questions there. What else do we have? There's this as well. Since we finished early, I'll just run through a few. reused slides. All right, so you want to get a badge, you can find them. There's 3 places, in fact. There's 3 places. So maybe with all the extra time we have, I maybe failed to mention that if you look there, you go to the menu, see how that works? On the badge, on the Bob site. So go to the menu. You've got your shops there. Most of this is working properly. So let's imagine you'd really like to have one of these badges. You want a full featured. You want a full featured one of the best of the best badges. You go to Cipher Market or Hack5. Let's see, which one shall I choose? Oh, sorry, Hack5. I haven't even. Let's see if that works. Yeah. Okay, so that's how that works. Here is Cipher Market. Hello. Okay. See how that works? So Cipher Market has more colors. And if you prefer a do-it-yourself model, then unfortunately I couldn't convince the others to list all these different models, so couldn't get that done. So the only place where you can get a do-it-yourself model, that's going to be here on the factory shop. All right, so those are kind of your rundown of your choices. The other thing is that this thing here, this stands for source code management. So this is where all of our open source archives, repositories are. That's very useful as well. All right, so we're finishing 5 minutes early, which is refreshing. We usually go overtime. This drives AJ and SGP and all of the administrators, drives them crazy. This time we're finishing early. I'll take one more look at the Discord channel, and there's nothing there, which means that we just finished the getting started with this year's Village badge, Intervillage badge. Okay, don't forget that if you're interested and you have time tomorrow, Saturday, that we have not 2, but only 1 badge clinic during which we can talk about some more advanced things, like impersonation, things like that, backing up your data. And then Sunday we have the same thing. Sunday we'll talk about the game, the Rogues Village game as well, but that's not on the Monero Village. That presentation is happening on the Rogues Village. Big surprise. All right, that's all for today, folks, and I think you're in luck if you're still watching, because if you're not bored to death, because there is still a very important, very intriguing speech coming up. I'm sure the moderator will tell you, but I think rehrar, in fact, the famous rehrar, is going to give a speech now. Is that right, or did I get that wrong? Let me just check quickly. I know that he's closing the village on Sunday. And for today, in fact, rehrar is speaking next, and it should be a good one. And we've got a MAME competition after that from Justin, from Mr. SGP, the Samsung game player of us. All right, so that's all for today for me. I'm going to take a break now, and I hope you had a great time watching our presentation. Once again, my name is Michael, and I can talk about these badges. You can find me on all these channels. Ask me one-on-one questions, okay? Have a good one, and see you later.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 y media. Otro día, misma feria y no he dormido nada para variar. Puro taxi ocupado, miro al cielo, está nublado. Yo con prisa y sin bocado, y Murphy me ha burlado una vez más. el final. Y sí, resulta que sí, que ahora cantan tan afinaditos, cortesía de auto. ¿Y qué pasa si yo olvido el tono de esa canción? ¿Me querrías todavía o cambiarías de estación? Aquí voy, algo insegura, pero voy.
Oh, there we go. There we go. There's me. Right? You guys can hear me now, right? Wait for a response. Woohoo! Okay, so I'm not scheduled to start for another 2 minutes, and that's okay. That's okay. We don't have to get me started. But just wanted to remind everybody, if you want to see what we have coming up today or next or later, because today is starting to wind down. After this workshop, we do have the meme competition. And after all that, it looks like we're going to be closing up shop for today. But our Discord is going to be actually open 24/7. So if you have any questions about Monero, about cryptocurrency, about any of this stuff, please feel free to come on by, ask us these questions. We're more than happy to talk with people. We'll have some volunteers that are somewhat coordinated and in some small capacity, trying to man that and keep a watch on everything, make sure everything's okay. But it looks like I don't have to stall very much longer. Just 1 second while I open up the YouTube so I can catch any questions. Okay, still says it's a little bit quiet, so I'm going to turn myself up just a tiny bit. Hopefully that will make a difference. Whoa, I think that made quite a bit of a difference. Okay, so if you are watching right here, right now, then that's because you want to know how Monero's reference implementation GUI wallet works. You love the idea of Monero. You listen to all the talks. You're like, Diego, I need this. I need this in my life. I need to get on board with Monero. But just downloading things and using the wallet, it's all scary. What if my Monero just disappears? What if everything just goes away? So this is the workshop for you. I'm going to be kind of going through the Monero wallet, getting everybody comfortable with it. We're going to send a transaction. We're going to receive a transaction. We're going to go ahead and prove a transaction. So, proving that I did in fact send from one place to another place. So, and we'll talk about when somebody would want to do that, why they would want to do that, and then we'll go ahead and show you how we would go ahead and do that. And if you have any questions at any point in time, please, by all means, put them in the chat. I have both the Twitch and the YouTube open, so I will go ahead and be watching both. If you just put it in either. If you need me to slow down or any of these things. Ideally, as we're starting, I would recommend everyone to go to getmonero.org. There is a place for downloads. And, as we're getting started here, if you want to follow along, go to getmonero.org/downloads or click on the downloads in the navigation and go ahead and download the GUI wallet. Ideally, you would want to do the thing about where you're checking the hashes, which there is instructions for to do there as well, but we're not going to have time to go through that at present time. So you can go ahead and do that later. But you are going to want to check your hashes just to make sure you have the correct software that has not been hijacked or anything. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, if that's okay with everybody. Let's go ahead and do that. Just 1 second. Okay. So here is my lovely Monero wallpaper. And we have a freshly opened Monero GUI. It's not super freshly open because when you do first open this, the first thing that you're going to see, oh, it's not this one. Although, hey, neat little feature, you can go ahead and switch light mode, dark mode. But basically, the first thing you're going to do is choose a language, I believe. Although maybe they updated that and it just takes it from your computer, but I don't think so. So you can go ahead and take choose your language, and you're going to come to this thing. Simple mode, bootstrap, advanced mode. What do you choose? What do you do? How does this work? So this isn't really that scary. Basically, Monero wallets have 2 ways of connecting to the Monero network. Either you can download the blockchain onto your device. This is the one that has the least amount of trust, because now you're just all the time you're working with your own blockchain. You're not going to be working with anybody else's blockchain. You don't need to connect to any external computers. It's just all you all the time. So you can do everything locally. But that's going to take time to download everything. That's going to take time to verify everything. That's going to take space. And right now, Monero blockchain is like, I don't know, like 80-ish. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. You could look it up. It's pretty easy. But 80-ish gigabytes. So it's a decent amount of space. It's a small investment, but with how big hard drives are these days, it's not too awful, I guess. So if that's what you want to do, you're probably going to want to go with simple mode bootstrap or advanced mode. And advanced mode just kind of lets you choose all the different things that you want to do. Simple mode bootstrap has fewer tweaking needed, but it still does put the blockchain onto your computer. Simple mode does the other way of connecting to the blockchain, which is basically this idea that you don't have the blockchain on your own computer, so you have to connect to somebody else's computer who is available to the internet, and you access their blockchain. So when you need to send a transaction and you need to kind of do the whole ring signature thing, you take stuff from them. You still have to scan the chain for your transactions, but you don't have to download the whole thing. So you're basically scanning somebody else's version. You don't have to have it on your own. This is so that way you don't have to use a bunch of bandwidth to put that all on your thing, and also so that way you don't have to store it yourself. For most people, unless you really want the blockchain, you could just go ahead and click simple mode, and it's going to take you and connect. It's going to find one of those and connect automatically the one that's going to be the closest to you. So I'm going to go ahead and click simple mode, and it's going to take you this thing. It's like, okay, are you sure? Just be aware. Just be aware this is not the most private way that you can do it. Remote nodes could compromise some privacy. Let me go ahead and make this a little bit bigger. Wonderful. So we've made the window bigger, but we haven't scaled the text at all. I don't know if this is readable on the YouTube. I don't suspect that it is. So, okay. We're just going to go ahead and move forward from here. You can ignore this. I'm going to go to advanced mode because I already have a local remote node set up that I'm going to connect to at my own place. So, but we're just going to pretend that you pressed simple mode and you press yes, I understand these consequences, and then you're going to come to here. Create new wallet from hardware, open a wallet file, or restore wallet from keys or mnemonic seed. So these are pretty self-explanatory. Create a new wallet is what we're going to go through in just a second. That is going to let you create a brand new wallet. Hooray! Create a new wallet from hardware. I'm certain if you've been in the blockchain space for any length of time, you've probably heard the names Trezor and Ledger. These are hardware wallets that you can get, and they keep the keys on the hardware device, and in theory, they're supposed to be hard to extract, if not impossible, it helps so that way if you do have a virus on your computer, if you have a keylogger, if you have any of these things, they really can't steal your Monero because all the keys are stored on the hardware, and you need the hardware to be connected in order to send a transaction. So if you have access to one of those devices, or you want an extra layer of security, Monero does work with both Trezor and Ledger. So this is how you would make a new wallet if you were connecting it with the hardware. Open a wallet from files. So after you make a new wallet, it gets put on your file system. And so if you have multiple wallets for whatever reason, your wife has a wallet, your husband has a wallet, your dog has a wallet, and all of you guys have separate bank accounts, so to speak, right? You can click on this and navigate between wallets if you have multiple ones on the computer. Restoring a wallet from keys or mnemonic seed. In just a second, when we create a new wallet, we're going to see what a seed looks like. It's basically 25 words that we're going to need to write down. And if your computer dies, if your phone dies, wherever the wallet is stored, you will be able to get your Monero by clicking on this option and typing those seeds in. And I will greatly stress the importance of seeds here in just a minute. They're extremely, extremely important. Is this bugging people that you want it more in the middle? I mean, yeah, okay, we'll put it more in the middle. I don't know, maybe some people are annoyed by that. So we're just going to go ahead. You can go ahead and ignore these ones right here. Change wallet mode, that just takes you back to simple, advanced, whatever. And change language is pretty self-explanatory. So we're going to go ahead and create a new wallet. Okay, first thing we're going to find out. So on this virtual machine, I just named it Funsies, just because this is for funsies. And there is a wallet location. So this is where your wallet is actually going to be stored. You can click browse and change where that's going to be. Okay, so you can give your wallet a name. So I'm going to call this Defcon New. You can name it whatever you want, right? now we get to this thing, the mnemonic seed. And this is the single most important thing that you're going to do when you make a new wallet. You need to write these words down. You need to get out a pencil and a paper, 10 papers, and write these words down, okay? If you lose your wallet, meaning your computer dies or it explodes, your house catches fire and you don't get to save anything, anything could happen. If you lose your computer, if you lose your wallet, but you have these words, then you have your Monero. If you lose your wallet and you do not have these words, then you have lost your Monero and nobody can help you get them back. Okay, these words are like a human readable representation of your private key. So if you do not have these words, you don't have your Monero. Okay, and further, if somebody else sees these words, they now have your Monero. Your wallet has no way to distinguish between whether that person is the actual owner of the wallet or not. All they know is, okay, they have access to these words, so they can spend the Monero. If you have these words, you can spend your Monero. So you need to write them down. It's not recommended to put them digitally because what happens if your computer gets hacked or any number of things, right? And it's important that you have more than one of these in a very safe place, because if you only have one paper copy and it gets burned up or something happens to it or there's a flood, then you have lost your Monero. You must write this down. Do it now. Do it now. And for this particular presentation, I just pressed brand new. So if I click back to menu and create a new one, you're going to see that it's a new set of seed. It's a new set. It's just going to be different every time. So I would not recommend writing these down. I also would not recommend using the wallet with this seed for anything, because now this is available to the public. This is available on YouTube, on Twitch. And if anyone's writing this down hoping, okay, Diego's going to be sending money to this wallet to prove things and I'll just steal it because I have the seed, haha, you're mistaken. I have other wallets set up that we're going to do that for. So write this down. Don't send to this one. Don't send to this one. Wallet restore height. What does this mean? This is basically so Monero's chain is really, really big. I told you it's several gigabytes large. And if you make a brand new wallet, right? If you make a brand new wallet, why would you want to scan the whole chain to see if you have any transactions? Because in theory, if it's a new wallet, you have no previous transactions. If you're restoring a wallet, then maybe it's important. But for a brand new wallet, it's not important. So we're telling it, okay, start 2 million blocks up. Don't start at block 0. Start 2 million blocks up. And the GUI is going to choose something to you relatively close. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and click next here. This is where you're going to put your password. Okay, if you forget your password, but you have your seed, then you have your Monero. If you forget your password and you don't have your seed, you don't have your Monero. So the seed is the most important thing. Write it down. The password is to make sure that anyone who gets access to your computer that maybe shouldn't have access to your computer can't send your Monero away or something, because it doesn't require you to put in your seed every time. And we'll see that in just a moment. So I'm going to go ahead and click next. You can put no password here. I would not recommend it, but for these purposes, this is what I'm going to do. I do have a Bootstrap node. So just one second. This should have been already filled in, but it's not, which is a little annoying. So just one second. This is where I have put my temporary node. So now you all know where that is. Fantastic. Uh-oh. No, connect to a remote. No, do it here. Do it here. Okay, create wallet. So here's where you'd be putting in your password if you had one. Just press OK because I didn't put a password for this. And you come to this screen and you see, okay, now we're scanning, but it's not from the beginning of the blockchain. It's just from like block 2 million and bam, it's done super quick. This would have taken a long time, hours probably, if it was scanning from the beginning. But once it scans once, it doesn't have to do it again. So, if you do scan from the beginning, then, after it's gone through those hours, the next time you open your wallet, it won't have to do that process every single time. It's just that once. So we've got several screens over here. The GUI starts you out on the send screen. And as you can see, kind of this is where you're going to put the address that you want to send to, the amount that you want to send. your transaction priority, which determines the fee that you give the miners. The higher the fee, the more likely you're going to get in, unless the blocks aren't super full, in which case pretty much everybody's going to get in. So if we click on this, you can see slow, normal, fast, fastest. These are like how much fee you can put. Monero also has this cool thing where you can add a description just for your personal thing. So when you send a transaction, you're like, oh, I sent this to my cousin for this reason. And so you just know what everything's for. We also have an address book. So if you use, if you're paying an employee and you do it consistently every month, you can save their address here so you don't have to ask them for it every time. Why would we want to do that? Well, if you've never seen a Monero address before, let's go to the receive screen. And this address is very, very long. You can't see it here because it's truncated. So actually, let's go ahead and open up a notepad. Boom. This is what it looks like. Okay, this is a Monero address. It's very long. It's very, very, very long. So you can't call your grandma and be like, okay, grandma, here it is. It's 45, lowercase p, lowercase h, lowercase p, uppercase L, right? You can see how that's going to be prone to errors and stuff. So really got to copy and paste it in every time. You got to ask for it. So the addresses, saved addresses on your address book is going to help with that. You also have a QR code. This is the same thing as this. So if you scan this QR code, we do have mobile wallets available. Cake Wallet for iOS and Android, and Monero for Android as well. You can go ahead and scan that and send to it rather quickly. Transactions is going to be a list of transactions. Because this is a brand new wallet, we don't have anything here yet. And I'll show you one of the other wallets that I've made here pretty quick. Advanced, for the most part, we're not going to cover those. It's outside of the scope. I've only got about 15 minutes left, and we still need to do some things. So, but you can mine from this. The only one we are going to touch on is this prove and check. This is how we're going to prove a transaction, and we're going to get to that in just a minute. Settings is where you adjust some things in the wallet, and you can go ahead and click around those and see for yourself. Accounts, we're not going to go ahead and worry about accounts for now, but there's just this idea that you can generate multiple sub-addresses, which are addresses that link back to this one address. So you can make multiple sub-addresses that all go down to this one thing, and you don't have to have new seeds or make new wallets or anything like that. You can also do this from the receive screen, create new address. What is this? This is sub-address 1. And Monero addresses start with 4, sub-addresses start with 8, and you see that the QR code changes every time to match the thing. Okay, so this is the new wallet. We're going to go ahead and push this aside because we know the seed for this wallet. The seed is for everybody. So we're going to go ahead and push this aside. And I'm going to grab some other wallets and bring them onto the screen. And here we have Defcon send and Defcon receive. Let's go ahead and put this way. Both of these, you don't know the seed for them. That's the point. But they do have some Monero on them. This one has 3 Monero on it. This one has 1 Monero. And we're going to go through a couple of the flows. Before I move on, let's see if there's any questions. Blah, blah, blah. What about JavaScript? What about JavaScript? I don't understand. Okay, I think we're good. Alrighty. So, as we can probably tell by the names of the wallet, Defcon send is going to be sending to Defcon receive. So how we're going to do that, it's as simple as this. You can, on the wallet that you want to receive from, so if you are the recipient of money, you're going to go to receive, you're going to copy this. If you press this icon, it copies the address to clipboard, or you can give them this QR code, which you can save as an image or also copy that to clipboard. And on the wallet that's send, if you're the sender, you're going to go ahead and paste this in here. Now, you want to double check the address because there is malware out there that will replace the address in your clipboard with their own. And you want to double check that. You want to make sure that this address didn't get replaced. So you don't have to do the whole thing. So in this case, we see 47VXR3PB. And if we look here at the recipient address, we indeed see 47VXR3PB, MKWI, and this truncates it, but it also has some at the end. You know, the last 4 are LQCW. If you want to be 100% sure that you're sending to the correct address, you verify the entire thing. Most people will, like, if you just do the first 4 and the last 4, that's probably too little. because it may be easy for somebody to generate something that looks similar. Verifying any of them is better than nothing, but verifying the first maybe 10, 16, the last 10, 16, it's the more you verify, the harder it is for somebody to kind of cheat you and make it so that way you don't know what's going on. So we went ahead and put this in here. We can go ahead and add this to our address if we want to. I'm not going to go ahead and do that, but you can go ahead and do that. If you click this, it'll take you to the address book. You know what? I am going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to add an address, and this is Diego. He's so cool. All right, so that's what this is added as. So now from the address book, I can actually click on this and it will autofill on the address here. It'll autofill that. So I'm going to go ahead and send Defcon receive 1 Monero. For the most part, we're just gonna, like, automatic on transaction priority is gonna be okay for 99% of the time. I don't recommend touching this unless you know what you're doing. Advanced options, we don't really need any of this, so let's not worry about it. So now it's creating the transaction, it's building the ring signature, getting the cryptography ready, all this stuff. It's like, okay, this is where you're sending it to, this is the amount, this is the fee, here's the ring size, here's the description. Does all this sound good? Yes. Okay. It's going to prompt you to put in your password, which if we had one, I'd put it, but we don't. So I'm just going to press OK. All right. Monero sent successfully is what this says, because I think it's a little too small and blurry for everybody to see. Monero sent successfully. And then it's got this huge long string of it's got this alphanumeric string. This is your transaction ID, and we're going to come back to this when we prove transactions. But basically, you can go to a block explorer, a Monero block explorer, and put this in there, and we can see when it comes out. Okay. So I just sent 1 Monero, and if we go to transactions, we can see, you've seen here on the transaction screen, you can see that I have put some Monero onto this wallet for these purposes. These are the past transactions. I sent 1 XMR 28 seconds ago to this address. So, and boom, look it. Oh wait, no, this is the this is the one that we have already that was already on here. If we click on transactions, you'll see, haha, we do have one. This was the one that was already on here, but this was 46 seconds ago. The reason it's not showing up here is because it needs to be included in a block first. If you don't understand how a blockchain works, transactions need to be included in blocks, which then need to be mined and da-da-da-da-da. There's a lot of great resources out there that talk about how a blockchain works from the ground up. I would recommend giving it a look. But although that isn't super important right now, Monero's block time is 2 minutes, which means that the average amount of time it takes to find one block is 2 minutes. So this will be about 2 minutes, but it may be more, it may be less. It depends on the luck of the miners before this is going to start showing up here. So that is the send and receive flow. It's really not difficult. If you want to be the sender, you just got to know the address. You got to know how much you're going to send to them. You can send all of your Monero there if you want and set a fee, which automatic is going to be okay most of the time. If you're the receiver, you're going to either copy the address and give it to them, double check that it wasn't replaced, or they can scan this QR code, which you can save as an image and send to them, or whatever the case may be. In all cases, you're going to want to check to make sure that the alphanumeric string was not changed and the QR code was not changed. You just want to make sure that it's going to actually go where you want it to go. Because if you accidentally send to the wrong address, you have no way of getting that money back. There's nobody to call. There's no customer service. There's nobody who can get it for you. It's all cryptographically enforced and nobody can save you. So we're going to go ahead and prove a transaction really fast, and I hope this goes well. I hope this goes okay. This is the reason why I put a previous transaction of 1, because I don't want to wait for this one to come into a block so before we start proving. So this one was sent 3 hours ago, and we're going to prove that this Defcon send did in fact send to this Defcon receive. So if you imagine that Defcon receive is a merchant and Defcon send, they purchase something in Monero from that merchant, and the merchant says, oh, well, I didn't receive this Monero. I didn't get it. You can prove that you did. So let's go ahead and go to advanced and prove check. And here, advanced proof check as well. So we need the transaction ID. So actually, let's go back to transactions. This was the one that I sent prior. And if we click on this, we see that there's details that drop down. Here's the transaction ID. You just find what's labeled transaction ID. And we just left click on it, and it automatically copies it to clipboard. Great. So we're going to go to advanced proof check and paste in this transaction ID. Let's just double check that it's correct. A89BB64 blah 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 blah. Yeah, it's all good. The address, we have to know what address we sent to. Once again, if you go to transactions, it has in the data about the transaction at the bottom, it has the address to send to. It's this one right here. So we're going to go ahead and copy this and put it in this proof check. Now you can put an optional message here, and this is just an extra kind of fail safe, but the other person has to put this exact same message, otherwise it's not going to check correctly. So we're going to go ahead and put Defcon as the message here. Now we're going to click generate. Now, once we click generate, it gives me this payment proof, this thing that starts with out proof v1 something something. Okay, so we're going to copy this, double tap to copy to clipboard, and we would send this to the recipient. We would send this to them and say, this is the proof. This is the proof. Okay, now I'm the merchant. I want to say, okay, Diego says he sent it to me. For some reason, I'm not seeing it, or I don't know. Okay, let's go ahead and check this out. So we're going to scroll down to the second part, check a transaction. The first thing we're going to do, we're going to paste in the signature, the out proof something 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 that it gave to me. Okay, the transaction ID, I'm just going to copy it from here, but the transaction ID is a public thing. It's known to everybody. So sharing this, or you can get it from the Block Explorer, whatever, it's not a big deal. We're going to put that here as well. The address, I know what my address is. It's the address that I told them to send to me on. Oh, by the way, the other one has popped up now, so we have one, not two. And the message, if we put an optional message, once again, it has to be the exact same thing. So I have to put Defcon, or whatever it is that they put, and we're going to click check. And it says, okay, this address, if it's too small for you guys to read, it says this address received 1 Monero with 107 confirmations. This says you did indeed receive 1 Monero, and there is 107 blocks on top of it. So you can look 107 blocks back, and that's where you're going to find it. If any of these things is incorrect, so if we put an incorrect here and we click check, it's a bad signature. That's what it's going to say. It's going to say, nope, this isn't real. This isn't correct. So if the signature is not right, or the address is not right, or the transaction ID is not right, all of that stuff is going to be incorrect. It's only when everything matches 100%, which, because everything is cryptographically generated, there is zero chance that if you put in everything correctly, the transaction ID, the address, and the message, and the signature, that it will say bad. It's only if there's like a big flaw in the software, because all of the cryptography checks out. It's mathematically enforced. There's no way for somebody to, there's no way for like a merchant to cheat you out and say, no, I didn't receive it. When you're watching them put in the ID, the address, the message, and the signature, and you verify that everything is correct, there's no way that this will be incorrect. So the address received 1 Monero. Great, awesome. So that's how to prove and check a transaction. Not all wallets, so most mobile wallets and stuff come with this capability. So if you do need to prove or check a transaction, then, you know, the ecosystem is still developing and blah, 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 blah. But there is a way to do it. There is a way to do it. And that's what I just showed you right here. That's the basics of the Monero wallet. As we're closing in, I got 4 minutes. That's the basics of Monero wallet and how it works. The last thing I'm going to talk with you about is that this 1 Monero that I received, it's not yet spendable. You can see it says confirmations 6 out of 10. The Monero protocol kind of has it so you have to wait 10 blocks before you can spend it again, and that's just a safety precaution to make sure that a reorganization doesn't ruin your transaction. And if that's a little technical, then I apologize. I don't have time to get into that at the moment. So are there any questions from anywhere? Can you please make the wallet a little bigger? Thanks. I'm sorry. I wish I could, but as you can see, when I make it bigger, the white space gets bigger, and the rest of the stuff doesn't. It's probably because the DPI of my monitor is too high, unfortunately. I don't know if there is a way to like increase the size. Let's check it out. Settings, interface.
Yeah, Diego, there's no way to change the size in there. You'd have to change it in like the Windows settings or something.
Autosave, lock wallet on inactivity. No, there's currently no way for us to make the interface bigger. That's something that should probably be there. we can talk with the people. Maybe I'm just an idiot and it really is there and we can't, and I just don't know. Yeah, so I do apologize for everybody. I do apologize everybody that the wallet transactions are so small. I hope you're able to squint and get a little bit of an idea, at the very least, where the general things are supposed to go. It's pretty self-explanatory, where all the things are very neatly labeled. So hopefully this was marginally useful. If you get nothing else from this talk because everything is too small, write down your seed. Write down your seed. Remember that thing at the beginning, those 25 words? Write them down. Write down your seed. Write it down. If you have your seed, you have your Monero. If you don't have your seed, you don't have your Monero. Write it down. And that's basically it for me, guys. Hope it was useful. Glad you all came. This will be available. You know, I'll probably record myself doing this a second time where you can actually see things and they're not too small. And we'll try to make that available on the Monero community YouTube channel that you're watching this on. So if you are still confused because you couldn't see anything, then be watching out for that. Hopefully, like within a week or so, we can get that done and get that uploaded. That's it for me, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a meme competition coming up here fairly soon. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and so you can see my lovely face. Hey, this is the guy that's been talking to you this whole time, Diego Salazar, rehrar. We have a meme competition that's going to be coming up. If you are a memer, if you are memetically inclined, no. So all the time on Telegram, I get these people trying to spam me and cheat me out of my, steal my cryptocurrency. And they always ask, "Are you crypto oriented?" So if you are meme oriented, then please come take part in this meme competition. It is going to take place right about now. So Justin, are you here on the call? He is here on the call. I'm going to hand this over to him. I'm going to hop off. Take part in the meme competition, guys.
Not going to join us?
Meme things and be the nerds that you are. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. All right, I'm adjusting the gain and stuff. Diego's a little bit quieter, but it's not just a meme competition today. Of course, it's a mean meme competition. So you best be prepared here. We have people joining in. Diego left us, but we have Scott joining us. We have VT Nerd. We have, of course, the National Security Agency giving their best memes today. So I guess before we start, I just want to make sure that everyone is sort of set up and ready to go to the greatest extent, and that, I guess we can have time to introduce each other's too. This meme competition will be very similar to the meme competition that we did for Moneroversary. So if you saw that, you are ahead of the game. I will distribute meme templates for all of our participants to fill, and then after they fill, I will give a chance for the audience to vote. Instead of last time where we had a poll, I think we're just going to do a thing where people mash their votes in the chat, and we'll see how that goes. Because we only have 30 people watching. If we had thousands of people, then I think a poll would work. But we can just see how many people vote for which specific number in the chat. Among Lee and Scott, have you had a chance to review the instructions so far?
Yeah, I read the README. No issues. Straightforward.
All right, perfect. That's good news.
Yes,
wow,
I have also.
Thank you so much for joining us. Perfect timing. Yeah, I think people are going to be excited for this meme, because why wouldn't you? Of course, everyone's going to be excited. I am just getting everything situated on my end because I don't have anything to help me out. This is a very complicated process. Memes take a lot of work to get ready. I'm super high tech. I use like PowerPoint and everything. It's crazy. Just like last time, where we're using PowerPoint to arrange the memes for people to vote on. Nothing but the best for the community here. Okay. Looks like I'm almost situated. Vic has not joined us yet, which is odd because he destroyed us last time. Vic will be joining us. He's probably busy sending out a tweet from the Monero memes account, I'm sure. sorry, not Monero memes account, the Cake Wallet account, which is basically a meme account too. I'm sure you're aware. So, tile view, let's get everything going here. All right, I think everything is situated on my end now. I know you're all waiting for me. I guess, you know, if it's just, Vic,
Hey.
perfect timing. We were waiting for you.
Sorry, I'm late.
No, it's all good. Vic, have you had a chance to log into Nextcloud and see see all the files that are there?
Yeah, I see 9 folders.
Okay, perfect. 9
And
folders.
I did not peek.
You did not peek. Yeah, so
that's not why I'm late.
If someone does suspiciously well, you can blame it on them cheating this time. They may have, like, they were given access to the ability to cheat this time. So hopefully they didn't. We're going to have to trust that the Monero community is a trustworthy bunch. Otherwise, big problem. So that being said, let us get started, shall we? I'll set a timer. People are sending messages. Hey, all. Yes, Vic. So under the meme competition folder, which you're not able to see if you are just watching the live stream, but otherwise, you can go through under the Defcon 2020. You have a list of 9 folders. I am now giving everyone permission to open up the first folder, folder number 1, and there is an image in there. I am going to screen share this for everyone who is in the live chat. It is a meme. You have a few minutes to, you have a few minutes to make the best thing out of this meme that you can. Actually, screen 1 is actually the preferred one. All right, so I'm sharing this with YouTube. You should be able to see. I might have to go back and forth here, of course, with my different streaming computer. Nope, never mind. It does appear properly. Perfect. So, all right. So that's a meme that you're going to be building on. You have 5 minutes. So let me start the timer. And then you will put the meme in the same exact folder that you did, you'll put the meme that you create in the same folder. Make sure you assign a random number to it. That's the one that the participants will vote on. And then, of course, include your name so I know who ultimately wins. That way you can't take credit even if you don't win, because that would be horrible, of course. All right. What are our first impressions of this meme?
There's a lot that can go on here.
I've never seen this meme. I have no idea what to do with it.
Yeah. That's kind of the fun, I think.
Sometimes that's funny. You know, it is sometimes funny when everyone does a completely different meme and some of them aren't even like funny or relevant. What do people in the audience think of this meme? What do we think of 3 guns in a car, one says something, other 2 guns turn around, and then the other one's silenced?
So what format should it be saved in? The same JPEG?
JPEG or PNG, whatever you want, and then upload it to the same folder. I will share it and arrange it such that people can see different numbers and vote on them and things.
I hope the naming convention is
But make sure that you name the meme the number 1, colon, a random number, and then your name.
Okay, Mac doesn't let me do colon, so on file names.
Yeah, any you can do a dash or a dot. Doesn't, maybe a period is fine too. We have no comments. There we go. Good meme. Thank you, Andres. I appreciate you liking my meme choice here. We'll see if it's a good meme depending on what people submit. Of course, I'm wearing my Putting the Fun and Fungibility shirt today. I've saved the normal Monero one for Sunday when I'm giving a talk about Monero Coinbase outputs, which are much less fun than memes, I would say. But so be it. So this is a problem with the meme competition sometimes. It's all funny. Everyone will laugh when the memes are done, but in the moment, everyone's busy just working on them, trying to think of something good, and they're all stressed out. I need a co-host on here just to do banter back and forth.
All right, I've submitted.
Cool. I see yours. Now I get to do all the work of arranging them in a way where people can vote. Without giving too much away, Vic, this is a Monero meme you came up with?
I couldn't think of anything Monero related, so I guess I'll lose that one. I don't know how. If somebody makes that into a Monero meme, hats off to them. This is that's a tough one. So I just went the general route.
Okay. Yeah, hold on.
Somebody on Twitter just corrected somebody. They're saying it's Verge currency, not it's at Verge currency, not at Verge, like it matters.
Oh gosh, what did you do, Vic? Are you embarrassing
I'm
us?
just reading. No, I'm just reading.
Was this from the Cake Wallet account?
No, nothing to do with Cake or Vic, my account, just random tweets.
I know you're secretly making a Verge wallet in the background. I know your ultimate goal is to get the trust of the Monero community.
Exactly. Yeah, hopefully they'll accept me one day.
It's a very prestigious community. You got to build from the bottom up. You got to start with the basic stuff like Monero. You got to make wallets that anybody will use. Monero is such a coin that everyone treats like anything else, and eventually you'll be good enough for the Verge community, Vic.
Right.
Eventually, with enough persistence.
Welcoming to criticism. But anyway, let's not talk. Who's all on? Who is everybody?
Okay, it looks like someone submitted what is the naming convention.png. Name it 01 dash or whatever, and then put in a random number, and then put in your actual name. The reason for the random number is because that's the number I'm going to give the audience to vote on. And that way, once I figure out which one wins, I'm able to figure out which one actually wins. And then I know the name then of who submitted it.
Yeah, I was wondering where you saw the what is naming convention. I mean, that was close enough.
Who picks the winners?
We're gonna have the chat spam the winner, and if no one votes, then it's just gonna be me. Which is biased because I know who picked the memes in, I guess. So people better vote.
So you're saying this is centralized, huh?
It is a very centralized.
Well, that's why I thought we were just gonna have a number and then no name, and then we would say, "Oh, that was my number." I guess anybody could claim the number in the end, though. But
yeah. So this way, Justin can't pick favorites, huh?
Of course.
All right, Scott, how are you doing?
Good. I am literally just a couple of clicks away from uploading. One click away.
In the meantime, look at this shirt I got from Cypher Market, Diego.
Very nice. Diego was just with us.
Yeah.
Walking all the noobs with how to use Monero.
So you said just use Cake Wallet and that's it?
He went through the Monero GUI. He didn't go through the Cake Wallet.
You said noobs and easy.
He was complaining about the GUI as he was using it.
I told you, for Cake Wallet, I wanted our slogan to be for noobs by noobs.
That's a good way of putting it. force refreshing. Let's see. Oh, I see it download. It's fine. It's not named correctly, but it's fine. Okay. Okay, you have 3 numbers to choose from. You all need to get better at generate. Oh, actually, Isthmus just submitted his. Never mind. All right. Isthmus. Okay. Okay. It's really difficult to arrange these, as you can imagine. I'm doing my best. Maybe I should specify for next time, do a 2-digit number. That way it's not going to take the entire slide. All right. I have... Oh, goodness. It's Scott. Scott, did you take yours down again?
No.
Okay, 1 second.
Unless mine was deleted. Espionage within.
It's fine. I assigned you a random number, so you're good. I remember which one's yours. It's all that matters. Okay, time to screen share. And if you are on Twitter, sorry, not Twitter. If you're on YouTube, get ready to spam which number you believe is the best. All right, so let me share the screen. All right, screen sharing right now. Option 2. I'm not shooting off my mouth. Wonder who made that one. Option 52. Fungibility? ? Option 3. Monero would be better with proof of stake. Or 1337. Oh, I got the same one. That must have been Isthmus. Did I not get yours, Scott?
I don't see mine on there.
Oh, damn. Whoop.
Just write a
I'm not seeing it.
Write a program to here. Let me refresh. Oh my gosh.
We may have a latecomer. Pretend you haven't read any of them.
Force refresh here. Yeah, mine is there in the #1 folder.
I'm doing force sync. I don't see it. Let me. 1 minute. Let me see if I can get it. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. What the heck? Sorry, everybody. We'll figure this out. Probably like ran out of storage and yours is like, oh, no, I see it. Okay, that's good. Okay. It's fine. Let's see if I can copy this in. Copy image.
I mean, the meme not being visible to outside observers is pretty on brand for Monero.
All right. Last option, late submission from who knows whom. What if I were merge mined? Thankful for today's circa 2014 at the bottom there. All right, so you get to vote. Do you want option 2, 52, 3, 1337, or 5? You need to vote in YouTube. Put it in the chat right now. No one has voted yet, so we will see. People are quiet today. Come on, put in a vote. It is essential. It's your civic duty to vote on memes. Hope you're able to see the memes well enough, given how I have to arrange these. I think we're going to do a wide one next so I can try and fit them all better. Well, we have 24 people voting, but no one actually that's paying attention. They just have it all running on in the background. I'm going to give people 5 more seconds to vote. Otherwise, I'm going to move on. And I'm just going to choose one. Like the dictator I am. Okay. Oh, can't read the text. Okay, well, let's just crop the bottom of the meme, I guess. You see it in every single one. So Monero would be better with proof of stake, or is this one here? Monero would be better with proof of stake, 1337. I'm not shooting off my mouth, number 2. Fungibility, question mark. You have what if I were merge mined by Thankful for Today, or Monero would be better with proof of stake. Two. Really, Vic? You like yours?
You said vote, so I'm trying to help you out here.
Congrats.
Who won?
All right, since nobody has voted other than Vic,
Don't count that, obviously.
I think I need to be the person to decide, and I think I'm going to choose the I think I'm going to go with Thankful for Today circa 2014. Congrats, Scott. You won the first round. It was okay. Look, Monero would be better with proof of stake is really good, admittedly. That's awesome too, Isthmus. But just the fact that like this is something that actually happened in Monero's past history, right? It just makes it super, super relevant. So what if I were merge mine by Thankful for Today, I think is the best choice. And Andres, you came in too late. What if I were merge mined? That was the winner, and that was by Scott. All right, done with this. Let's pull up the second meme now. You can now open up folder number 2. That's a trendy meme right now. All right, that's bonjour. So now we get everyone 5 minutes to start working on this one now too. And then I'm going to try and make the template be work better with 4 participants. All right, it's better for 4 participants now, so we're good. Be easier for everyone to see.
All right, I'm in.
All right. You're very fast at making these.
I was wondering why on their live stream it was all me.
Let me check to see, is the stream coming through at HD? I hope so. Looks like it. I mean, the stream will be in HD. I just want to make sure the quality. That's a standard. I don't know. Hopefully it'll be HD when I stream. So you can read text and things. We have a custom Jitsi server, but for some reason it still sometimes falls back on lower resolution than would fit in a pipe. So I don't really know what's going on there. Wish I knew.
I have absolutely no idea what to do with this.
For some reason, people are doing a bunch of these memes right now. It's not always just the bonjour one, like, but sometimes it's like goodbye and then hello, right? So sometimes they're paired together. Sometimes it's just this one.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, mine has nothing to do with the bonjour. It's just
my
a
text
random
has
word.
nothing to do with the meme.
It's just random thoughts of mine.
Of course, if you're in chat, please comment what you would put too. You're welcome to put your text of the meme that goes with this. You can participate too. Vic's obviously paying close attention, so he's going to steal your idea. All right, let's start to get those in. Let me force sync. Let's see who else is added. So far, I think I only have Vic.
Almost there. Just screenshotting it real quick.
I'm gonna grab a beer in the meantime. I'll be back.
Instead of a beer, I'm having a strawberry bubbly. It's basically the same, except minus all the alcohol, of course. Did anyone see that Topo Chico is going to make like spiked seltzer next year?
No, interesting.
Yeah, some people in the Zcash ecosystem were furious because they're really into Topo Chico. I didn't know this, actually. I was drinking their twist of lime during the first live stream that I hosted for their developer fund, and I was drinking, the twist of lime, and they're all there like, yeah, nice. So that's how I instantly got some extra brownie points with them is by having my Topo Chico.
Nice.
What is that? Topo Chico?
It's like I don't know. It's some sparkling water. They sell literally just normal plain sparkling water, and they sell others that have a few flavors like lime or a few things. They've really been expanding a lot. They're owned by Coca-Cola, of course. So
It's non-alcoholic, huh?
yeah, but they are making alcoholic ones next year.
Justin, did you get paid for this?
Basically, I will say, like, I have not been paid by Coca-Cola, but my brother loves it so much, he like basically holds it as if it's an ad. It's kind of funny, and I'm like, I have to be like, this is not an ad. It's just Nathan. It's a very satisfied customer for some reason. But obviously, I don't waste my money. I drink my Pepsi bubbly. They're gonna get my money no matter what. Overpriced
C3.
water. How about that?
I was gonna say C3 has like basically an essentially endorsed like drinker of hackers drink.
Did you submit yours, Scott? I'm seeing VT Nerds and Vix.
Once again, yeah, I see mine, Sirhax and Vix. I don't know why mine isn't showing. It shows as fully uploaded, but
That's okay. It's not the end of the world. I can just go through and.
yeah, worst case I can always.
Wait,
send it
Sirhack submitted
to you
one. Sirhack.
over another channel.
Look at you participating. Right after I arrange my grid to work with 4 people, a 5th person shows up. Unacceptable.
Sorry, that was just me.
Isthmus, are you? Wait, so that was you? Oh, okay. So Isthmus on behalf of Sirhack. Okay, I see.
I couldn't figure out what to do with it. I didn't want that associated with me.
You're just throwing another Monero contributor under the bus.
Got away with it for a minute.
I mean, he would have had access to figure out how to get this channel, so it is theoretically believable. Would have been shocking, but also weirder things have happened.
But not that shocking.
All right, let me arrange these. You know, instead of I'll just arrange these 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not very difficult to keep track of 4 people as long as you name them. My computer's really lagging for some reason. It's not liking this, but that's okay. Almost done. Oh, look at this. One of these is a little different than the rest. All right, we got some good ones. For everyone who didn't know what to do with this, it's a good set of templates here. All right, let's see. Sharing my screen now. All right, here we go. Make sure if you are on YouTube, please vote. If you have too much difficulty reading these, let me know. So the first one, Lightning Network is private. Who needs Monero? Me. Bonjour. Actually, I should just number these 1 through 4. Please continue to submit them the same way if you're participating, but like we'll just have people vote on 1, 2, 3, or 4. All right. Second one, bonjour, fungibility. Third one, if I use my Bitcoin from this hole, I become invisible. Take that, Monero. Bonjour. So we'll ask someone to explain that one later without giving it away. And then, you know, fourth one, Monero releases new hard fork, ASIC company. Bonjour. Definitely a nice self-deprecating meme there. I like it. I like it. All right.
That
so
last
on
one actually
today's...
makes sense. Now I get it.
Now you get it. I'm going to have to start including an example that's not Monero related in this. So we have one vote so far. Andres, who's voting for number 4. Anyone else, please put your vote in. But to some extent, this is almost like the OG Monero meme where someone was like, untraceable public ledger, or like, who needs privacy? And like Monero bashes down the wall and is like, privacy matters, privacy first, fungibility. So it's almost like this where you could be like, who needs, like, you know, you have a Bitcoin person ranting at a meetup that's talking too loud about like, what type of privacy implementations are the best? And then you have Monero guy coming up from his hole being like, bonjour. Definitely a lot of scope for some other ones in this discussion. But I do like the self-deprecating ASIC company coming in with bonjour. Okay, apparently just one person is watching this stream, and so they get to determine which one is their favorite. I'll give it another 5 seconds or so here, but otherwise Andres' vote for number 4 is going to be the victor.
Clearly have to cater to their humor going forward.
Yes. This
That one
person has a lot of
does deserve
sway.
to win.
Vic, what happened? You're doing so well last time.
I know. You hyped me up.
These memes just don't work well for you, apparently.
It's the memes, not me.
Oh, we have a vote for number 3, which I'm sure someone bribed them to come on and vote for number 3. Wouldn't put it past that person. All right. Oh, now we have a split vote. Do I need to choose again? Please tell me I don't need to choose again.
Choose between 2, right? So
What was that?
you only have to choose between the 2, right? So
Yeah, I'd have to pick between the 2. So number 1 and number 2 are out.
You can always roll like a dice. Let the
Oh,
dice
that's a
decide.
good random number generator.
Oh, do you need a random number? 4. 4 is a good number.
All right.
completely random.
I am going to use the extreme random. What's the name of that? Who's the one that does that? I'm going to use the super random.
I thought you were going to use Gavin Andreessen's thing.
No, I'm going to use this Monero. Sorry, this Google generator. But who's a person that like Walton Chain? Yeah, the Walton Chain. Congrats, I won to themselves for winning their own competition. That's a common.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm going to use the Google one instead, which is probably at least as good as a Walton Chain one. 3-1.
Nice.
All right. So that is officially Vic. Vic won that one. I don't know. I disagree. I like Scott's better.
Yes.
The
Well, the-
ASIC
No,
one is
science has spoken.
hilarious.
Science has spoken.
Random number generator may forever be in your favor, Vic.
How do we know Google isn't like he could have Google in his pocket too? I mean, this could be like this could
This
be
is
huge.
true.
This is a big
Exactly.
conspiracy here.
Yeah, you don't know my connections.
Oh, that would be intense. All right, so I need to put Vic down as the winner from number 2. All right, just to prevent you from cheating, instead of doing number 3, do not open that one. You shall go to number 8.
What cheating scheme does that foil?
What?
Wait, there. Oh, there's somebody that. Did you already do this one, or what's going on in here? There's like.
There's 2 picks and
Oh, did you
Oh.
combine them into one? At the end?
Yeah.
Yeah, I combine them into one, so you can just use the 08 one.
Okay.
Let's see how well this one will be received. It's like the opposite Kanye meme. At
Okay.
least one person likes it.
Well, I like that you included yourself. This could be dangerous. I don't know.
I live
Was that was there in the
dangerously.
rules that we couldn't name you because we have to like implicitly?
Well, now you can.
Yeah. All right.
There you go. I said you couldn't name people in other communities that weren't like
Oh.
super popular.
Yeah. No genuinely harsh critiques.
Bonus points to whoever knows where that second screenshot was taken. Sorry, that second image was taken. I was not in a good mood.
Is that like consensus or something?
No, it wasn't consensus. It was a travel world conference.
Oh,
I was
damn.
on a panel with someone from Dash, someone from Zcash, a Bitcoin Core contributor, and I think that might have been it, actually. We're talking about travel rule. It was, I don't know, I was just annoyed, as you can tell. Oh, well. First one's from Defcon last year. Ooh, we'll see if this backfires on me. It probably will. Knowing my luck, someone from Rio will take that and then just run with it. So I should be careful. I'm starving. I'm looking forward to having dinner after this. Why did I schedule this at 6 p.m. Central? I'm oof. I'm surprised the NSA hasn't given a submission. They're just watching. No, that's my recording computer. So I thought it'd be more fun to actually include the logo on it. Just to prove to people that Monero has backdoors, of course. When we design the Monero protocol, our first thought is, how do we make sure they have the proper backdoor they need? So it's a critical part of the discussion. I genuinely do need someone else on here as a co-host to throw banter back. I really do.
Where's Diego? He would be good.
Diego's like gone. I needed Ruben from Zcoin's texting me. I can tell him he can still hop on, even if he just talks with me, just to make fun. You can still join if you want. I need a co-host anyway. Well, he might actually be hopping on.
Oh, good.
That'd make my life easier. And would end the suffering of everyone in the chat that's all... They're dealing with some stuff. One of the best things that's helped prove to me, like, wow, the Monero community is really committed. They watched one of the we tried a gaming live stream once when a lot of people in the Monero community played Zero AD, which is like an open source Age of Empires like alternative, and everyone was like too concentrated on the game, and I only was able to share my own screen, so they were just watching a concentrated me play a game, and no one else is talking. And goodness,
you're all alone, Justin.
Yeah, it was just. But we had like hundreds of hours of watch time on that video, and I'm like, if people are willing to spend hundreds of hours watching this, then. Oof. Then Monero has something going for it.
By the way, I submitted it, but I'm sure I got the concept of the meme wrong again.
I don't know. It's always funny when everyone has their own way of interpreting the meme. It really is.
Right.
You're just going to embarrass your daughter. It's going to be like, ah, Dad, you just didn't get it.
Yeah, exactly.
So Vic's come through every time. Let me see if anyone else is
talking about my daughter, when we wanted to name the wallet Cake, she's like, do you know what cake means? In slang, don't do it.
I think we've got all 4 now.
I think so. I don't know why they're not syncing on my end, but it's fine. I can easily copy them from browser. It takes me like an extra half second.
Well, NSA van has to catch up for you. That's what.
True. I do have a lot of bandwidth going on over here. A lot of direct connections to people. Actually, I guess I don't need it all the way on the edge. Okay, 1, 2. I have 3 of them on here.
I forgot to number mine. It's the last one down.
It's fine. The most important thing, I guess, is that someone names it. All right.
Yeah.
I like all of these. They're all weird in their own way, but and to be clear, I prefer if you don't actually look at them before the rest of the audience. That way you can save the surprise for everyone else. Otherwise, the stream is going to be worse. All right. Everybody ready? We have some good ones here. This is the best one so far, I think. Well, thank you, Ruben, for joining us. You're going to have to comment on some of these memes. I'm going to share them, and you're going to have to talk about which one you think is the best. I like your background, too, by the way.
Maybe he should just pick the best, since he won't know.
He's clearly a natural. All right, I'm going to share. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Sharing. All right. So the first one is, let me do my 129th tweet about Zcash. And then, bro, can you stick to Monero? The second one is designing protocols to improve miner privacy. And then watching mining pools publish every payout transaction anyways. That one's very relevant because I do bitch about that all the time. The third one, Monero means money. Is that a real movie? And then the fourth one is, when you find out CLSAG audit comes back great, and then when you find out CLSAG won't be released until October.
Your YouTube feed is just showing your Google search page.
Is it because I see I'm looking at YouTube right now and I see the memes?
What do you guys see? Oh, now I see like old ones. That's weird. I guess I'm really behind.
Are you behind?
I guess I am.
Yeah, if
here
you
we
click
go.
the live text to resync, potentially, if it's not.
Sorry
right.
about that. Go ahead. Yeah.
These are all really good. You all outdid yourselves for these. Oh, sure. I can drop the link to the YouTube stream in here so you all get it. So that's the YouTube stream.
How old were you in the first picture, Justin?
That was taken last year.
Oh, what?
I'm 22.
Wow. And the second picture is around the same age as well.
Yeah, that was in November. Yeah, I have to use that. That's one of my favorite photos because I was just so angry about something, or just it clearly went through to the photographer.
Do you remember what it was? What you were angry about?
Someone was saying something stupid about the travel rule.
Oh.
So we have 2 votes that have come in so far. Before I use those in the chat, Ruben, which one do you like of these 4?
I like the first one.
You like the first one? Okay. Yeah, I definitely get a lot of people in the Monero community being like, dude, what the hell are you doing? And then sometimes I get some people in Zcash that are like, stick to your lane.
Yeah.
How deep are your connections, man? Another guy?
Exactly. Yeah, all those giveaways, they want something back.
That's awesome. So I just want to suspiciously say that when we're bringing in people who give a last minute vote, both times they're picking Vic. So and the Google random number generator went Vic.
Yep.
So, but it looks like 2 out of the 3 votes that came in, including Ruben's, went for the second option, number 2. So the second option. I think that was who submitted that one. That was Ismus. Congratulations, Ismus.
Thank you.
I know this. I know this annoys you a lot too. So it's funny that you were the one that made that. If there's Isthmus and I are the two people that Vic, I see how it is in the YouTube chat, yelling at someone for not voting for him.
I'm going to start bribing people there in the chat.
Yeah, you're going to start doing a giveaway for everyone. A random person who votes for me gets a Monero.
Yeah. Free staging
It works.
Monero.
It works. Yeah, it does. You're suddenly going to have hundreds of people voting in the chat instead of 3.
And 3,000 votes for Vic and 2 votes for the other.
Exactly. Okay, so we currently have a 3-way tie between Scott, Vic, and Isthmus. They each have 1 point each. Let me go through. Which meme do I want you all to do next? Oh, speaking of which, Ruben, would you like to participate, or do you want to just banter with me as we carry on? Your choice.
I want to participate.
You want to participate? Okay. Do you?
Yeah.
In Telegram, I sent you a Nextcloud link.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So there's a bunch of folders. I'll tell you a number. You can open up the folder, and there's memes in there. So we already did number 1, 2, and 8.
Okay.
Instead, let me do. Actually, we have to do this one because it's super popular right now. Open up number 9. Number 9.
Okay. Oh wow.
Let me share this on YouTube here. This one's a really popular current meme. All right. It's the Trump interview meme. It's a little different. I mean, I've seen different variations of this one. So let's treat the box on the middle right there as what's on the piece of paper the dude's reading.
And how do we submit?
Oh, I forgot to. You can submit by uploading it to the same folder. I forgot to prepare this. Did anyone actually use the? It looks like no one actually used the LibreOffice template, did they?
I did.
Okay, let me get that for you. Actually, I'll give you a little extra time, Scott. I know I said I would have a template, and then I didn't, so it's my bad.
I can easily open it up in Krita or whatever. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I mean, you had the other one, so it's. Oh shit! I opened that. I'm getting it. For those who are watching, LibreOffice Draw is a very common tool to use for this because it's editable like PowerPoint or anything else, but anyone can have it without a license. So it's useful in that regard. Okay, Scott, in case you do want one, I did upload the template for you.
Thanks.
You don't have to use it, of course.
I mean, it's easier.
Oh, I'm such a Microsofter. I don't have open office.
I have both, Ruben. I have both on all of my computers. At least on my Windows computers, which I do need for work.
So long as it's not 365 and you're paying Microsoft every month.
I mean, I'm not paying 365 money, but some other people are paying 365
No, I am. So
money. Exactly. All right, BTC Livera seems to like this one. They think this one's going to be funny. Let's see what the word of Trump is.
how do I
And just
insert
as hints, you don't have to do this, of course. So you might have a simple meme that only has something on the card. You may name who the participants are, right? Your choice to how much detail you want in the meme. Sometimes simpler is better. Sometimes complex carries across more clever memes.
trying to edit it. How to insert text? Here we go. Okay, save. Here we go. Yay, my first submission.
So you were able to upload there, okay, Ruben?
Yeah, I
Perfect.
think so. Can download LibreOffice now.
Takes a while. It's like a big package.
Let's see.
All right, so I got one person's.
Actually, let me update mine real quick. I just thought of maybe something better.
Oh, you haven't gotten mine?
Okay, I see yours, Ruben. I'm not going to say which one, but one of these is a very, it's a very clever take on this meme that you would not typically see filled out in this fashion. Okay, I'm seeing submissions from Scott, Vic, and Ruben. Is that correct?
Yep.
Did you say missing?
No, I have your three.
Or submission?
I'm uploading mine now. Give me 20 seconds.
Got it.
Yeah, I'm almost ready.
I didn't know where to go with it until you said, well, I still don't know where to go with it, but when you said we could name the characters helped.
When you said I could do what?
Name the characters.
Oh yeah, you either do or don't need to name the characters. Your choice.
Okay, sorry, I uploaded the second version of mine.
Oh, okay, you have two. Okay.
I thought something was more
Version
appropriate
2.
to the context.
Not an issue at all. I have no idea why yours are just not downloading on my computer, despite you obviously submitting them.
Yeah, I would say like maybe it's because I'm running over a VPN or something, but the progress bar shows it's fully uploaded. So
Hey, by the way, guys, see in the YouTube chat BTC Lavera? It's his birthday today.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Or she, I don't know. It's their birthday.
Hopefully this is a good birthday present, but I mean, I don't know if spending time with me counts as a birthday present. Maybe most people call that an annoyance. All right, I have.
Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
I feel like someone else had to do this one, but
So I have I have 4 submissions from people. I have one from Ruben, Scott, Vic, and I don't know who. One of them is just called Screenshot. Who's a Screenshot? Who is that one? Sorry.
I renamed it. I don't know why it didn't stick. Well, hold on.
Okay.
Okay, it's named.
I like all of these. They're so good.
Next. Oh, I have to
It's really hard to fit 5 of these. It's kind of sketchy how I'm doing it now. So I'm just waiting on. Is it Lee?
mine should be in there now.
Let me. Okay. Okay. I got yours. Okay. We're good. Give me 1 second here. We'll be. All right. This doesn't fit very well, but it doesn't matter. All right, here we go. Time for me to share my screen. All right, here we go. You can see it's very awkward to fit the 5 participants. So I'll have to read these again probably. You know, maybe I can just zoom in and scroll to the right. I don't know. Makes some more sense. Oh gosh.
Zooming worked for me.
Ooh, PowerPoint hates me right now. Oh, that definitely does not work. Okay, it's fine. First one. I've downloaded and printed the complete Monero blockchain, and you can see all of the transactions, and then it's a blank sheet of paper. I would not have thought of this, but it is a very clever way to do it. With the main part of the meme is just blank, and it still works. Second one. The message passed is Verge is the best, the very best. Look at this transaction graph here. And the guy, dude's like, what? Third one. Bitcoin's privacy set is larger than Monero's. What? Fourth. Trump represents a new comment every week, handing a message to our Monero. Monero can't have value because it has infinite supply. Our Monero being like, what? And then the last one is number 5. TS, what? Okay, I actually don't. Shill Trump coin. What's up with the first TS/no?
That's
No
like
phone.
no, it's like top secret, no foreigners.
Oh.
So it's like
Got
Is
it.
that how
Okay.
like people with clearance speak?
Well, we do. This is a clearance only chat, as you can tell. So just because the NSA van is here to help us. So we have 2 votes that have come in. Sorry, 2 votes that have come in, but they're 1 new person. So BTC Silvera still needs to put theirs in. We have 1 vote from Febo for number 1. We have a vote from Andres. My take wasn't that far from number 4. They vote 4. I like all of these. They're all good.
Look at Andres trying to vote twice. That's not right.
BTC Silvera, I'm waiting on you. You get to number 1. Vic.
Man.
Vic, how dare you?
Hey, no influence. No influence.
This person voted for you. Was it all 3 times?
No, the last time they didn't, and
They might not.
they
have
heard
the
it
last
from
time.
me.
Oof. Okay, Vic, you won with number 1.
Well deserved.
I like all these, but
Thank you.
I would have voted for number 4. Oof.
No
Do we
comment.
want to do one last one?
Let's do it.
Or
Sure.
okay. Which one do I want? Oh, open up number 5. Number 5.
Number 5.
There's a folder on here that says "Do not use." It's very.
Yeah, don't use that one. That was I found out several versions of this meme. This isn't like the OG version, but it is really funny, and I had to just do it. So,
But it's so tempting to open that folder anyway.
So
It's
I
like
mean, you can open it. You can open it and look at it. You just can't use it.
I feel like there's something better in there. That's why.
Disqualified.
That one's just for Vic. You know, people that are going to win anyway. Just kidding. You can.
Oh,
You
man.
can look at it. It's the same type of meme. This other one I just thought was better. So I.
mean,
All right.
But you know, on that last one, you didn't give names to anybody, so to those memes. So there's no way, even though BTC Loera might be compromised, he couldn't vote for me.
Which one always? You have a certain style, Vic.
I feel.
As
Oh,
far
what
as
does the red
fingerprinting is
font wink
concerned,
wink?
we don't have enough people participating for everyone to be a unique. Like everyone's a unique submission style.
Yeah.
Individuality.
so is it worth looking up this meme to cheat a little, or is it just like gonna be funnier if I just pull something from?
I mean, you can
Yeah.
look it up, but like I don't know how that would help you that much.
Oh, yeah.
Like the bucket and the.
I know the
rabbit?
bucket's a killer thing.
Yeah, what?
Bucket.
There's like 5 characters in this. My plots aren't that complex.
I want to know how long real meme generators, like, the people that start these memes, how long do they have? They have probably like 12 hours a day to this.
Can you imagine like a meme sweatshop? You know?
Oh man.
We should have our own Monero meme sweatshop or the Zcoin meme sweatshop. We'll just compete against each other.
Like one of those old writer rooms where they're just like, we need more memes. What are you guys doing?
100 memes a minute.
Just full of cigarette smoke.
Let's see. How do we do this? It's not easy.
Now, if Isthmus or Scott win this one, then we're gonna have a problem because then we're gonna have a tie again.
I won't win. I have literally no clue what to do with any
Yeah.
part of this image.
Like, I'm not familiar with this meme. There's too many characters. Just
This is where we explore Monero community and how out of touch they are.
Well,
with,
do you follow memes or something? Are you the one creating all these memes? You've got the meme like sweatshop going on. That's what's going on. You're like the.
I just find these on meme
Yeah.
templates official usually.
Meme templates official. So there really is a meme army. Someone's coming up with templates and just putting it. Man, this is quite the operation.
Memes are quite a business.
he's
Yeah.
well read. Every morning reads his daily meme templates.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys followed the meme competition we had on Twitter. We had 300 submissions. It's insane.
300?
Yeah, it's nuts.
How did you even choose which one won? Was it a random? Was it like which ones were best?
A lot of them were just a lot of them were repeats. So just scroll by. Yeah, I did get help from one other person to go through them.
The kid looks like he has his underwear outside his pants, but I think it's just his shirt.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it is weird. What is that?
Tough.
I'm gonna have to zoom in on this one and see what's up. No, it's probably a shirt. No, it's the same as his collar. You can tell it's the same style. So it's his undershirt underneath is like, well, his shirt underneath is like sweater or whatever. Sweatshirt, sweater. I always mix them up, and my mom yells at me, but I don't know the difference between a sweater and a sweatshirt.
So confusing.
Sound Safari in chat, you got to be just transparent about where your interests lie.
Hey guys, I'm sorry to inform you, I am going to be winning this one. I am that confident.
Man, that was. Well, you've won all the other ones with basically no confidence. So.
Yeah.
Vic won the last one too. We need some actual competition for Vic. Get some people from the Dogecoin community.
Seriously.
Some real memers.
Like 4chan, you get some real. Or Reddit.
They're just gonna submit like a bunch of different variations of Pepe the Frog, and they're gonna be they don't win everyone. Did you already? Oh, I see yours, Vic.
Does it make sense? Just
no comment. I am a professional video host.
Okay.
Despite all evidence to the contrary.
I have no idea what to do with this.
Vic's also always like the first person to submit.
You should
I know, I
we
always
should
think
put
there's
him
like
in the
a-
meme factory.
You should have a clock. You should have a shot clock.
See, it's hard for me to enforce because I can't like just blast it across all your screens. I have my phone on the side, but that's not as intimidating.
Yeah, that's why we need to have like Moo write a custom program. Just
Yeah,
for-
okay.
Have like
Well, honestly,
have like a
I would
LED, big
love to
LED
have-
display.
What was that, Vic?
I should put like a LED on the wall behind.
I would love to have like a Jackbox style meme game. That'd be great.
Oh yeah.
That would coordinate all this stuff. That way I'm not going between 3 different monitors and taking forever and the like.
Someone took a screenshot.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. I was like, wait, what? Who's in my house?
That's like the
Gonna
is
say.
that the sound for like the Ubuntu screenshot tool? It's definitely
No
not
one's gonna-
snipping tool. Someone was
Yeah, no
not
one-
using snipping tool.
No one's fessing up to that.
This is tough.
We have a few more submissions coming in now.
just woke up. This is too early to do this stuff.
Well, what time is it where you're at?
It's 8 a.m. Not too bad. I messed up the time. I thought it was 8 a.m., but it was supposed to be 7 a.m. No.
I'm cropping these a little bit where it's not relevant, just to try and make them a bit bigger. All right, I have either all of them or all but one.
It's all but one for sure. Maybe you guys can go ahead. I'm struggling.
This is an interesting choice. What I'm looking at right now. I get to check all out. Are you sure, Ruben?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, about to be underneath the front. So we only have 4 choices this time. Let me share my screen. I'm glad this sharing screen seems to work really, really well. Okay. Screen share. Okay. Option number 1. Monero Bitcoin chain analysis and privacy. Option number 2. Tiger and transparent ledger advocate.
What's that?
I love how they just put Tiger on top of Tiger. What? Does someone want to explain themselves there? I mean, you're welcome to stay anonymous, but
No, I had to explain. They're more scared of the transparent ledger advocate than the tiger.
Oh god. Okay.
that is funny, but I just love the idea that you put Tiger over Tiger. All right.
Look, I'm not at the sweatshop of meme farms. I don't know how this works.
I got more laughs out of you doing it that way than if you didn't. So
Actually, what happened to number 1? Was it cut off? Or is that intentional?
I'm like, I mean, what do you mean by cut off?
I don't know. It seems like the tips of
there's
the
a-
rabbit ears are cut off, and I
Yeah,
don't
there's a
see the
black
top.
bar.
Oh, you know what it
Yeah.
is? Yeah, this doesn't actually exist. Sorry.
What?
I see what you're doing there, Justin.
I was trying. That's like one of the. It's like a background trying to divide and things. It's. I should have sent it as a template background, but like that was too much work. So I just they're all objects that overlap each other annoyingly. You can see there's another one over here. All right, third choice: undisclosed double spend and transaction with 0 decoys. Someone else want to explain this one, or should I go for it? I always want to give the person who makes the meme the ability to explain theirs if they want. Otherwise, I'll go. Okay. And then the fourth one, ring size 11, ring size 15, and triptych. They definitely cropped off the whole bottom. They're staring at some undefined object.
It's smart
Triptych.
to cut off the rabbit.
Yeah, it kind of looks like they're about to fall off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So that's how
Okay.
you pronounce it. Triptych.
Well, let's put people in for the votes coming in. 2 people said number 1. 1 person said number 2. They said number 2 for the creative use of the word tiger.
Like comments in favor.
I haven't. It's just so absurd.
Actually, the worst part is I actually covered up the tiger, so you can't even see
like it's like it was just grass there. It's just like basically waiting on BTC Livera to determine who they are choosing for, and of course anyone else. But like Sound Safari, are you gonna vote? You've recently chatted.
I feel like number 2 is like such a amazing combination of like so bad is good, but also good. Like in more ways than one.
Okay, BTC, is that a vote for number 2 or number 1?
He said tiger, so I guess that's number 2.
Okay, number 2. Okay, so we have 3 votes for number 2 and 2 votes for number 1. So ultimately, number 2 is the winner. Vic, was that you?
No, I was number 1.
Yeah,
I thought I did really well.
Mr.
I guess
Coffee
not.
did not win.
You had to fail really hard, but not fail.
Exactly. But do you guys get it? Number 1, it makes sense, right? Monero, we're pushing Bitcoin users to this nice, fluffy thing, innocent thing called privacy, and they don't understand there's this very
I think it's a
tiger
profound-
chain last ready to eat you up.
Yeah, yeah. Yours
You
probably
got it, but you can't beat
No one's
tiger
impressed.
over tiger.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Tigerception.
Very simple, but yeah.
Oh well. Okay.
It's not just the tiger over tiger, though. It took a little bit extra explanation, I think. But overall, I still thought it was really funny that, like, the thing that they were being introduced to is the transparent ledger advocate. Like, they're so scared of talking to a transparent ledger advocate. They're more scared of a transparent ledger advocate than the tiger. You should have put like the Monero users or something, Monero community for those 2 people.
I honestly didn't get it until it was explained. I was like,
Yeah, it's pretty good. Now that it's explained, it is very good.
All right. Well, that concludes our Monero meme competition. So I appreciate everyone who came in and participated. Vic is still the winner because ultimately Vic won twice. Scott won once, and to be clear, Scott and Vic tied once. But so, I mean, really, the only reason Vic won was because of Google's die roll.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. So apologies, Scott. You put in all the work, but didn't get any of the recognition there. And then Isthmus and VT Nerd each won once each. Ruben, you didn't get a chance to point out why Zcoin's good.
no, I'm not going to shield and get like virtual tomatoes like flicked at me.
I was expecting you to throw in some like really awesome why Zcoin's better meme. This is your good chance.
I like Monero.
I mean, I like other coins too, but if I was brought into the group, you got to make a ruckus. You gotta.
Yeah, I'm too nice.
All right. So with the end of the Monero meme competition, that also concludes today's Defcon Monero Village entirely. We will be back at 10 a.m. Pacific tomorrow on the same YouTube channel, on the same Twitch channel. If you want to watch, please come back and watch. You know, we'll have a lot of great events coming through. To end tomorrow, we will have a trivia night. We'll have a Kahoot quiz. So we'll have another interactive event to finish off tomorrow evening. And then on Sunday, you know, a bunch of other great talks too. So keep an eye. You can go to monerovillage.org org. I'll put that in the chat here in case you have not been following the rest of the talks today. And of course, we're starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. with Dr. Daniel Kim, like we have started every day. So always really great content from him. So really, really cool stuff going on. So yeah, thanks everyone who made it this long. If you joined just for the Monero meme competition, you joined for the fun part. Maybe not the best part. We can't say that this was useful in any way, but it's fun. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. So take care.
Good job, Justin.
Thanks, Justin.